So 15% is here.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can project the.
Now we have to proceed. Professor Parikh, hello?
Yes.
Yeah, do you want to check now?
What should I check? Just check that
Yes.
I can share screen, right?
So you can project the.
Now we have to proceed. Professor Parikh, hello?
Yes.
Yeah, do you want to check now?
What should I check? Just check that I can share screen, right? Check what? Just share screen, right? Anything
Yes.
else?
Yeah, now I can hear you properly. Yes. I think I can think. This one and just a minute. Yeah, from here. YouTube lecture. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So I think I need to make you the co-host so that you can. Okay. Okay, co-host বানাতে হবে, please. Prashanjit, make co-host. Yeah, I think now you can share. And I think, okay, let me.
I see.
Yeah, can you share your screen now?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect, yes.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. We can hear you properly. You can hear us, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Where is the video now? View. Yeah. Okay, I think it's already checked, and we are going to start the welcome note at 8:45, and then we will start your talk at 9 sharp. I guess we can do that.
You'll start my talk at 10:30, right?
Yeah, like 8:45, we will start with the welcome speech, and then at 9 o'clock, your talk will be there. And Professor B.V. Rao is here. You can see him. He
Hello,
will be the
Rohit.
chair.
I am B.V.
Hello, how are you?
Fine. So Ashok Mitra student.
Yeah.
Do you remember Ashok Mitra? He was, I think, 2 years junior to you at Bombay.
He passed away?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I think I knew that. Yeah.
Yeah. He used to talk about you and so on.
Pardon me?
In fact, I think long ago I read one paper of yours also with Barnes about conditional probabilities.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay, great. So I'll be hearing you. Yeah.
Hello, Arundhati, how are you?
Hello, Professor Parikh. Yeah, it's well. How are you?
I'm all right.
How are you? Okay, and how is Shiva? How is Shiva?
Oh, Shiva is fine. I saw him at Christmas. He came to New York,
Okay.
and that was not long ago, right? And I
Okay.
will see him at Vikram's birthday. Vikram's birthday is February 10th. So I'll go to Boston.
Yeah.
And I'll see him again.
Okay. Okay. Nice to see you after a long time.
It is a long time, yes. But we exchange thoughts on Facebook.
Yeah. That's true. And Yeah, I always miss Ranjan,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah.
Yes, it will be online, no? It will be online.
Good morning, Professor Parekh. How are you?
I'm all right. Who am I talking to?
Who are you talking to?
Yeah.
Well, a notorious fellow from Calcutta.
Shashi Mohan, right?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
So when are you coming to America again?
Oh, well, I don't know. Now it is, now I am retired, so I don't know. Huh? Okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm still. I will retire now, maybe at the end of this year, at the end of this calendar year.
You are going to retire now.
I'll be teaching in the fall, and then I plan to step down.
Uh-huh.
Are you retired now? You are retired.
Sorry?
You are retired.
Yes, but I am still engaged in some other institute, Indian Association for Cultivation of Science.
Uh-huh.
Immediately after retirement, they took me. So I'm there, and I'm also teaching at institute in Belur, Ramakrishna Mission.
Oh, how nice.
So I'm involved in two institutes at the moment. And I have a question.
Yes, please.
When was this World Logic Day announced, and how did it come into? I am hearing for the first time.
I see. No, it has been happening for some while.
Sorry?
I said it has been happening for some years. Maybe 3 years. I don't know. This is not the first time.
Yeah, because I didn't know of World Logic Day, so only now I.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So I'm awaiting for your talk.
Thank you.
So I think it will be better for you to see the audience, right, Rohit bhai?
It will be better for me. What?
To see the audience than here, I guess. So I'm going to show the audience to you, and I'm talking. Okay.
Sure.
Can you, excuse me, can you please move here, then Professor Parekh and all the online participants can see you. Yeah, in the front, please. No problem. Clean ideas. But at some point it will be very important. So shall we start now? I guess. Oh, no, yeah.
Money की online है?
Jenny Sander? No, I don't think he has a talk, I think. I guess so, there is a talk where the software is. Yeah, we will start this now. I think this Professor Barry, are you
Yes.
giving the talk on theory of collective action today?
Pardon me?
So you are giving the talk on theory of collective action today, right?
I'm giving a talk. What?
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, so are you giving the talk on the theory of collective action today? Because your
Yes.
topic was something different in the program.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, no problem, no problem. No, actually, we had to confirm too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I also another mistake is that it says January 20, 2023.
I can put it here now, maybe, because the welcome speech will go on. ছোড়া কতক্ষণ আছে আর তাহলে শুরু করে দিচ্ছি ওরা তো চলে আসবে So good morning all. It is my great pleasure to welcome all in person and virtual participants to the World Logic Day celebration by ALI 2024. I'd like to invite our honorable principal of PGDM program, Professor Rakesh Nigam, to start the program with his welcome note. Please.
Thanks, Subhita. It's a, I mean, I was expecting a lot of people present here, but anyway, it's fine. So, distinguished invitees, respected colleagues, and dear students, I don't see any students here, but I was also expecting some few students to be here. I hope they trickle in when as the program proceeds. So, good morning to you all. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to MSc for this Logic Day celebration. At the outset, I would like to thank you for your gracious presence this morning. And MSc is glad to host such an event. I think it's the first time we are hosting an event of this nature. So this has been made possible with the support of our beloved chairman, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. C. Rangarajan, our director, Dr. K.R. Shanmugam, and faculty at MSc. So let me give you a little bit about MSc, since we are all hosting it here. MSc was founded in 1993, and its founding chairman was the late Dr. Raja Chillaya, an eminent physical economist. So he was a visionary person. MSc has now grown into stature and has achieved great heights, and it has been recognized by the government of Tamil Nadu. And in 2021, it has been accorded the special status of a degree granting institution. So it has been awarded the Special Importance Institute. Currently, MSc offers several programs, BA, MA, PGDM, and PhD in economics, management, and allied sciences, allied subjects, and sciences also, you can say. we have a program in PGDM, it's partly data science. I may add that we follow a mathematical approach in our teaching at MSc. In fact, in a few of the modules here, we teach logic as a part of the curriculum. MSc attracts students from all over the country, and the students get good placements. Also, some of them go abroad for higher studies. So logic has been used in economics. I mean, when I started reading about economics, for example, in the theory of preference relations in microeconomics, starting from the basic axioms, one is able to, by logical manipulations, prove very important and deep results in consumer choice theory. So they have far-reaching consequences in economics. Social choice theory is again another application where logic plays a great role. And we can go on. The applications of logic are endless in many disciplines. It has basically transcended many disciplines, and it's very important. We realized it, MSc, and so we have introduced it in many of the courses here. So once again, I take the opportunity to welcome each one of our esteemed guests and express our gratitude in agreeing to participate and come to MSc. So we are grateful to Professor Rohit Parekh for being up late in the night to address us. Thank you very much, sir. I also thank Professor Purbita for efficiently organizing and making this event possible in such a short time. I assure you that we are going to have an interesting set of speakers. We have lined up a very interesting set of speakers for you, and you'll enjoy the program. So thank you very much. Without wasting much time, let's get started.
Thank you, Professor Rakesh, for your wonderful welcome note. So now I would like to request Professor B.D. Rao to chair the first session, starting with Professor Rohit Parekh's talk. We can take 5 minutes. So we will wait for 5 minutes because it's 8:55. So we will start sharp at. Yeah. Rita, you already understand, right? It's 8:55, so we have 5 minutes in hand. So we will start your talk sharp at 9 a.m. because we are waiting for some more participants to come.
Of course, of course.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. No, because people can see just right after. Because the online person we can see that. The speaker and online participant can see there so that one can see. So I think it's time to start, right? 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes left, right? No one prefers the first group. Everyone is waiting for them. I think now we can start because it's 1 minute, right? So, Professor Vidya, please start the session. Yeah, so I would like to introduce Professor D.V. Rao. He is the retired professor from ISL Kolkata, and he is known as a very great teacher. Everyone used to say that, and I think many of you already know about him. And currently, he is affiliated with Chennai Mathematical Institute, Chennai. So now I am inviting Professor D.V. Rao to chair this first session.
Thank you, Pujita. Welcome you all for the session. Rohit, are you there? He's there. Okay. So, welcome you all to the session. In this session, we have 4 talks. The first one is by Professor Rohit Parikh. And Rohit, after his education in Bombay, went to Harvard and worked with Hartley Rogers. He has several interests: recursive functions, knowledge and belief systems, game theory, non-standard analysis, and various. I would not like to enumerate, and received several awards. Instead of wasting the time, I would now request Rohit to present the talk, Theory of Collective Action. Rohit, it is now your action.
Hello, Rohit bhai, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So you may share your screen now.
So Rohit will speak for about 55 minutes, and then we will have discussion for 5 minutes.
Rohit bhai, please share your screen. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Your screen is not shared yet.
Oh, you asked me to close it. I can reopen it now. Shall I do that?
Yeah, please. It's your time to start the talk now. Professor D.V. Rao already actually introduced you, and maybe because of that technical issue, you couldn't hear anything actually. Sorry about that. Yeah. Is it visible? Can you make it a full screen?
Pardon me?
Full screen?
How do I do that?
I think in the file. Yeah, Control L, I guess. L. I think Control L will help you to make it full screen.
Control what?
Control L. Yeah.
Is that better?
No, it's not here. Or in the view, you just click on the view on the top left.
0.
View. In the top left. Top
Over here.
left. No, left. There is a view option. File, edit, and view.
There is a.
Also, you may close the bookmark. That will also help us. You want to talk? Can you see the view option on the top left?
Top left.
Yeah, file, edit, and then view.
5.
File, edit, and view. I
5.
think, yeah, the view.
Maybe you can send me.
I think
Send
better
me.
close the bookmark. That will help, I guess.
Send me a chat.
Yeah. I think you just close the bookmarks. That will help. That will be already bigger, I guess. Everyone can see. It's visible, right? Okay. So fine, you may start. I think it's visible. No problem.
This is good. Let me see.
It's good. It's good.
No, Control L did not work.
No, it's not better. You can start. It's good. It is visible. No problem.
Okay. All right. So shall I proceed?
Yeah, please.
Okay. All right. So, Purvita, you were part of this project, right? How to understand collective action, right? And you gave a talk at Stony Brook, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So this is something that I've been interested on and off, and to some extent influenced by this book of Amartya Sen, Identity and Violence, right? But also influenced by Eleanor Ostrom, who we'll see in a minute. Oops. So this talk is divided into 3 parts, somewhat different from each other, but each concentrating on how logic and game theory can help us understand social behavior and hopefully ameliorate conflicts. So it is part 1. So Eleanor Ostrom was the first woman to win the Nobel Prize in economics. I believe that there is now another woman who won the Nobel Prize in economics, and I think she and her husband are both professors at MIT. And if I'm not mistaken, her husband is a Bengali. Anybody know? No, it doesn't matter. But in any case, so going back to Eleanor Ostrom, she was very interested in how society could be organized so as to be smooth and people be helpful to each other. So other names I can think of are my friend and we have Michael Tomasello. And many others. Okay. So she says, let me start with a provocative statement. You would not be reading this article if it were not for some of our ancestors learning how to undertake collective action to solve social dilemmas. So the theory of collective action is the central subject of political science. And we have not yet developed a behavioral theory of collective action based on models of the individual consistent with empirical evidence about how individuals make decisions in social dilemma situations. So Garrett Hardin's evocative paper, The Tragedy of Commons, is based on the assumption that rational individuals are helplessly trapped in social dilemmas from which they cannot extract themselves without inducement or sanctions applied from the outside. So in the tragedy of the commons is a hypothetical situation in which there are many people who graze their herds on the same commons, the same grassy area, right? And now, if a farmer adds one more cow to his herd, then there is extra milk for him, and so he benefits. On the other hand, the commons is slightly degraded, but not very large, just slightly, because only one cow is added. But the point is that adding one cow is an advantage to the herdsman, and it's a slight disadvantage to everyone. So over time, more and more cows are added, and eventually the commons is destroyed. So that's the tragedy of the commons, where each person, so each herdsman is acting in his own interest, but harms the general. Of course, global warming is another example of the same problem. Because each nation wants to burn more fuel so as to produce more things, but since the atmosphere is shared, then the atmosphere gets degraded. Okay. So social dilemmas occur whenever individuals in interdependent situations face choices in which maximization of short-term self-interest yields outcomes leaving all participants worse off than feasible alternatives. In a public good dilemma, for example, all those who would benefit from the provision of a public good, such as pollution control, radio broadcast, or weather forecasting, find it costly to contribute and would prefer others to pay for the good instead. So this is a situation where everyone is supposed to contribute for the public good, but since the public good is shared among all, it means that if you don't pay your share, you still get your benefit, and therefore it's to your benefit to not share. Okay, so here's the standard example of business dilemma, which is pretty famous. So two people are caught by the police, and they're caught for some small crime, but the police believe that they have committed a bigger crime. So each prisoner, each prisoner can cooperate with the other prisoner and not talk, or he can defect and cooperate with the police. So the police have told them that if neither of them confesses, then they will get small sentences. But if one confesses and the other does not, then the one who confesses will get will go free or get a very small sentence, and the one who doesn't confess gets a large. So in this case, the best point for them is this. This is the best point. But the Nash equilibrium is this, right? Notice that if they're here at 2-2, both defecting, then by moving up, he goes down from 2 to 1, and moving left, he goes down from 2 to 1. So this is a Nash equilibrium, but it's not as good as this one, which requires cooperation, but it's not a Nash. So it is DD is the unique Nash equilibrium. Okay. Now, here's the n person of prisoner's dilemma. So let's suppose that everyone contributes $1 to a pot. When all are done, the amount in the pot is doubled and the total divided equally among all the n players. So if there are 10 people and each puts in $1, then the pot becomes $10. It's doubled to 20, and each one gets $2 back. So they all benefit. However, since it's understood that the contents of the pot are going to be distributed among everyone, therefore, if one person does not contribute, then there will be only $9 in the pot, and that will be it will be doubled to 18. And so this person who did not contribute, like everybody else, gets, instead of $2, gets $1.8. However, there's also the dollar that he saved. So he ends up with 2.8, which is more than he would have if he had cooperated. So when individuals cooperate, their payoffs are always lower than the individuals who do not cooperate. And the predicted outcome is that no one will cooperate and all players will receive zero benefits. Now, this is not what actually happens, because human beings do have a certain amount of sense of morality, and therefore they may feel a moral obligation to contribute, but the moral obligation is not sufficiently strong. So the theoretical prediction is that everyone will shift and that no one will contribute. But this is not actually what happens. So these situations are dilemmas because at least one outcome exists that yields greater advantage for all participants. Thus, the Pareto superior alternative exists. But rational participants making isolated choices are not predicted to realize this outcome. So there is a conflict between individual and group rationality, and the problem of collective action raised by social dilemma is to find a way to avoid Pareto inferior equilibria. Okay. All right. Now, there's a game which is a contrast to the prisoner's dilemma, and this is the stag hunt game, and this is studied by Brian Skirms and his group. So people in a population decide between hunting hare, which one can do alone, or hunting stag, which requires a cooperator. So it requires two people to hunt stag, but the stag is a big animal. And so if they do catch the stag, there is much more meat. So if they hunt stag together, then this is what they get. On the other hand, a person who hunts hare by himself, he gets 2 regardless of what the other one does. So if you hunt hare, you catch the hare, you don't need the other person's cooperation. So cooperation is crucial. If you ask your friend, will you help me tomorrow morning to hunt stag? And he says yes, but then he doesn't show up, in that case, you lost the opportunity to hunt hare. So that means that if you choose to hunt stag and he chooses to hunt hare, then he ends up with the hare anyway, they don't require, and you end up with nothing. Well, so that means that this is a good situation. 4-4 is good for both of them, but it requires cooperation, because if the other one does not cooperate, you end up with 0. Another problem, the centipede game. This is a very famous game, an extensive form representation of a 4-stage centipede game, which ends after 4 rounds with the money being split. So passing the coin across the table is represented by a move of R going across the row of the lattice, sometimes also represented by A for a cross, and pocketing the coin is a move D down the lattice. So here is how it works. So this is the start point. Right? And at this point, this player has to decide whether to go down, in which case he gets 1, or to go right. If he goes right, then the other player gets to decide whether to go down or to go right. Yes. Now, the way in which this is solved is by using backward induction. So you go to this last point and you say to yourself, if he's here, how will he choose? And you can see that if he goes down, he gets 4. If he goes right, he gets 3. So he will choose to go down, and therefore this becomes the solution. So now that means that this thing is crossed out. So now at this point, it is player one's move, and he has to decide whether to go right or to go down. And he's already decided that if he goes right, then player 2 will go down when he will get 2, whereas at this point, player 1 will get 3, so he chooses to go down. And this is crossed out. So now you go to this stage, and 2 has to choose whether to go right or to go down. And if he goes right, then player 1 will go down and will get 3, and player 2 will get only 1. Whereas if player 2 goes down, he will get 2. So he goes down, and this is crossed out. And now we come to this initial point, the start of the game, which is he says, shall I go right or shall I go down? If I go right, I will get 0. If I go down, I'll get 1. So he goes this, and this is. Okay, so now the point is that even though the payoffs over here are bigger for the 2 of them, the backward induction causes them to think this way. Now, experimental results show that when people are actually playing the game, they don't play that. So the Nash equilibrium is this, right? Now, several studies have demonstrated that the Nash equilibrium play is rarely observed. Instead, subjects regularly show partial cooperation, playing R for several moves before eventually choosing D. It's also rare for subjects to cooperate through the whole game. So there's a paper by McKelvey and Palfrey did experiments, and also Nagel and Tang. Now, as the states increase, the play approaches but does not reach Nash equilibrium play. And the reason for that is that if we go over here, then you can see that the payoffs are increasing only mildly, but they could increase maybe doubled or tripled at each round. And in that case, the temptation to go down right now becomes stronger. Okay. So that was the preamble, and now we come to part 2. And a person who's influenced me is Westcott is a person who put forward the point of view that each of us lives in our own world, right? That the world in which you live, your subjective world, is not the same as my subjective world, and people make their decisions in their subjective world. And therefore, the action that they would take in the real world, knowing everything, is not always the action that they actually take. So for here he's looking primarily at animals, but we can also consider our personal world can be our set of beliefs, or it could be our religion. In other words, we make our decisions not entirely in the real world, but in the real world as seen through our point of view, which is our personal. So each of us has a story which we can think of as a set of beliefs, hopefully consistent. We make our decisions in view of our beliefs, which may be probabilistic in the general case, but simple yes or no, as in this talk. Our beliefs are our envelope. Just as the shell of a tortoise is its envelope. So we live in a house which is our house of beliefs. Now, decision theory or single agent game theory tells us when to make the best choice in a game of us against nature. But nature has no desire to frustrate or further our efforts. Nature is mysterious, but not malign. Things change when there are other agents involved, then the best thing for us to do will depend on what they do. And they will think the same, and we predict their actions in terms of what we believe that we think their beliefs are. But how do we coordinate with others whose beliefs are different? So we address the issue of working together despite different beliefs. So the issue is, how can people who belong to different religions or have different background or different incomes, how can they cooperate anyway, despite the fact that they see the world differently? So each of us carries with us an envelope of beliefs, just as a tortoise carries its shell. Working with others, even we have compatible ends, requires reconciling respective shells. So how different is she from me? So let's say a husband and wife are trying to decide whether to go to a movie or trying to decide how to vote. Of course, your vote is secret, so the wife can say, I'm going to vote Republican and vote Democrat, or the husband can say, I'm going to vote Democrat and vote Republican. But when they're choosing a movie to go to, then of course they're going to the same movie. And so the desire of the two people have to be reconciled. So perhaps the husband wants an action movie and the wife wants a family movie. And each of them is aware of the taste of the other person. So I define later on a logical distance between two people in areas in which they can collaborate, and other areas where they will see each other as opponents, if not as enemies. So the resulting metric space or collection of metric spaces can be a subject of mathematical investigation. And later on, we'll see a proof that it is in fact metric space. So for an example, consider people who refuse to be vaccinated because they feel that vaccination is dangerous. We may reproach them and try to convince them of the error of their beliefs. But again, if their belief is sincere, we will be more charitable. So these points about the connection between knowledge and obligation are spelled out in my paper with Pakuit and Kogan. The paper is knowledge-based obligation. So this. It's a nice paper and you might enjoy it. Okay. So Van Rooij is a friend of mine. He's in Amsterdam, and currently I think he's the director of ILLC, right? And he works in what you might call Gricean implication. So, but this is not about Grice, it's just about. So he says in decisions under strict uncertainty and ordinal preferences, the decision problem can be modeled by a triple like T, E greater than or equal. So T is the set of states that the agent thinks are possible, representing her beliefs. E is the set of alternative actions that she considers, and greater than or equal to is a partial order on state action pairs. So let's, since we are only at slide 19, let me go. So when the agent can quantify her uncertainty, the problem is standardly called a decision risk. And in this case, the decision problem contains an additional probability function, P, which assigns to states their subjective probabilities. So in the following, the variable T ranges over worlds or states of nature. So this is what the world is like. The variable E ranges over possible actions we can take. And we assume that there is a preference over outcomes of particular actions in particular states. So ET less than or equal to E prime T means that if the state is S, then action E prime is at least as good as action E. So the payoff with E prime in state T is better than payoff. So let's suppose that T means it's raining and E prime is the action of taking umbrella, then E prime, then taking the umbrella is better than not taking the umbrella. On the other hand, if the state T is it's not raining, then the action of not taking umbrella is better, because why carry around the umbrella when it's not raining? Now, given two actions E and E prime and a set of states, so let's say that here is the set of all states, and then this is the part A. So if we believe that the state is only in here, we need not consider these states, right? And then we can say that action E prime is better than E if it's better in every single state in here. So E less than or equal to E prime means that if A is given, E prime is at least as good as E. We do not need to know T as long as it satisfies A. So let A and B be formulas. Each formula indicates a possible set of states of nature. And it's easy to see that if B implies A and E prime is better than E under B, under A, then it's also better under B. So let's say that this portion is A and this portion is B. So A is this entire area, and B is this smaller area. Now, if action E prime is better than E throughout this area, then it's also going to be better in this one. Clearly, when we choose an action, we prefer to choose a maximal action, and learning more makes it easier to find a maximal action. However, maximal actions need not always exist. They're rather like dominant strategies. So it could be so here is your E, here's your A, and then maybe E prime is better over here and E is better over here, so there is no dominant action. Okay. Now, order versus utility, roulette lotteries. Suppose that Sona prefers chocolate ice cream to vanilla and vanilla to strawberry. Then we know that her ordering is C is better than V and V is better than S. But we do not know if her utilities are 10, 9, 1, in which case vanilla is almost as good as chocolate, or they are 10, 2, 1, in which case vanilla is not much better than strawberry. So notice that the order of the numbers is the same as this order, right? So C bigger than V bigger than S, and 10 bigger than 9 bigger than 1, also 10 bigger than 2 bigger than 1. So if we are just choosing between two things, then if you're choosing between C and V, then it doesn't matter whether 10 is bigger than 9 or 10 is bigger than 2, we choose the 10. But we can, if you have a lottery, then things become complicated. So suppose we say to her, either you just pick vanilla, or I'll toss a coin. If it lands heads, she gets chocolate. If it lands, say, between B or a 50-50 CS. Now, if it's this case, then she will prefer V because the average of 10 and 1 is 5.5 and 9 is bigger than 5. So if this is the situation, she will choose the V. If this is the situation, she'll choose the gamble because average of 10 and 1 is 5.5, which is bigger than 2. So in this case, she would choose V, and in this case, she would choose the gamble. And so by giving her a choice under uncertainty, then we get something we need to know to find out something more about her preferences. Now, if there are utilities, then it becomes possible to compare UET with UE prime T prime, where T T prime are distinct, and we can ask people to judge even with T different from T prime. So we need not say, this is the situation, how do you choose? But we can say, if the state was T prime, would you prefer E or E prime, even though the current state is T? So if Zubin Mehta was the conductor rather than Saiji Ozawa, would you prefer the concert or a movie? But such tests are not available with animals. Humans are Popperian and make choices in hypothetical situations. It's not clear if animals do. And so let me recommend a paper and this is a joint paper. So J. Kim and Hartley. So Jongjin Kim was my last doctoral student. He's Korean and he's gone back to Korea. But essentially, we were looking at this. Namely, the Buddha would say, live in the present. Whereas Papa would say, think of what will happen in the future. And you might enjoy it. So it's in the journal, I think it's the journal of Buddhist ethics. So the idea is we humans are Popperian. We are constantly thinking about the future, but animals don't think about the future, or so we think. Okay, horse lotteries. I'll skip over this because there is not that much time. So this is a paper of Anscombe and Aumann. Okay, now the choices could be just be ordinal. This is better than this. Or there could be more information, so we could be able to say this is slightly better. Or this is much better. And to express those notions, we have a utility which is a number. So Et is bigger than or equal to E prime T prime if the utility of E in T is bigger than or equal to utility of U. So of course the utility tells you what the choices are. It also says that let's say in state T, E is preferred to E prime, but it doesn't say how much. But as if you are given the utility, then we can define this. Okay. Now the worst outcome of an action is the least you can get if you perform that action. So there are many states in here, and the action E has different utilities in different states, right? Now the safety or the security is the worst that you can get. So S of E star, so the security of an action E is the lowest utility you can get from that action. And now we can also talk about utility relative to some formula. So for example, we already know that some formula A is true, but we don't know which state satisfies is A. And then in that case, we can say SAA is the least utility. So the notion that's important here is security of an action. So in the following matrix, even E2 have security level 0 and E3 has security level 2. So E3 is safest. So notice that even has security level 0, even has security level 0, right? There are 3 states, T1, T2, T3, 3 possible actions, even E2, E3. So even yields utilities 4, 6, and 0, E2, 1, 0, and 5, and E3, 3, 2, and 4. So if you don't know anything, then E3 is the safest, because the least you can get with E3 is 2, whereas with E2, you can get 0, with even 1, you can also get 0. However, suppose we know that T3 is not in the running. In that case, we can ignore that portion, and now we see that even is the safest, and it has the security level of 4. So the security level always rises when we learn something, but the minimum over a smaller set is always as great as the minimum over a larger set. And now clearly 2 agents with the same utility but different information can differ on which is the safest action. Suppose that the actual T is T1. So this is the actual state. One agent only knows that it's not T2. So if he only knows that it's not T2, then he crosses out this, and now he compares, and you can see that E3 is the best. E3 is safety 3, E1 is safety only 0, and E2 is safety only 1. So E3 is the best. On the other hand, if another agent knows that it's not T2, so one knows that it's not T2, another one that it's not T3. So somebody knows that it's not T3, then he compares these three, and now E1 becomes the best because it has a safety of 4. So when you know something, then the action that you consider safest can change. Okay, I'm going to skip the probability and proceed. Okay, so whether a particular action is good or bad depends on what we believe, because we saw that the safety of an action depends on our knowledge. If we believe that a glass of wine is poisonous, then we will not drink it. Now, when more than one agent is involved and they are considering a pair of actions, then we will want the pair to be good for both of them. Otherwise, one of them will opt out. Also, if several pairs of actions are good, then they'll want a pair which is Pareto optimal, in a sense to be defined. They may also want the benefit to be as good for each as possible, and following Nash will define the notion of Nash optimality. Now, if agents have different beliefs but the same utilities, then a pair of actions considered good by one may be considered bad by the other, or simply not good enough. But the beliefs do not need to coincide for us to agree on a pair of actions. If we are choosing among several movies, there are differences in views between baseball and cricket, no matter how large may not be an obstacle. So here the issue is, two people have different beliefs and perhaps different utilities, and then how are they going to agree on a pair of actions, right? So, for example, if someone is selling you a car, then his utility is the profit that he's making, and your utility is the quality of the car that you're getting. And it may be that the two utilities can be reconciled, that he can sell you a good car at a good price for him, or they may not. So beliefs are expressed in language. So suppose that you and I share some language L. So suppose X is the set of my beliefs in L, Y is the set of your beliefs in L, and Z, which is the intersection of X intersect Y, is our common ground. So when discussing with you, I'm entitled to use members of Z and also members of X, which I've convinced you of. And I may also convince you to remove members of Y whose falsity I've convinced you of. But I may not use elements P and X such that not P is in Y. So let's say these are my beliefs, these are your beliefs, and these are the common beliefs, right? So then when evaluating something, I'll use this set. When evaluating the same action, you will use this set, and so you and I may come to different conclusions. So whether a particular action is good or bad, or whether a particular pair of actions is good or bad for one or both of us, will depend on our beliefs, and we'll investigate the connection between beliefs and judgments about actions. So suppose that one of you does an act A, which has utility outcomes for both of us, FET for me and GET for T, for you, and here we are assuming that the state is T, and we both know it. So the action is acceptable for both of us if the expected values of F, E, G, E are both positive. It is strongly acceptable if it's acceptable, and as with Nash bargaining, F, E cross G, E is maximized relative to other possible actions of yours. So Nash, there's a very famous paper by Nash, The Bargaining Problem. It's a very good paper. It's quite short, maybe 7 or 8 pages, and he lays out the problem very, very well. Okay. So these notions are relative beliefs. Suppose my total beliefs amount to some set X and yours to Y, and let the set of words which satisfy all elements of X be script B. And as far as I'm concerned, states in B are all that exist. I should compute FA cross GA over B and not over all possible. So suppose I'm proposing that we go out for a walk. If I believe that it will not rain and you believe that it will rain, we will evaluate this action differently. I may think that the value will be positive and you that it will be negative. So Purvita, how much time do I have?
Hello. Yeah, you have 10 minutes more.
10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So so let me proceed. So we assume there are two players A and B, and there is a finite space W of possible states and a finite set A of possible actions, and little p is the probability of W. There are two utility functions U1 and U2, such that Ui of WAB is utility to I if the pair of actions AB is performed and the actual state is W. So I could be A or I could be B. So A and B are negotiating which pair of actions perform depending on the expected consequences. And let X be a subset for W, then the expected value over XAB is the expected value of UIAB over board W. So when I'm considering whether to take an action or not, then I will do it over my state, and you will do it over your state. So let's consider this. And it's suggesting going to the movie a day at the races at the movie theater Roxy. So the usual ticket price is $15 per person, and cost-conscious Bob says it's too expensive because the total is going to be $1.30. Then Anne responds with, but today is Thursday and they have a 50% discount on Thursday. So her remark reduces the total expected cost from 30 to 15. And suppose Bob responds with B, you're right about the rule, but today is actually a Friday and there's no discount. So they have a disagreement over which formula A or B is true. So Anne says today is Thursday and Bob says today is Friday. Now the dispute can be resolved by simply consulting the calendar. Suppose that Anne finds the calendar and shows Bob that it's not Friday but Thursday. Then Bob replaces his formula B by A and they agree on the expected cost. And note that the conflict was resolved because Bob already had to believe the calendar is correct. So initially they disagreed on the cost of the movie because they disagreed on which day of the week it was. But then their beliefs converged as did their estimates of the cost of the movie. Okay, I'll skip this example. Suppose that Anne and Bob have pairs of actions A1, B1, AM, BM available to them. So they could do Anne does A1 and Bob does B1, or Anne does AM and Bob does PM. So this is a set of pairs of actions. and the expected benefits can be C1, C1 prime, CM, CM prime. So if they do AB, A1, B1, then the benefit to Anne is C1, the benefit to Bob is C1 prime. And we will assume that they're all positive from their individual points of view, but otherwise they will not bother to act. So a pair of actions is Pareto optimal if there is no other pair of actions which yields consequences for each of Anne and Bob, which are just as good as AB for both Anne and Bob and strictly better for them. So Pareto optimal means that it's not possible to improve. But there is also the other notion, the notion of Nash optimal, if there is no other pair of actions which has a greater product of payoffs. So it's clear that a Pareto optimal pair need not be Nash optimal. For instance, if $100 are divided between Anne and Bob, so that Anne gets 99 and Bob gets 1, then the division is Pareto optimal, because with another division, Anne would get less. So if you choose 98 for her and 2 for Bob, then Anne is worse off. So this was Pareto optimal. But it's not Nash optimal, because obviously the higher product would be 2,500, which each got 50. So Nash optimal does imply Pareto optimal. But suppose that utilities U, U prime are Nash optimal, but not Pareto optimal. Then there exists V, V prime, such that U is less than or equal to V and U prime is less than V prime. But then U cross V is less than U prime cross V prime, and UV was not Nash optimal. So Nash optimal is a stronger notion. It implies Pareto optimal, but Pareto optimal does not imply Nash.
Rohit,
Yes,
Rohit, we seem to have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. So now I'll skip to part 3. And Purvita has the file so people can get it. So here's part 3.
Yeah, sure.
So this is joined with Ramanujam and Jaya. Okay. So these are joint with Ramanujam and Shah. So in a by game, player A is simultaneously playing a game with H and B and also a game with C, but the objectives of the latter two are possibly opposed. So we can model this game as a pair of concurrent games and look for Nash equilibria. Alternately, player A can look for a compromise. As the common expression goes, she's of two minds, and so she can consider Nash bargaining solutions. Okay. So here's a puzzle from the ethicist in the New York Times, March 23. So this is a guy who writes to the ethicist. The ethicist is a professor at NYU who runs a column in the New York Times. So he says, I grew up in Idaho in a tight-knit family following the firebrand tenets of fundamental Christianity. So when I came out to my parents as gay in college, it ended with tears, screams, and a laying on of hands. In my mid-20s, I came out again, this time a letter sent from afar. I was determined to establish healthy boundaries with my parents, which led to years of silence between us. I tried to break that silence on more than one occasion, only to be blunted by their hope. Hopeful that context would change their thinking, I attempted to introduce them to my boyfriend one Christmas. My mother hung up on me, and again years of silence followed. More recently, my parents made a substantial effort to connect with me and the man who in 2018 became my husband. They even made a trip to our city and made a show of acceptance, telling my partner over dinner, "We love you." We were elated. Then during the COVID pandemic, my mother sent my husband, who works in healthcare, some disturbing COVID-19 disinformation. What began as civil correspondence escalated and ended with my mother telling my husband he would never be her son. So this young man is trying to decide how to resolve the situation because his parents do not accept the marriage, and of course his husband would like the right. So let's suppose that the person who posed this query is Bill, his gay husband is Jack, and Bill's parents are Pete. So consider a social occasion in which Bill would like his parents as well as Jack to be present. So there are two negotiating pairs here, PB, Bill with his parents, and JB, Bill with Jack. There is no negotiating pair PJ because they are not negotiating. So we represent the situation as two intertwined games. G1 is GPB and G2 equals GJ. So a formula model, suppose we have a number of agents ABC, for instance. We also have a number of propositional symbols, PQRS, and each proposition is controlled by one of the agents. Each agent has a preference on the truth assignment on PQRS, and given a truth assignment T and agent I, let VIT equals 1 if agent I likes T and equals 0 otherwise. So we also consider partial truth assignments. Oops. Partial truth assignments, where the values may be 1 for true, 0 for false, or star for undetermined. And a partial truth assignment extends partial truth assignment T prime if the value of T is the same as the value of T prime when P has been decided, and if the value of P is undecided, then TP may be 0, 1, or still undecided. Now, given a partial truth assignment T and agent I, we let VIT equals 1 if all total extensions of T have value 1. It's 0 if all total extensions of value 0, according to I, and VIT equals 1/2 otherwise, if some are 1 and others are 0. So the game proceeds as follows. Initially, all predicates have value star. Some agents say A has the next turn and must decide the value of some predicate P. So the current truth assignment's value is star for P. A chooses a truth value of P such that the resulting partial truth assignment is a value as high as possible. Then the next agent moves. Eventually, a total truth assignment is created, which may be liked by some agents and disliked by some others. So now we analyze the situation of Bill and his parents and Jack according to this model. So the moves are, Bill throws a party, Jack comes to the party, the parents come to the party, the parents approve of Jack, parents may approve of the marriage, and Bill decides to cut ties with his parents. So these are not, even though they look like a statement, that they are all yes or no. So Bill throws a party, Jack comes to the party, parents come to the party, and at this point, this is essentially, I'm almost done. Okay, so the parents approve of Jack, parents may approve of the marriage, and Bill may decide. So this is what happens. So the play proceeds and ends with parties given, Jack comes, parents come, the parents approve of Jack, the parents don't approve of the marriage, and Bill does not terminate his relationship. So this is a Nash equilibrium in the sense that no one can improve the position by changing a move under the move.
Rohit?
Yep.
Rohit, shall we close in a couple of minutes?
I'm done. We presented some examples, models, which discuss when and how people with different views can work together. And of course, this is work in progress. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Rohit. Shall I go?
Yeah.
So are there any questions? Now, I've sent the file to Purvita, so
Yeah.
anybody who wants to look at the slides can certainly get them from Purvita or from me.
I will share the slide to everyone.
So does somebody have any question? Or
Any question?
Can I have a, can I make a question? Can I make a question, please?
please,
Yeah,
Can I make a question?
yes.
yeah, please.
Okay.
Is there a
Yeah,
room
yeah.
Yes. Shall I
Hello?
close the
Yeah. I think you can close and then the question answer session.
Yeah. and stop share? Right. Okay, good.
So, sir, the paper is so nice. And
Yeah.
I have a question, just individuals about the individuals' interdependency, which we were talking about at the
Right.
beginning, actually.
Yeah.
So I think that interdependency leans towards intersubjectivity, and
Yeah.
that means only to share and
Yeah.
not to see the self-interest.
Yeah.
And interdependency again actually considers multiculturalism, a
Yeah.
theory of intercultural understanding that
Yeah.
phobias differences. A
Yeah.
culture always works as differences and not it is an identity.
Yeah.
So one would be wrong in observing culture as a self-enclosed world. Culture differences actually, held by the fusion of history and not by logic. One finds other within oneself in the mixture of cultures. As a result, what happens actually when sometimes we do not understand our motives, desires, or choices, we take help to understand ourselves through others.
Right.
Actually, the boundaries are always shifting. Now, I think that, the question of conflict and dilemma should not arise in this context. Otherwise, what is the use of entering into subjectivity and being interdependent? So I just want your reaction.
Well, the thing is that you are right, but the point is this is World Logic Day, right? So we have to replace your intuition with numbers, right? That's one answer. But the other answer is that between two people belonging to different cultures or different religions, there will be some differences between them which will arise because they are different religions. But there may also be areas in which they can agree. So, for example, let's say that a Jewish mathematician and an Israeli mathematician can work together on a problem, and the difference in religions will not matter, right? So that's why I introduced this metric space. The idea of the metric space is to measure the distance. And now, of course, you're quite right that this has to be looked at qualitatively and not in terms of numbers, but numbers help.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rohit. And since we are running a day, I'm sorry we have to cut out the discussion. Thank you, Rohit, once again. So now we shall proceed to the second part of the session. That is by Professor Ramanujam.
Right.
And after finishing at BITS Pilani, he worked in TIFR with Shyamchandra. And again, he has diverse interests, decidability, automata, game theory, model and temporal logic, and so on. Again, right now he is with Ajim Premji University. Instead of wasting everybody's time, I would request Ramanujam to give his lecture on consistency and check.
So I see Ramanujam in the background, and for a moment then I said to myself, Ramanujam has traveled to Kolkata for this meeting, but then I realized that even though many people are Bengalis, the meeting is being held in Chennai, right?
Yeah, I'm in Chennai.
Okay. So I assume that now Ramanujam is going to show his slides, right? I'll stay for a while, but it's already 11:30. So Ram, I apologize if I'm not here.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the.
So I'm just going to share the screen and this thing.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh,
Yeah, it's so much.
I just I hope that the sound will be okay. Yeah, I think. will be here. And that camera will open. They can see it from here. That's not a full screen. You are looking at the key standard. Standard.
Should I start? Can you all hear me? Online?
Yes.
Make it mute.
Yes, I'm mute. Can people online hear me?
Yes.
Anybody saying
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we start with now. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Thanks to the program committee for accepting my submission and for this opportunity. And it's a short talk, but you can still talk about some problems and offer no solution. So let me warn you right away. So actually, this started off an email from the Vice Chancellor of National Law School University, and expressing that she was extremely unhappy about the kind of logic that was being taught to law students. And that started me on a journey of reading. And I wanted to share some insights from that. There is nothing here that I can mathematize as yet, but I think there are very interesting questions for logicians. And I think, Rohit has been talking about logic for society. Perhaps the most important domain where logical considerations apply in society is that of law. Rights and duties have obligations have inherent conflicts that need to be resolved procedurally. And I think that is the last part is very important. It's not to, one part is to resolve conflicts using logic or doctrines or principles. Another is to resolve them using procedures, which have correctness issues. Computer scientists know a lot about all that. But the law brings up, I think, very interesting complexity in this. There is a popular example is the clash between the right to criticize and the right not to be insulted, which we are seeing plenty of in India today. And biggest challenge. Yeah. Hello? Yeah. So the biggest challenge is how to fit a new law within the framework of an existing law. Because you are unhappy with something and therefore you're modifying the law. But when you make the changes, what are all the cascades that happen? Now, this is a logical issue that very familiar to logicians as theory updates, but these are very complicated issues. So I'm just going to talk something. So what are the desired properties of a logical framework for legal procedures? Most fundamental thing is that we should be able to detect inconsistencies. And we should be able to somehow calculate consequences of modifying assumptions. And we need a notion of rational norm prescription and agency. Agency is very important because you punish people who don't do the right thing in law, right? This is very important. And but the thing is, individuals, and this is also very important. And I think the last part is the biggest challenge. So as I said, I don't have any particular logic to propose, but to talk about logical issues that come up. So here is a paper where some legal scholars who talk about what is the task of a court. Firstly, it's fact-finding, observing and aggregating evidence in the case into a collection of legal facts. Then adjudication, where you apply legal rules or precedents to the set of observed facts in order to have the case properly disposed. Justice Roberts at this point says that the basic principle of justice is that like cases should be decided alike. Actually, I've just quoted the phrase, the sentence goes on, it's a long sentence. Now, but then scholars are also bothered by the fact that you can say like cases should be decided alike, but there is plenty of evidence, lots of cases where people know that in very apparently similar cases, judicial outcomes are very different. Judges decide differently. So is it because they are differing in their interpretation of legal rules applicable? Then you could try to solve it by limiting future discretion. Maybe it arises from differences in what the judges infer from imperfectly observed evidence based on their personal beliefs and biases. This is possible, and a whole lot of analysis is about that. Maybe that means solution is better fact-finding, somehow constrain what to do about judges' biases, I don't know. Or outright judicial mistakes, lapses of attention. That's possible. And many judges are known to sleep through arguments anyway, right? And so maybe improve judicial incentives. So this is the sort of thing legal scholars seem to discuss a lot. Now, typically they say that, okay, constitutional law and all, don't worry about inconsistencies. It's been around for a long time. Every country, there is a lot of legal literature. People would find these. But the new stuff is bothering people. Climate law, now with data, a whole lot of privacy law, all these things. This is all happening too fast. And legal systems are extremely slow in opinions and people revising these. So there is this European climate law. The European Green Deal was introduced in 2019. And the climate law requires the Commission to check whether existing European Union legislation, as well as new legislative proposals, are consistent with climate policy objectives. And they have given some framework like better regulation guidelines, and they articulate this do no significant harm principle. Whatever you do, you should ensure that what you are trying to do does not do any significant harm. Okay. And last year, there is a WWF World Wildlife Forum did a big study of 21 case examples from 80 impact assessment studies, and they show several inconsistencies in across policy areas. And this sort of thing is what you would expect. Actually, if you look at any of these documents, I would be surprised if you formalized it and it didn't show inconsistencies. So consistency checking is actually a very serious problem that I'm just trying to say. There are many instances they do talk about consistency checking, but of course they are not. Algorithmic tools are not something that exists in that horizon, right? Because it's a very different community, but they use exactly the kind of terminology that I think people in theoretical computer science, model theory are used to thinking about. So what is very interesting to me is that do no significant harm is taken to mean absence of negative impact, but not seen as an action needed in consonance with certain positive directives that are there in the better regulation or Green Deal norms. And that's what leads to inconsistencies. And this is very easy to see in this particular case. Whole lot of compliance rules when you read about. There's a German case study from 2022. I think this is some compliances about automobile manufacturers. Germans are bothered about it. There's a lot of literature, apparently. And so you've got rules, and you want to check that, the processes that these manufacturers are giving are actually compliant, right? And then they show various kinds of rules, right? I mean, there is a rule which says that in general, money needs to be transferred before shipment of the product. Seems reasonable for a seller. But it also says somewhere else that shipment of the product cannot be delayed for payment if credit card details of the customer are already known, right? Okay. Now, these two things you can see already conflicts that are potential conflicts out there, right? And it also means prescriptions for process. And this is where the legal implications are very strong. Is it obligatory then to inform the customer of potential shipment delays in case the customer chooses not to make known the credit card details in advance, right? So supposing at the time when you are registering with me, you are not giving me a credit card details, and I didn't warn you that therefore you are likely to have shipment delays. Am I culpable if there are delays or not? What is the extent of culpability? Remember, these are legal issues, right? So that's why I'm saying details of procedure are extremely important in legal parlance, right? And they can have significant impact on ordering of the process events, right? So one rule says that a purchase request needs to be in an archived state when the case is closed. When you close the case, you archive it. Seems natural, right? I mean, for a rule for a process. But then somewhere else it says a purchase request has to be either in accepted state or in rejected state when the case is about to be closed. You don't close the case until you have settled it as you have accepted the request or rejected. I think people in this room, of course, how do you know that a case is about to be closed, right? Now, this is a real problem. But it's in human parlance, these things are very natural to think about. I mean, I see linear temporal logic formulas, I mean, right? When you write such things, right? There are lots of control and data flow aspects that are obvious. But the point is, this is not quite model checking of temporal logic formulas. That's the point. The intricacies are not only constraints imposed on the temporal ordering of events, but also sort of thing that Rohit was talking about, knowledge-based obligations. If you know something, you're obliged to do something. And if you didn't, you're liable, for punishment, after all, right? So compliance is serious stuff. And it involves a whole lot of other stuff, which is not just, but of course, I mean, it's very clear that something like the ordering of events and checking the sort of things that consistency checking that temporal logic people are used to is also there, but whole lot of other stuff is coming along. And I'll get to norms, right? Often assumptions are not made explicit, as in the credit card details case, then the obligation becomes one of legal interpretation. This is where justices play a major role. Judges. So once we know obligations and permissions, we could specify them in deontic logics, or perhaps their temporal extensions or even temporal epistemic extensions. But the legal analysis is not about that. It's about figuring out the obligations and permissions, right? It's not that you know what you're obliged to do or permitted to do. So you can write model formulas like obliged to do alpha or permitted to do alpha, right? Point is, you don't know what these are. And figuring these out is really a fairly difficult task. And legal inconsistencies arise principally because of lack of clarity in this process of figuring out. And I think this is where logic has a very important role to play. And agency complicates the issues considerably. There is a much analyzed thing in legal literature of the executive order, one particular executive order of President Trump, where the order was, a presidential order said, so he was very keen on no more new legislation, right? So if you introduce a new regulation, at least 2 prior regulations should be eliminated. This is a kind of a global order, and agencies were left completely in a quandary which ones to eliminate. On what rationale do you eliminate? President says, I don't care. If you introduce a new one, you must get rid of 2 old ones. Otherwise, you can't introduce a new one. So this started off a flurry of not only decision-making, legal issues, decisions. What is very interesting to me is that this, led to very important discussions on what agency means. Now, in India also, we know this. When government changes, all kinds of policies get reversed, right? Tamil Nadu here, sitting in Chennai, I know this repeatedly, how many times the policy fluctuations have happened, right? Of course, the thing is, I don't know what the legal issues involved in this. Question is, can policy change be unjustified, purely political, or even unacknowledged, not even explicitly stated? How can courts address this? What is the legal framework for this? Governments assume broad legal authority in this matter, but jurists have questioned this. In fact, Justice Neil Gorsuch of the US Supreme Court, in his majority opinion on the Chevron case, says the lower court's decision has permitted agencies to upset the settled expectation of the people by changing policy direction depending on the agency's mood at the moment. It's important to provide legal assurance to the public or those regulated that the rug will not be pulled from under them tomorrow, the next day, or after the next election. So basically, my point is the consistency that you are looking at is also temporal in nature, right? Certain consistency conditions are of the henceforth kind. You do this now, whatever you do later should be consistent with what you're doing now. The kind of obligation that comes in, that's what Justice Gorsuch is pointing out, is much more serious than obligation, open the door or not open the door, right? So this is like, okay. So Justice is talking about how an agency must always supply a good reason for a policy revision, cannot leave unexplained inconsistency, and must address underlying facts and circumstances relevant to the earlier and new action. I've just put those phrases in quotes because this is clearly an invitation for logic, right? This is what we want formal logic and what formal logic is very good at. The problem is that many of these aspects are liable to multiple interpretations. Checking consistency requires first an assessment of the legal framework and the powers they confer. Are you empowered to make that change at all? Always important are the statutory criteria, goals, and procedures that guide the agency's choices. So checking requires comparing the old and new policy and justifying the change through legally required procedures, engaging with the old grounds and contingencies and any new variables. So if you look at what kind of, again, now if I look at not so much about legal scholars, but legal philosophers, what they say. So they consider the law as a system of norms. Now, a whole lot of questions are obvious from that, and people study them is, can norms be true or false? Are they are they propositions? How are we to determine whether a given norm is actually a member of a legal system? Does my legal system have this norm or not? How are the norms of the system to be interpreted and applied? So a lot of the legal philosophy literature seems to be essentially on these issues. Is the system consistent? Of course, is it complete? This is the kind of questions that one could ask. And von Wright, philosopher who's very influential in this area, talks about, he says, we need to account for normative consistency. Your norms should be consistent, not in terms of the absence of norm contradictions. Don't simply think of this as every norm is a proposition, this is a proposition P and this is not P and I'm looking for contradictions. But he says, in terms of what a rational course of action could be for the norm giver. If I'm proposing these norms, am I showing some rationality? And remember, we are talking about norms, persistence of norms across time, across various, and philosophers distinguish between, rules and guidelines and various kinds of rules that constitute norms. Duty imposing rules, certain things you've got to do. As a citizen, it's your duty to do certain things. Permissive rules, certain things that you can do. You can go anywhere and, buy a house, right? Not obvious at all, right? In certain parts of India, there's a problem, right? And you can go set up shop anywhere, okay, in principle. Competence rules are power conferring rules. Anyone over the age of 21 can leave a will, right? So basically, it changes your legal status from where you can give away your property, you cannot give away your property, to where you can give away your property. And that happens by an intentional act. Right? It's very important that you have to actually sign, take the trouble, notary, etc., and that enables a change of legal state here, as opposed to qualification rules, right? A child born to an Indian mother is an Indian citizen. This is just an event. An event causes the change of legal status out there. So whole lot of such things. I'm just giving some examples to point out that there's nothing obvious about the formal status of these rules, right? It's not, one should not in a hurry to simply write this as for all x px and implies qx, etc. And because they are of very different kinds, and the kinds matter to the legal philosophers, therefore they should be taken seriously, right? So in the case of legal issues, there is also competence. What is this legal competence or power? Is to have the ability or possibility to change legal positions by performing a special competence exercising act, is what they call, such as a declaration of will. And this is other than simple obligation or permission, right? Two norms conflict if and only if both norms are applicable in the same situation. And while the agent is able to act in accordance with each norm individually, they're unable to act in concordance with both norms in the situation, right? So it's not just that it's a propositional inconsistency that we are talking about, but that individually I can act according to each of these norms, but together I can't act with both. This is the kind of thing. But what do you mean by unable to act? That is where we are talking about notions like legal competence. Do I have the legal power to do that, right? And not just lack of permission, right? So this is the sort of thing that we do. So, and inconsistencies arise because of, not only because of logical impossibility, but also because of physical impossibility or incompetence to do distinct prescribed actions at the same time. Inability rather. Now, this could be due to norm system or due to the agent. The sort of thing that we saw with the European climate law. Now, there is a state under EU law is obliged to advance free trade, but under domestic law to avoid certain items due to its climate policy. But then this one is incompatible with the advancement of free trade. So here, the inability or legal incompetence is due to the norms themselves. So it's arising from the norm system. Or situation has where I have entered into 2 contracts at different points in time, but as a result of which I'm obliged to attend 2 meetings at the same time in different parts of the same city, and I can't. So this is again incompetence, but of a different kind where the agent can be held responsible. Here, it is not the norm system that is to blame. Okay, and so on, right? So norms relating to legal contingencies are different from conditional norms. I'm just saying in case in deontic literature, there's a lot of discussion on conditional norms, but I'm saying actually these people are talking about something very different. So, and Alforan and Bulligan have a, extensive discussion on distinguishing norm propositions and norms. I don't want to say, but the point is that when you say A is permitted, that is actually quite ambiguous because the strong sense says there is a norm by which you are permitted to do this. Weak sense says there is no norm that says you can't do this, right? And both are legally quite okay, right? So what applies where is a matter, and this is where judicial discretion becomes extremely important. And deliberately, I've written it as first order modal logic formula, and in fact, of a particular kind. In fact, the role of negation, when you say an act is not permitted, right? So if I put a not in the formal one, it's a kind of an external negation, and the other one is an internal negation. And these philosophers have discussed some of these things at law. Now, there is also a very important question is, do the laws of logic apply to norms or rules? Because they have been discussed in the context of propositions. And if you're distinguishing these, do they apply? Quine says follow the maximum of minimum mutilation, right? So in that sense, okay, might as well assume this and go ahead, but keep it in mind, right? So first order modal logic seems sufficient to describe many of the doctrines discussed in the literature. I'll just leave it at that. I would say that if you use these diamond and box modalities to talk about obligations and permissions, actually you can. What is my main problem is that the semantics of this modalities is completely unclear, right? So there is a sense in which with first order modal logic, you can actually make progress, but I think a lot of work needs to be done before we understand the class of models. Formalization of power conferral. How do I transfer the power to you? And legal agency seems quite intriguing. It's not simply a matter of putting an index and says that, A is permitted, B is not, etc. What is the role of A and B and how? Judgments often refer to collective agencies such as a government or cooperation or a corporations as if it were individual agency. But legal scholars do debate the distinction, right? In fact, justices would actually ask you, did you do this to the lawyer who is representing the government to ask, did the government? But is the government a single agent in the sense that the arguments are built on? So on the other hand, the legal domain has extremely rich data sets. So we can also infer some reasoning from data, right? This is all written down. Everything is written. Records are kept. So there's a lot of data available, and some people are doing data intensive analysis of these as well. Formal analysis on one sense is needed. Formalization, theorization is needed. Some learning from data is needed. How all this will come together, we don't know. But the main point is that large-scale reasoning of a kind is possible today, which we couldn't have thought of earlier. Okay. Do we have a formal logic in which legal procedures can be studied? No, we do not. The need is clear, especially in the context of consistency checking. We need to spell out the desiderata for logical legal frameworks clearly and analyze them before undertaking formalization. I would say that I think it's very premature to formalize it, mathematize it precisely yet. We do need to try, but I think there are fairly important underlying issues to be analyzed and understood. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So the question was, can data science, ML, right, machine learning, artificial intelligence can help? So I have seen at least 2 or 3 studies. One of the things that I referred to, the compliance rules, people have done quite a bit of ML based thing. They've actually, the main problem is that you need to have those records available digitally so that they can have access. So that process is still on. I believe that UK has a very large scale project on legal databases from which they have been doing machine learning based studies. The Germans have. So I don't know enough about all this stuff. I'm just saying I've seen papers where people talk about these things. So I suspect, and as I said, these are very rich data sets. So one would expect more to happen along these lines. But formal analysis, as I said, I've even seen LTL formulas. I've even seen somebody trying to use model checking to do some of this. But I would say early days to have any clear picture. It's more like I can do this, therefore I do it. Right? I know I'm being unfair to some people.
I want to say that no logic for such legal rules can be reached. I think because society is continuously undergoing changes, so there are newer rights, and so it's difficult to frame a particular logic for that. And also the rules are thinking in such a manner that we have to reshuffle the logical system every time. So that's why maybe one reason why we cannot frame the system.
Okay. So, I mean, there is this question, but in principle, can there be a logic for this? Right? Now, I mean, one great thing for me was that, if nothing else, the learning from 20th century is that we talk about logics rather than logic, right? So, and I think that's okay. Probably there are many logics that we can think about, right? And we can even combine logics, can think of many forms of reasoning. And remember that automated tools are possible today for reasoning in a way that we couldn't consider. I understand fundamental legal doctrines, fundamental logical questions. As I said, I even raised this question of, is there a, can you have a formal logic of norms, right? So I do see in principle questions, but there are also some pragmatic possibilities using algorithmic tools, using data, which could perhaps help. I mean, like the analogy to me is between theorem proving and use of proof checkers, right? So today, the automated theorem, semi-automated theorem provers, proof checkers, the kind of role they can play in mathematics, right? Increasingly, we see that there is a plenty you can do of assistance. Same sort of thing, I believe, is likely to happen. Possibly. Possibly.
Inferences in regarding about this legal issues. My question is, what kind of argument we will talk about? Whether we are an inductive argument because we are depending on some previous, evidences, and or we can even talk of deductive argument.
Yeah. So the thing is, the point about formalization is that all these, in principle, we can formalize as theories, right? So even existing evidence, earlier cases, you can call them theories. So, and then you can talk about deduction from a theory, right?
It can be a competition.
I suppose so, but I am trying to say it can simply be deductive theories. Formalized as deductive theories. I think so. Question is about what the theories are, what is the particular kind of logic.
Oh, we are
Thank you.
running out of time, sorry, we don't stop. Yeah, during the call, we. Our next speaker is Professor Baba Srinivasan. After finishing her studies at Western Michigan University, She completed her doctoral work at Anna University, where she is now. And she is going to take us on a journey to the Mimamsa inspired logic. Viewers.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm Bama.
You speak for about 22 minutes. or something.
20 minutes, fine. Yes, okay. At the outset, this is a outline with which I'll be speaking on. First, it consists of three parts. First one would be based on the Indian philosophy of Mimamsa, from where we got the logical inspiration. The second is the actual logical formalism which we constructed. And the third part would be how we applied in the computer science domain. And I would like to thank a number of people, but this work is along with my supervisor, PhD supervisor, who's still guiding me through, is Dr. Anjani Parthasarathy, has now retired, and she would also be watching this online. And another teacher, my teacher's teacher, this is erudite scholar Vidwan Shri late Gopala Desikan, Mimamsa Shiromani, from whom we learned Mimamsa. And another person is Professor Jam, whom we used to disturb him often in IMSC for the formalism. Thanks. Yeah, just about the introduction. And if you see the three diagrams, the three circles, the first is the Indian philosophy Mimamsa. It's there. There are many concepts there, but we took only a few of it from there. The second one is the formalism. And we actually taken only a handful of the concepts from there. And our main focus was, because we are in the computer science field, we would like to apply in the domain regarding the logical perspective. So the middle portion that we see here, it is the intersection of the three parts. My first part is on the logical, say the Indian philosophy of Mimamsa, from where we got the inspiration from. Say the shloka goes here, Angani Vedas Chatvaraha, Mimamsa Nyaya Vistaraha, Puranam Dharma Shastram Cha, Vidya Heta Shadurdisha. This shloka is informing us about the 14 domains of knowledge, and that consists of the 4 Vedas, 6 Vedangas, then Nyaya, Mimamsa. Nyaya is actually the Indian logic, and Mimamsa is how to interpret Vedas, and Puranam and Dharma Shastram. All those give knowledge. And regarding Mimamsa, it is from the sage, authored by sage Jaimini around 200 BC. And there are two types. One is the Karma Mimamsa, and another one talks about the Vedanta. Right now, we are focusing on the Karma Mimamsa part that deals with actions. And the text of Mimamsa is arranged in 12 chapters. The first verse goes like this. Inquiry into the nature of Dharma. And when we talk about Dharma, it is the real righteousness, how to do actions. And those actions are prescribed in the form of Vedic injunctions. Here again, 2 examples. First one, perform Agnihotra, that indicates Dharma. And another one is a prohibitive action, perform Shena, to kill enemies. There are many types of actions that are being specified, out of which the 3 basic karma, or the actions that are defined as the Nitya Karma, or obligatory sacrifice, Naimitika Karma, or occasional sacrifice, and third one is the Kamya Karma, the utilitarian sacrifice, and out of which Nitya Karma and Naimitika Karma both specify that the actions are to be done. You have to perform an action, and if it is not so, you will not get good results. If you do good results, if you do action, you will get good results. And this forms an inspiration for the reinforcement learning, which I'll be taking through. And the main concept with which we targeted this formalism was based on bhavana, or the motivation aspects. There are 2 types of bhavana that Mimamsa specifies. One is the Shadi bhavana, which is at the psychological level, that happens within the mind before performing an action. And another one is the Arti bhavana, which is the actual activity level where the actions are to be performed. Say, all those are specified in the kind of a formula that is specified in Mimamsa as what is the objective, how do we achieve the objective, and what are the instruments. So if we classify the column-wise, for Shabdi Bhavana, the objective is generating Arti Bhavana, or generating the action itself. The instrument is knowledge of verbal termination. In Sanskrit it is lin, but when we talk in English, it is do. When we say do this, that do indicates the action to be performed. And auxiliary is for Shabdi Bhavana is eulogy or criticism. In the sense, suppose we want to perform an action, there should be an eulogy. Suppose I want to write an exam, I have to get good marks. That good marks is the eulogy that I'm expecting. So that is at the psychological level. Whereas at the actual activity level, it is the objective of the real sacrifice itself. For example, if we take perform Agnihotra to attain Swarga, that Swarga is the objective. And the instrument is the actual performance itself. And the procedure that involves the instruction interpretation form the auxiliaries. And in Mimamsa, the injunctive statements are typically classified into Vidhi, Nisheda, and Arthavada. Vidhi, just I'll go through this example, say, tell the truth, which is a positive injunction. Prohibitory, which is do not harm others. Arthavada, where there is a supporting statement that which supports the injunction. And another type of the injunctive and the non-injunctive statement, where it can be seen is Hetu Madbhava. Suppose the example is, if it is raining, take an umbrella. That part of if it is raining, it is a condition for the action to be performed, which the second part is just to take an umbrella. I don't know whether it is clear, but there's the different levels of classification that Mimamsa specifies. The first one would be this part, would be the principal injunctions, the auxiliaries, and the qualification, injunction of qualification, which is Adhikara Vidhi. This portion talks about different types of ordering techniques. In Mimamsa, it is Krama. And in the left side is the restrictive and exclusive injunction. And for each of these, I'll give an example so that it's clear. And the other type of classification is Gunavidhi and Palavidhi. Gunavidhi is that with auxiliaries, and Palavidhi is instruction that enjoining fruit. Another two rules that we had from Mimamsa is the obligatory rule, which is Samuchaya, and the optional rule, which is Vikalpa. In Samuchaya, suppose an example is take pen and take paper. Both actions are to be performed, but the ordering is not necessary. That's we formed under the Samuchaya. And optional rule is or the Vikalpa, where there are two actions to be performed, which lead to the same purpose. And based on these concepts, we actually derive the formalism. The motivation of our formalism is, which is the intention. The objective is to intention to achieve the goal. That is our main requirement of this formalism. And how do we achieve it is through the interpretation techniques specified according to Mimamsa. And here we have taken only a few of those that are described above. And how the instruction is executed, how the action is performed is by means of three values. Instead of true or false, because it is imperative, we try to formalize it to three values. It's a tri-valued logic, which is S, V, and N. S stands for satisfaction if the instruction is executed, violation if the instruction is not executed, and if there is no intention to reach the goal, N. Here, the N forms the main criteria for our formalism. And these are some of the examples of the Mimamsa side of interpretation where we have incorporated into our formalism. First is Vidhi, example I've given, return the paper. Nisheda, do not take the pen, or any prohibitive statement will come under Nisheda, or the negative unconditional imperative. Palavidhi is injunction enjoining the goal. Example is to write, take a pen. Hetu Madbhava, it is a condition for the instruction to be performed. Other one is the Shruti Krama, where the ordering is possible, write on paper, then fold it. So there are two actions in the sequence. Samuchaya is conjunction and Vikalpa is exclusive disjunction. So that's the first part of my talk. And the second part will deal with how we incorporated Mimamsa into our formalism. And this is the syntax, the language of imperative. It consists of I, R, P, B, where I is a set of imperatives, R is a set of reason, P is a set of propositions or proposition that contains subgoals, and B is the binary connectives. And here, R, P will take only the propositions. And the formation rule, these are the formation rule. I will leave this slide so that we can go through later. I'm just going through the last formula here. The first one is an imperative itself. And this imperative I will consist of both positive as well as negative imperatives. The second portion is the Palavidhi, which is instruction enjoining goal. The third part is the conjunction. The fourth part is the exclusive disjunction of two instructions. This part, it is the action, two actions coming in sequence, or two instructions that can be specified in sequence. The last part is the reason for the action to be performed. And these are some of the deduction rules that we have specified in our formalism. The first one is the conjunction introduction. This part is the conjunction elimination. The third part is the disjunction elimination. And this is very similar to modus ponens. This is similar to modus ponens, and this is very similar to whatever, if suppose if X is assumed, that leads to Y. Then we are defining X that implied by WY, which can be substituted with tau phi, tau in this case of reason. In this case, it is two instructions in the sequence. And in this case, it is in instruction with supporting to the goal. And in the semantics, we have defined the action performance table with 3 values, and those are evaluated as per this order. An imperative is satisfied if an action is performed, violated if the action is not performed, and if there is no intention to reach the goal, then it is N. For tau and theta, which is the reason and the goal, it is the proposition values itself which take the value of true or false. And based on which the evaluation of the unconditional imperatives, we have defined as if the positive imperative is belonging to one portion, then the negative imperative is V. And in our formalism, there is no negation operator. And this is again inspired from the Mimamsa, where one imperative is not the negation of the other. So we have different set of containers, can be assumed as different containers, one for positive imperative and another for negative imperative, and there's no connection between the both. For conditional imperative enjoining the goal, this is the action table. When the action is performed, say, you can take the example here. A person is, I need to be healthy. And if this intention is true, and if the person walks, then the whole imperative is satisfied. So the imperative is walk every day for 45 minutes, where theta is to stay healthy. This is the intention that arises in the mind, whether it is true or false. And if it is true, and if it's actually working, then it is the value occurred as S. In other cases, when there is no intention, it is N. And if there is an intention and the imperative is violated, then it is V. Similarly, we have formulated for imperative enjoining sequence of actions, where there are two imperatives that enjoining a sequence, where only when the first imperative is satisfied and the second satisfied, then the whole imperative stands satisfied or violated or N accordingly. The third case is imperative enjoining reason. This case is where the condition is available already, which is a proposition. Suppose a pen is available and then take a pen, then it is satisfied, so the entire imperative stands satisfied. And there's a conjunction of imperatives. And here, first imperative leads to a different goal, the second imperative to a different goal. The conjunction happens between the two imperatives, and that gets satisfied, or if one of it is violated or N, the other takes, the whole imperative takes V or N accordingly. And similarly, it's a disjunction of imperatives. Disjunction, it's only exclusive in the disjunction that we have followed. There is no inclusive disjunction in our formalism. So in this case, if one of the imperative is S, then the value attains S, otherwise it is N. And in this case, both columns have the same purpose, whereas in conjunction, it is a different purpose. There it is the subgoals, and here it is going to have the same purpose. the third part of my talk, and interested, the soundness and completeness we have given in a paper which is published in Logica Universalis that I have not given here. And I'm straight away going into the applications of computer science. And we have really published 3 to 4, apart from this, applications. One is AI planning, another one is special education. But here I will talk about 3 different applications. One is the robotics, and this robotics example I've taken from the LTL specification with respect to our work, which is called Mira. So this is a running example. A robot moves from the location hall to porch. If the robot sees a person, it has to switch on the camera. The locations hall and porch are adjacent to each other, and robot starts in hall with camera in off position. So this is the description given. And the top portion is how the LTL mob specification is given according to the linear temporal logic formulas. At the same case, using Mira specification we have given here. For the same example, this is how the state space looks like. Suppose the porch and the hall are adjacent to each other, and the box width across that indicates camera in off position, and here it is camera in on position. So the robot is in hall with camera in off position. If it sees a person, then it switches on the camera. So in this diagram would give an indication of the number of states possible with respect to LTL mode. Whereas in Mira-based approach, this problem will not arise due to the explosion of states. We can just represent it using a simple graph with one location as hall and another location as porch, with the instruction from hall go to porch. And another difference that we have seen is in the LTL mob based, say the robots, once it is in hall and another one it is in porch, it is evaluated to true or false value. You can see here, when the time is 21:10:41, it is false, and at 49, it is true. But the difficulty is, suppose the robot is broken and someone keeps the robot from this end to the other end, then it would still be true. This case will not arise with Mira formalism because the values are coming from the agent side, from the robot side, and not from the state side. So that comes into the second application, which is the reinforcement learning. And on the left side, you would see the typical reinforcement learning model that is seen in the present computer science era, where there is an agent and environment, the rewards and the states. The rewards are arising from the environment side. But from the other side, the right side, the Mira-based approach, we are giving the reward is associated from the agent side rather from the environment side. So again, with respect to linear temporal logic, the reward is given as 1 if there is a sequence of states from which the robot or the agent moves. It's actually leading to 5. If it is otherwise 0, otherwise. Say if there is agent is not moving to that particular location, then it is 0. The proposed method with respect to Mira is 1 if the imperative is evaluated to S, otherwise it is 0. Whether if it is going to be V or N, it is going to be 0. An example is given here. This is a room which consists of 0 to 5 parts. The agent is presently at room 2, and he has to move to 5. So through Mira representation, we can give in this fashion. From room 2, this part is Hetu Hetumad, the conditional part. And from room 2, he can go to room 3, and either to 1 or through 4 and 5. So that can be specified with the evaluation criteria that we have mentioned, and eventually the reward in this case is going to be 1. Instead, if the agent intends to go to room 0, it will be evaluated to N according to our case, and on that situation, the reward will lead to 0. The third application that I'm talking about is the automated reasoning part. There's a very famous problem in monkey AI, which is the monkey world. Here you would see a monkey at the door. There is a banana at the middle of the room, and there is a box near the window. The problem goes like this. The monkey has to come to the window, push the box to the middle, climb on the top of box and grasp bananas. For this, the top portion, this portion is through the prologue and the search and the prologue implementation, and after that, the search that you have incorporated here is given, where the states are at door, on floor. The first indicates monkey is at door, the monkey is on floor, the box is at window, and the monkey has to climb. And after climbing, here there's no point of going through the goal. So he has to backtrack, go here, climb, grasp, and you could see the number of states with representation. For this type of representation, we could use Mimamsa representation and reduction rules that will give the goal as banana using, again, this point, where there is no change of states for P2 dash on floor, on box, from here to here, on box, middle, has not to has. Here, there is no change in state at all, except for has not and has. In this case, we can combine the sequence of actions into one, and this will lead to the number of the exponential states will be minimized as our type of approach. So in conclusion, we have done extensive work on the Mimamsa-based interpretation and how we can put that into a logical formalism so that it is useful in many domains in real-time examples. So, and from Mimamsa, we have just touched the tip. It is at the tip of the iceberg that we have touched. There are many other concepts that are available, which we are yet to study, and those will definitely reveal some intricate interpretation, which will be useful for many domains. And the logical formalism that I talked about is still being fine-tuned, and there are again speakers here who are critiqued and who are trying to make the formalism more intact. So we are still doing that. And third, that wherever actions are involved, Mira could be applied, and we are working on those areas as well. These are some of the references. Thank you. Yes.
Certain people, there are ways to incorporate that, where your robot wants to do a certain action, but is not sure whether it will open. I mean, maybe there is this. They say in general, when there are actions, there can be uncertainty.
So we have right to not handle uncertainty, but we would definitely be, we are thinking in that angle. Maybe the consistency that you have mentioned in the previous ways. We have certain concepts, especially in Mimamsa, there are certain ways where at one place it would say one thing and the other place it would say another thing, and how they are evolving at the consistency is a major aspect that we can bring in that. The second one is special education. Those things they can be something and they want to speak in the so the aspect from our direction and from our understanding is for the special education. And here is school of where we are collaborating and we are also this formalism how we have applied. We are working on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So the last speaker of the session is Professor Umang Mathur. Umang, are you there?
Can you hear us, Umang? Hello?
Are you there?
No, Umang, please unmute yourself. You are muted.
Yes, yes. So I'm here. It's just that I was having some trouble with sharing my screen. So if you can give me like 1 more minute, I think I would be able to fix it.
Okay. Our next speaker is Professor Umang Mathur.
Umang, can you please turn on your camera for a while? Yeah, great.
Yes.
Good. We see you now from the National University of Singapore. And he did his doctoral work at Advara with Mahesh Sunakar. He is going to speak on partial equivalence for causal concurrency. Yes, Umang. So you will speak for about 20-22 minutes. Then if you need, we will have discussion. Go ahead.
Okay. So you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's thank you for the opportunity for giving this talk. I just want to make a disclaimer that this is probably a little different from the rest of the talks where the talks are sort of more catered towards licks and I mean very code logical talks. My talk is more towards if I had to really categorize the talk, it's more towards coming up with algorithms and for cater to some applications. But then when we wanted to look at some these applications and these efficient algorithms, we really had to go back and look at some algebraic constructs like trace theory. So this talk is going to be very high level, and if you're interested in more details, I would really encourage you to go and look at the paper which has been recently published at POPL, which is a programming languages conference, POPL 2024. So with that, let me get started with what are called Mazurkiewicz traces. So perhaps some of you may not be familiar with this, but this is like a classical algebraic formalism for modeling executions of concurrent programs, right? So and the core idea here is that if you have a concurrent program, then you just by looking at one execution of that concurrent program, you can think of that execution as an interleaving of different actions coming from different threads. So just by looking at one possible execution, I can in fact infer a lot many other executions, and in some sense they're all equivalent. Okay, and the core construct of inferring these other executions based on the first execution is commutativity. All right. So let me sort of go to the definition here. So typically here you're looking at alphabet, which is a finite alphabet, and the objects of that you want to consider are strings, and you want to talk about equivalences on these strings. And the Mazurkiewicz trace formalism basically says you equip your alphabet with an independence relation I over here, and this independence relation is supposed to be irreflexive and symmetric. And now together sigma comma I will induce a equivalence on sigma star. What is the definition of this equivalence? It's the smallest equivalence, which is such that if I look at two independent letters, A and B, then in any context, W1 and W2, meaning any context where A, B appear next to each other, the string that I will obtain by just flipping B and A is also equivalent to this. So it's the smallest such equivalence. Okay, and in other words, if I have to reason about two strings, whether or not they're being equivalent, I essentially have to show that from the first one, I can go to the second one using a sequence of swaps of consecutive letters where each swap only swaps independent letters. And of course, we're going to use this notation for a string. If I have a string W, then its equivalence class is denoted with this box symbol. Okay, so this formalism in terms of applications in computer science, finds many applications. So for applications such as verification, a very classic example is that of model checking, where if you have a concurrent program, you essentially want to explore all behaviors. But then because these behaviors are in some sense similar, you don't want to look at all behaviors, but maybe you only want to look at one behavior from every equivalence class. So here the notion of equivalence is Mazurkiewicz traces, for example, right? Similarly, some of my work has been around detecting bugs, and again, detecting bugs in concurrent programs. And the key idea here is that I look at an execution of a concurrent program and then find and look for a bug. You can think of a bug as just a language. So I just look for membership of that execution in some language. Now, instead of just doing that, I can instead also ask, is there something equivalent to the execution that I observe that belongs to the language? And if I can answer that question efficiently, it basically means that I have enhanced the efficiency or the coverage of my testing technique. And if you go and ask people in the industry, they're actually doing all of these things. So I just want to sort of make a point that computer scientists and even people who are deep into practice are also motivated to look at these questions. So just to give a little bit more flavor of what are these Mazurkiewicz traces, again, they have been studied very well in the language theory literature, and there are algebraic characterizations. There are also these operational view of understanding of these Mazurkiewicz traces using swap sequences. So, for example, if I have this string over here, I can commute B and A, let's say, because they're independent, and then I'll get to this string. And now I can commute B and C because they're independent, which will give me this string. And maybe I choose this CB here, which let's say are independent, in which case I'll get to this. So that's like an operational view. And then there is also a natural partial order understanding of these objects. So if I have a string, from that string, I can construct a partial order where every node in the partial order is essentially an occurrence in the string, and it's labeled with the label of that occurrence in the string. And the edges are determined by the independence relation. So a node U has an edge to another node V if they are not independent, meaning they're dependent. Okay. And because the string is a total order, you will get a partial order like that. And they're all equivalent in the sense that if I want to look at, the set of linearizations of this partial order is essentially the equivalence class, is essentially an equivalence class. And that is also the equivalence class that you will obtain by, doing this swap operations consecutively. Anyway, there are sort of many interesting properties about these, about Mazurkiewicz traces. And let me not go into some of these details here, but one interesting question that and a lot of these applications that I look at comes up often is this notion of check order or checking concurrency. So let me tell you what that question is. It basically says if you have a string W, and let's say you are given two events. So events are occurrences in the string, such that E1 appears before E2 in that string. You have to answer whether there is an alternative equivalent string W prime in which the order of E2 and E1 is flipped. So this question, for example, comes in applications like, let's say I want to do data race detection. So in some sense, data race is essentially asking the same question. Can I flip the order of events so that now I have different behavior? Right. So that's essentially the flavor of this question. And this question comes up in other applications as well. So just to give a more grounding to this question, here is an execution. You can think of it as a string. Every string is every label or the alphabet of the string is basically a pair. The first thing tells you the thread ID, and the second thing tells you whether it's a right X or a right Y or A or B, right? And here you are asked whether, let's say, the first occurrence of A and the first occurrence of B, you can flip them. So that's the question I'm asking. Now, of course, I'm interested in algorithms for answering this question. And it turns out that for Mazurkiewicz, equivalences, this question can in fact be answered in a very efficient algorithm. By efficient, I mean it works in a constant space, one pass streaming fashion. All right. And the sort of key idea here is that if I'm given E1, E2, so you can think of the input as, as marked with these special letters that demarcates E1 and E2. And now my job is to check if I can flip them in an alternative thing. Now, how do I check this? I basically say that the algorithm essentially utilizes the fact that if A and B are ordered are ordered the same way in every execution, in every equivalent string, then it must be the case that there is a chain of events in this part between E1 and E2, and every edge in that chain is actually a dependence chain. Right? If that happens, then E1 and E2 are ordered in every equivalent, otherwise they're not. And somehow you can translate this insight into a constant space algorithm. All right, so for the purpose of the application that I'm interested in, I'm interested in answering the question of, can I generalize Mazurkiewicz trace theory so that I get bigger classes? So meaning, can I make these equivalence classes, coarser? And once I'm able to do that, I will essentially be able to, let's say, enhance the coverage of my testing techniques or make my model checkers faster. Okay, so that's the whole pursuit. Okay, so this is just to say the same thing that I've already told before. In the case of shared memory concurrent programs, the particular alphabet that I look at looks like this. So letters are pairs of t comma write x or t comma read x, where t and x come from some finite sets. And then independence is defined in this particular manner. You say two things are independent if, number one, the threads are different, and either the variables themselves are different, x1 and x2 are different, or if the variables are the same, then both of them have to be read. In other words, you can only flip two things which are consecutive if they belong to this different thread and if they're, let's say, read of the same variable. Right. So with this notion, it's easy to sort of understand that the first execution that I've listed here is actually equivalent in this Mazurkiewicz sense to the second one, because I can, let's say, flip the read x over here to this read x over here. Oh, sorry. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to emphasize that this notion of Mazurkiewicz equivalence, even though algebraically very elegant, it's sort of awkward when it comes to actually modeling the kind of executions that I want to model. So in particular, let's look at this example. Over here, the two things on the slide are actually equivalent, because if I flip the order of all the things here and all the things here, for me they are equivalent, because any program that would have given rise to this first execution would also give the second execution. That's because every read sees the same write event. Okay, here also both the reads in T1 and T2 are actually still observing their corresponding writes, namely those in T1 and T2. And this property is enough to ensure that if there was some control flow that was taking place in the program in the first execution, that control flow will also take in the second execution. And that's the key idea. That's the ground truth of when I should be calling two things equivalent. Okay, so that's what I call semantic equivalence. And as you can see in this slide, Mazurkiewicz equivalence cannot be used to infer that they're actually semantically equivalent. That's because the read x and the write x over here are actually marked dependent, and I cannot flip them. So all of this is actually total order according to this Mazurkiewicz trace. And this again is ordered like this, and they're actually not equivalent. So bottom line is, I want to come as close to this notion of equivalence, but then there are some hurdles, and let me talk about what's the real problem. So this ground truth or semantic equivalence is what I call it. You can formalize it as follows. You can say two strings W1 and W2 are equivalent semantically if, number one, they're permutations of each other, Number two, if I look at per thread, a projection of these two strings on any particular thread, then they're the same. And also for every read event, I should be able to see the same write event in both these executions, right? So that's broadly the idea. I mean, you can also write it more elegantly and mathematically, but that's the idea. Now, as you can see that based on the example that I showed you, this new notion of equivalence is coarser than the Mazurkiewicz trace equivalence that we've seen before. Okay, the trouble with this new notion or this coarser notion though is that it's a hard notion. When I say hard, I mean computationally hard. What do I mean by that? If I want to answer that same question of check order, which is given two events, can you flip them in an equivalent execution? That question, which was actually constant space checkable in the Mazurkiewicz setting, is no longer that easy here. And that's because, if I look at two events, unlike the Mazurkiewicz case, I have to also look at the surroundings to determine whether even any two can be swapped. And it's not just a very easy check. In fact, when you actually go and look at this problem in detail, you will realize that you have to go back and forth, and any hope of getting an algorithm that is as efficient as constant space is lost. In fact, we could prove that there is a linear space lower bound here. All right, so this construction is pretty interesting. I don't think I might have a lot of time here, but it goes from a reduction from this language of which is basically parameterized with this number n, and it's basically the class of strings A and B, where A and B are bit strings of length n, which are equal. Okay, and one can show using some communication complexity kind of arguments, very simple arguments actually, that this language cannot be accepted by any machine that uses less than 2 raised to n, less than linear space. So I'm just flashing the reduction here. I don't think it makes sense to go into the details here, but if you're interested, I would really encourage you to check some of these works out. In fact, it's not just linear space hard. There are also other kinds of hardness that you can show. You can show that any algorithm that answers this question in this new setting of semantic equivalence, must be such that the time and the space, running time and the space requirement of this algorithm the product is bounded by, is lower bounded by quadratic. Similarly, the class of executions that for which this is true, they are not context free. Also, if you look at, we could also show that we could also come up with some lower bounds, some quadratic time lower bounds, which are conditional on some of these recently proposed exponential time like hypotheses. Anyway, this slide is just basically saying that you cannot solve this problem for this more general equivalence relation that I just talked about, semantic equivalence. So the question that we want to sort of answer here is that, can we still weaken this Mazurkiewicz trace equivalence and at the same time retain some of these algorithmic benefits that we were anyway getting from trace equivalence and that are no longer there in semantic equivalence? And I've already outlined some of the difficulties that come up in this setting. So we have like an intermediate solution. In my view, it's still a half-hearted solution. It's still not where we want to go there, but nevertheless, it's a good start. And one of the purposes I want to give this talk is to also probably encourage some of you to take a look and maybe take a fresher look and come up with some better definitions of equivalences. So I'm going to talk about this new notion. It's called grain equivalence, and let me talk about some of these intuitions behind what is it really doing. If you recall from some of the examples there, I really had to talk about commutativity of blocks of events instead of individual events, and that's what we really wanted to capture here. So if you look at this execution, I can swap these two events because they're independent events. I can do a Mazurkiewicz swap and then I get to this. And now I can pick these two red events, these two red blocks, which are grains, and then perform this kind of a swap. Now, notice that I'm actually flipping two events here, which were otherwise ordered by Mazurkiewicz, because the read and the write here, read by and the write by across these two grains were actually ordered. But the point is, if I consider these as blocks, now I can swap them because I'm also swapping the corresponding write here. Okay, so in other words, if I do the swap, I am still coming to something which is semantically equivalent, although the way I got here is through this, swap of blocks, okay, instead of some complicated, semantic reasoning. And then again, I can do a series of, Mazurkiewicz style swaps, and then some more, and then I can do some other swaps. And that's the core understanding or the core idea behind this new notion of grain equivalence. Okay, it's very similar to Mazurkiewicz swaps, and the core idea is that we lifted the reasoning of commutativity of individual events to commutativity of blocks of events. I don't think it's so important to understand the formalism here, but but let me sort of give you the high level idea. The core idea is that if you have a string, you can define what is a grain. A grain is just a subword in that string, and now I can come up with a set of subwords in that string, and I can call them the set, and I can call it a name G. That's the set of grains of my string. And now I can say these grains are basically individual letters, fresh letters. And now I can just treat these fresh letters as essentially new letters and define an independence amongst them. And when I do that, I basically get back to the same Mazurkiewicz setting. Now, when you do that, you have to also talk about, soundness, because not every choice of grains may be reasonable, because if you're not careful, you might swap things and then you might violate some read-write constraint, and you don't want to do that. So the notion of soundness is that this choice of grains that you have and the induced independence relation on this choice of grains is said to be sound if whenever two things that are demarcated as independent, by my new fancy independence relation, and if I actually swap these two things, oh sorry, this is a typo. This is alpha beta here, and this is beta alpha here. If I actually swap these two things, then I only go to something that is semantically equivalent. So it's like so whatever I can go to is still semantically equivalent, and that's what soundness means here. Now, one thing that you have to be crucial here, that you have to be careful about is that, sometimes this soundness is contextual, meaning over here in this string, if I choose these two blocks which are marked in green and orange, I should not be calling this choice of grain sound, because if I flip that, then this read event over here will end up reading from this one, and that's no longer equivalent. But yes, okay. I'll be quick. Yes. Okay, but then in this other context, that's an okay choice. So soundness is contextual. And those are all the ingredients towards getting this. This is just an example of how you could do things which you could otherwise not do in grains. You can then generalize this idea to say that instead of fixing some choice of grains, I can ask, is there a choice of grains for which I can demonstrate that two strings are equivalent? And as you can, I've already argued so many times that this is a weaker equivalence than Mazurkiewicz, and therefore it's better in some sense. But the key highlight is that with this new notion, you can actually check the question that I was interested in, which is whether or not two events can be reordered. That question again becomes easily checkable, and the recipe for the algorithm follows pretty much what you would have anyway guessed, which is you non-deterministically guess some grains in this word that you're given, and then you also check soundness, and then once you've done that, you basically run the original Mazurkiewicz style algorithm on top of this, and it turns out that all of these three things can be plugged together in a single one-pass streaming algorithm. you can, and we also try to further generalize things where we are no longer restricted. We no longer want our grains to be contiguous. So here, for example, we have a grain which spans other grains, and so it overlaps. And bottom line, if things work out, everything is great. And even with this new notion of grains, which is scattered grains, you get a nice algorithm. There are a lot of complications here. It's no longer a swap-based equivalence, but hey, everything works out. Okay, so I just want to conclude by saying that this is a nice and interesting problem, and we have just scratched the surface here from a very algorithmic application point of view. I'm sure that there are also very interesting application or interesting investigations that can be done in other communities, and I'm also hopeful that a deeper look at this problem will also give us will also transfer back to the applications that I'm interested in. So yeah, this is a call. This is an invitation to look at this problem or related problems. So with that, I think I'd like to conclude. So I cannot hear anybody. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I am not able. I know Abhishek is asking, but I don't think I can hear.
So one quick question. Yeah, Umang, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. So one quick question about this is very interesting, very nice talk. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
And you can come here. Try to talk over there.
Come here, I talk.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Yeah, Umang, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
So, thanks for the very nice talk.
Thank you.
Question for this. I mean, in the same way as after all, this grain is just a fixed size, fixed grain. It's a particular word of a certain name, and then you are looking at the equality based on this. Where the same way as instead of swapping into letters, where in the earlier case where you had just pairs of single letters and a set of them in the independence set, now you have these kind of two like grains maybe which are kind of swapping, right? Now, will that now in that other the notion of equivalence is the same, but the representation of the equivalence class, which was a trace, as opposed to the bounded width, does that still stay?
It's not clear. So one way you can think about this poset or the partial order that I talked about is basically it's the intersection of all the individual things in the class. All the individual total orders in the equivalence class. That's one way to think about the Mazurkiewicz partial order. Now that view is no longer true here. Because if I have two blocks here and if I just swap them here, the intersection would actually be a partial order where nothing is going across these two threads. But now when you linearize that one, you would get something strange. You would get some extra behaviors. So yeah, that's a very interesting question. You've been struggling about it for a long time, and I don't think we still have because once you have a partial order like a view of this problem, that also gives a lot of added algorithmic advantage because you can come up with some smarter vector clock algorithms. But so far, we don't have anything like that.
In fact, if you have this bounded width, there is a certain notion of locality itself that you can use for when you're looking at first order properties, you can use certain ways to reason about these. So I wonder if you have this kind of width, bounded width of some kind of, even if unbounded, but some kind of nice notion of width, then you can still do some kind of reasoning at least for first order properties. So
okay, I will probably follow up with you. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Umang.
Thank you.
All the speakers in this session. Thank you all. So, please use the session.
So, thanks a lot, Umang, for such a nice talk. And
Thank
I'm
you.
thankful to all the speakers to give their valuable talks. And I'm thankful to Professor B.D. Rao for sharing this session so nicely. I guess that, yeah. So I guess that we are actually running late by 15 minutes. So we are planning to go for a coffee break for 15 minutes. So we will try to start the next session by 11:45. And few more announcements I have from my side. So we are going to change the venue. So we will do all the things in the ground floor, that is the G2 room. And in the ground floor, we actually arrange the tea and coffee for the in-person participants. And I hope that the virtual people also, I mean the virtual participants will also go for a tea break. And the next announcement is that we are planning for a dinner at some Keralian restaurant. So if you are interested to join, so near about at 7:30 we are going to reach to the restaurant. So if you are really interested in, please try to give your name to either Abhijit or Sneha. Then I will just confirm the restaurant about the number of guests. So that's it for now, and we will come back in. Yeah, we can join virtually. We can have a meeting. And another thing we can do actually, we can pick a group photo now because we have lots of online participants. So could you please open your video for a while so that we can take a picture with the offline and online participants together here. So please open your video. You can see, right? So please come to the dais. I think you can stay here and we can come here. Like, we come there. No, we don't need to see them actually. Like, we give you. Oh, you want to take a picture of? Like here and here, like leaving that space. Leaving the space. So, please, I'm requesting all the participants to open their video. Please. So, Britain, you will take the picture, please. All are visible? Yeah, please come here. Something is something. I got that. Okay, I got that. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, Abhishek, can you hear me? Oh, oh. Can you hear me? The online participants, could you please confirm whether you can hear me or not? Hello?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. So Abhishek, I already made you the co-host. If you want, please share your screen.
Sure.
Okay, so all are here. I guess yes. Or someone is outside.
Abhishek, Prakash, yeah.
Please come here.
It's no one way, it's everybody.
Okay, so we are also already running late. So now I would like to invite Professor Hoymanti Sharvadikari. She was the professor at ISI Kolkata, and she, all of you already know her very well. She is working on set theory and logic, and they have booked together with Professor. Oh, okay, descriptive set theory in particular. And I mean, you can see here actually all over the desk. Yeah, that will be better. So yeah, please try to finish your talk on time because we are running late. And I want to please take care of it. Yes. I can use my. If it will help, you may have this clock. If it helps. Time এইভাবে করব তো So the can you hear Hoymanti?
They can hear you. They can
Yeah.
hear. Yeah. Can he? So the first talk, this session is by Abhishek Dey, who is a postdoc student at the University of Birmingham. And he did his bachelor's and master's degree from CMI and his PhD from a French place I cannot quite pronounce, but under Alexis Sorin. And he finished in 2022, works mostly in the structure of proofs. And he is going to talk on, of course, proof theory through the lens of Hilbert's 24th problem. And oh yes, and everybody has 25 minutes. Oh, first two, and the second, and the last one has for some reason 15 minutes.
I'm gonna ask you.
Okay, so Abhishek, please proceed.
So I have to start with.
Oh, there's a question to start with. All right.
I thought,
Yeah.
I thought Hilbert, there were only 23 problems.
Oh, what
Yeah, yes, sure. I will address that in due course. So firstly, thanks for the introduction. It was really lovely. So I'll keep things informal. It's a talk based so that I hope that everybody in the audience would enjoy. I have stripped away most of the technical stuff. So it's about an ideology. It's about a narrative. So once a subject develops, we try to give a narrative on that subject. And there are various ways of telling the story of that subject. So I would like to tell the story of proof theory, or actually certain parts of proof theory, through what is Hilbert's 24th problem. So already intriguing, right? Hilbert had 23 problems, right? So let's go back to that. So it's 1899. Hilbert has given the axiomatization of Euclidean geometry. So, well, Euclid had his postulates, but he has given a sort of more modern and formal axiomatization. And now the next step is to address arithmetic. And he's just 38 years old. He has been invited to give the opening address in the 1900 Paris International Congress of Mathematics. And he decides to pose 23 open questions, through which he foresaw the future of mathematics. And his second problem was this axiomatization of arithmetic, in particular, the consistency of arithmetic. So if I allow myself to state Hilbert's problem in a language, in a modern language, so this is an anachronistic statement of Hilbert's second problem, it's to devise a proof calculus such that the language can express all arithmetical statements, the system will be effectively axiomatized, and any arithmetical truth can be proven, and the calculus will be consistent. As we know, Hilbert's program is unattainable. So Gödel's theorem shows that if PA is consistent, then it is incomplete, and consistency of PA cannot be proved within PA, where PA is Peano's axiomatization of arithmetic. However, there is this another important theorem, which is Kenson's cut elimination theorem, which shows that PA is consistent. So somehow, Hilbert's program is partially realized. And this is the usual story of the birth of proof theory. So somehow, the idea is that you give one good news and you give one bad news, and this is somehow giving birth to the things people will keep on doing over the course of that century in proof theory. So as proof theory progressed, it branched out into various smaller disciplines. I will pick 3 of them because that will fit my story. So on one hand, you have structural proof theory, where you study proof paradigms, the way you write proofs, proof representation. So there's the Hilbert-Frege style of writing proofs, natural reduction style of writing proofs, sequent calculus, and if you go more modern, then there is deep inference and proof nets and so on. And so why do we study structural proofs? One of the successes of structural proof theory has been this advent of automated deduction and this new way of looking at programming, logic programming. On the other hand, we have interpretation, so interpreting proofs. So then we have the informal BHK interpretation, already going back to Gödel, we have the dialectica interpretation, various realizability interpretations starting from Kleene, and then the Curry-Howard interpretation. And the successes of the proof interpretation program has been massive achievements in proof mining and programming language theory. And finally, another discipline, which I will just briefly talk about, is proof complexity, where you study computational resources required to prove or refute something. And of course, the success of proof complexity we have seen in SAT solvers and in understanding the limits of automated deduction. It is very difficult to prove something, then it is obviously difficult for something like a proof assistant to find that proof, right? And so I will kind of build a thread through this seemingly different sort of aspects of proof theory. So here comes Hilbert's 24th problem. So it was found in Hilbert's notebooks and he rejected it finally before publishing it. So by the way, Hilbert actually just talked about 10 problems in his address, and the 23 problems were actually published by him later. So the 24th problem, quoting Hilbert, was supposed to be a criteria for simplicity or proof of the greatest simplicity of certain proofs. So basically develop a theory of method of proof in mathematics in general so that one could carve out the simplest proof. So if you have many proofs of a theorem, you should be able to tell what is the simplest proof. And this was lying in some notebooks of Hilbert. Hilbert used to keep very good journals where he would write dates of things when he was attending something or something like that. It was found by a German historian in the early 2000s. So I'll talk about first attempts, but I'm being cheeky here because obviously these people did not know about Hilbert's 24th problem, but somehow what they were thinking about fits the narrative of Hilbert's 24th problem. So in spite of not knowing Hilbert's 24th problem, they were somehow trying to answer it. So I go as far as back to 1888, Émile Lemoine. So he starts thinking about geometry constructions and realizes that they have a basis, and it's just 5 basic operations. So every straight edge and compass construction which you do on paper can be reduced to 5 basic operations which you do over and over again. And he defines the simplicity of construction to be an actual quantifiable value, and that value is the total number of times these 5 operations are used. And he does a lot of analysis of different constructions and so on. Another more interesting, in my opinion, another work is by Hans Brandes. This work has kind of disappeared from modern literature, but it's very interesting for many particular reasons. So first of all, so he gives a notion of simplicity. So let's say we want to prove a theorem in an axiomatic system, and that axiomatic system has some axioms, n axioms, let's say. Then a proof of phi is simple with respect to a particular axiom if it uses that axiom the minimum number of times. So any other proof will use that particular axiom more number of times. And so what Lemoine is doing, going back to Lemoine, is a very proto reverse mathematics. So reverse mathematics is this program of trying to understand proofs of mathematics by looking at what axioms they use. And Lemoine is basically doing that. And Brand, in his own way, is also doing that. It is basically trying to understand the content of a proof by going back to just the bare axioms that it is using. But what Brandes is doing is even more interesting, because somehow Brandes already in 1908 starts thinking about resource consciousness, not just what axioms are used, but how many times they are being used. So Brandes' thesis is considered to be the first time in logic, in modern logic at least, when people started thinking about resource consciousness. So let's talk about more modern interpretations of Hilbert's 24th problem. So there are 2 interpretations that I know of. So first of all, you boil the question down to a simpler question, which you can attack. So even before being able to talk about which proof is simpler, at least we should be able to distinguish 2 proofs, right? So when are 2 proofs the same? And the second proof, and the second interpretation is the simplest proof is the smallest proof, right? So this is just a dictum. I don't go into any arguments. The simplest proof is the smallest proof. And the simple question, when are 2 proofs the same, turns out to be a deep question. And it is a deep question in both structural proof theory and proof interpretations. And I'll talk about these things, but just to mention that if you just say the simplest proof is the smallest proof, then the search for the smallest proof is basically the discipline of proof complexity. So from now on, I'll just consider the interpretation of Hilbert's 24th problem as the question, when are 2 proofs the same? So I go back to Kensen's sequent calculus, and just as a refresher, it's a tree where the root is the formula we want to prove. The leaves of the tree are axioms. And if you zoom in on the tree, you have premises with using a rule on which those premises you derive a conclusion. And of course, we have the special rule with which we have a love-hate relationship. So we love the cut rule, but we like to remove it. And already in 1951, Kleene was talking about identity of proofs. So he defined two sequent proofs are the same if they're equivalent up to permutations of rules. So if you consider the first two proofs, which I say are similar, they are basically the same, except the place where the disjunction is being applied is different, but ultimately the disjunction is being applied on both the formulas. So this is fine. On the other hand, the two proofs which I give below look very similar. It's just up to exchange, if you consider the exchange rule in sequent calculus. But also just considering sequence as sets, you do not need the exchange rule. But if we did not have colors, it would be even very difficult to see what's the difference between these two proofs. But the problem is we have to say that these two proofs are not the same because you cannot go from one to the other by permuting some rules. So what was the motivation behind Kleene coming up with this notion of equality of proofs? And it is actually not clear in 1951. And to really get to the nub of the matter, why this is really a good notion of equality of proofs, we have to come to 1987. So in 1987, Girard proposed linear logic, which is a very structural logic. You have a lot of handle on structural rules and whether you want to allow weakening and contraction on certain formulas. And the beauty of linear logic is that it can be presented in various ways, one of them being this graphical way, which is using ProofNet. So a ProofNet is just a directed finite multigraph with these decorated edges and nodes. And to make a distinction between the conjunction and the disjunction, you have to somehow impose some sort of correctness condition. And Girard proved that two proofs are Kleene equivalent if and only if their corresponding proof nets are the same. So somehow we get that, oh, maybe this permutation business is really a graphical notion. And in fact, it turns out, if you look at the proof on the left and you convert it to a proof net, the one on the bond below, then one corresponds to a planar graph and the other corresponds to a non-planar graph. And so you have this kind of geometric characterization which tells you that two proofs are different. And now, so if we go back to Hilbert's original tract where he was talking about the 24th problem, it is quite clear that he was probably talking, he had some topological or algebraic topological notions when he was thinking about the equality and simplicity of proofs, because he had this phrase where he said, when we have two roads, we should not just choose one of the roads or look for a third one, but look at the space between those two roads. So somehow we probably need some more structure to talk about identity of proofs. And it's a bit shameful that here in proof theory, our main objects of study are proofs. And in a field, if you have an object of study, you should at least be able to talk about its identity. So two groups are same if they are isomorphic, two spaces are same if they are homeomorphic, but we cannot even talk about identity of proofs. We really don't understand identity. So I think that proof identity becomes easier to understand, or probably we'll get closer to an answer if we consider more compositional proof paradigms in the sense of deep inference. So deep inference was another proof paradigm which was introduced by Alessio Gueni. It's a very compositional paradigm, and you can just see proofs as a grammar. So a proof is just either an atom or a composition, a horizontal composition of two smaller proofs, or a vertical composition of two smaller proofs. So I won't delve on this point because I want to go into the proof interpretation part. But this is what I wanted to say on the structural proof theory side. And I basically see the whole story of structural proof theory as trying to understand the meaning of the identity of proofs. So, okay, so what about identity of proofs under proof interpretation? So let's say I define two proofs are the same if they have the same identity, right? And now we have different interpretations. So we have the functional interpretation, which started from Gödel's dialectica interpretation. So intuitionistic arithmetic being quantified in some functional theory. So basically, then we say that two proofs are the same if their constructive content is the same. So if we constructivize it, it will become the same proof. Then we have the realizability interpretation, where we study constructive proofs, but from constructive proofs, we can extract more information. So for example, if you were looking at a proof of the infinitude of primes, and you just take the classic proof you learn when you are in elementary school, which is like Euclid's proof, right? So suppose you take the first 10 prime numbers, and how do you get the n plus 1th prime number? You just multiply those, all of them, right? So basically, it gives you a bound. It gives you a bound on the next prime number. So this is an extra information that you are kind of extracting from the proof. And you can, different proofs of the infinitude of primes give you different bounds. And the bound given by Euclid's proof is quite bad. It's just 1 plus x factorial. But the point is that two constructive proofs are the same if we can extract the same information from them. So this is a sort of proof mining inspired answer to Hilbert's 24th problem. And finally, we have the computer sciencey way of looking at things. We have the Curry-Howard interpretation, where formulas are seen as data types, proofs are seen as programs. And then we boil down the question to when are two programs the same? And it turns out this is a deep question in programming language theory, and this has been explored for a long time. So there is this notion of observational equivalence in programs, and programs are said to be equivalent if they behave the same in every context. But now there has been research in programming languages to kind of have a semantics of programming languages using category theory, which is now known as denotational semantics.
5 minutes more.
Sure, thank you. And one of the big questions of this two ways of interpreting programming language, one, the observational equivalence, that is the operational semantics side, and the denotational semantics side, is that whether denotational semantics exactly captures the same equality as operational semantics. And this is known as full abstraction, and it is a notoriously difficult problem. It was open for a long time for PCF, and then it was finally solved in the late 90s, I think. So these are the perspectives which I want to share with you. So current trends, something which I think is rather interesting, which some of you might not know is happening. It's like cutting edge research at the moment. So some people, so reverse mathematics traditionally has been done for algebra analysis, that sort of things, and it behaves very well with reverse mathematics. Because if you do combinatorics or something like complexity theory, everything is finite. So it's just, you are not using any bespoke axioms. Everything is finite. But what people do is they use their intuitions they had from proof complexity, and they can do reverse mathematics of complexity theory. So basically you say, okay, I know that this so-and-so class is contained in so-and-so class, but can you prove that in a certain logical theory? So you do meta-mathematics of complexity theory. So this is very interesting work. Secondly, I think some people are working on it currently, and this probably relates to more research in type theory and so on. But identity of proofs can possibly be understood better via algebraic topology and notions of homotopic equivalence. Thirdly, there is active research in trying to mine proofs from algebra analysis, and which are apparently non-constructive, but when you look at it through the dialectical interpretation or just the Gödel-Gensen translation, they turn out that they can be constructivized. And finally, it is an ongoing project in the PL semantics community to obtain full abstraction for effectful programming languages. So I will leave you with some interesting papers. So the first one is the paper by the historian Thail, where he actually declared that he found Hilbert's 24th problem. The second one is an interesting one. It's an addendum to an Annals of Mathematics paper where someone comes up with a proof paradigm and kind of declares that this is one way to resolve Hilbert's 24th problem. And the third one is a wonderful paper where it's not really a paper, it's like more like a magazine quanta article, let's say, where Anders Brass and Yuri Gurevich, they discuss when are two algorithms the same, and they kind of find the same problems that we come across when trying to understand when are two proofs the same. So thank you. And thanks for the invitation.
So, any questions?
I have one question. So, there is a lot of research going on by mathematicians for reverse mathematics, and that is also kind of understanding the proof, what axioms are needed, what are not needed. So, is there any connection of this with that?
Yeah, of course. So again, I mean, this is a narrative thing. Obviously, I would like to say that you can still look at reverse mathematics from the lens of Hilbert's 24th problem. But regardless of whether you can see it through the narrative of Hilbert's 24th problem, reverse mathematics is coming up. So there was recently a book which was published, and I think a lot of the community agrees that after the success of the book, reverse mathematics has come sort of come back from the dead, and it is very active right now. So there are these 5 axiomatic systems, and which is known as the Big Five, and it is very surprising a priori that most theorems of mathematics which you come across every day belong to one of those 5 classes, and basically can be reduced from one another in terms of like what axioms they use. So that's very interesting. So yeah, reverse mathematics is really one of the active areas of proof theory.
Yes, please, of course.
Okay, just one quick question that you are saying something simple, a proof is simple. Isn't it a relative term? Like what I'm trying to say that, for example, suppose there are 2 results, result 1 and result 2. Okay, so both of them suppose like are used in 2 different proofs, like in result 1 used in one proof and result 2 used in another proof of a same statement. And suppose it might happen that person 1, he or she understands result 1 very clearly than result 2, but a person 2 is the other way around. So if that scenario appears, then for person 1, the first proof is easier, right? Because it uses result 1.
Of course. So obviously, as formalizers, we would like to strip away the aesthetics from this. We might find certain proofs beautiful, but the other person might not. So this is not a pursuit of aesthetics. This is rather trying to have a systematic study of simplicity. And again, how you interpret simplicity really drives in what direction your research will go. And I think this is what I was trying to drive across, that if you interpret simplicity in different ways, you kind of get different results.
Abhishek has another question.
Yes. So, hi. A question related to sorrows. So this notion of course, I mean, there is apart from the idea of the notion of apart from the aesthetic aspect of it, when you're trying to formalize this notion of simplicity, length is just one parameter by which you can say that a proof is simple. Yeah. The other parameters of this particular proof, which you could parameterize on to talk about or try and minimize to say that this proof is simple with respect to this view of things. So, for example, if you look at a certain set of axioms, I mean, axiom of choice, for example, will be like this very pet axiom which mathematicians are very particular about declaring that this proof is an axiom of choice and this is not an axiom of choice and so on. Right?
Yes, it's a very interesting question.
So you could one alternative notion of simplicity would be or a relaxed notion of simplicity in terms would be to see, for instance, how many usages of a very non-trivial axiom are there, and you want to minimize or you define a proof is simple if it has as few applications of a certain axiom and certain axioms. This would be another notion. So what do you?
So it's interesting you say that how many times, not just whether it's being used, because this quantification over how many times an axiom is being used is a very resource conscious way of thinking about things. So if you like a linear logician, you would say something like that. And somehow we find 80 years before Girard that Brands was already thinking about in this way. Not only that whether an axiom is being used, whether an axiom is being used the minimum number of times. But coming back to your point about choice, of course, choice is considered to be non-constructive. So there are various ways of getting, in some places, people realize that choice was used just as a matter of convenience and it was not really necessary. And again, this goes back into the sort of constructivizing proofs or even formalizing proofs. So if you could write a proof within ZF, of course, you don't need choice. So that's the thing.
Actually, reverse mathematics is exactly that. How few axioms in them.
Exactly. Exactly.
Very, very.
Okay, then we shall thank Abhishek and.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Monideepa Sannal of the Department of Philosophy of Calcutta University, and she is an expert in Western logic and various types of philosophy. Thank you.
Yeah. We cannot hear anything from here.
This voice, otherwise it's for.
Yeah. No, actually, she will present from here.
Yeah.
So everyone can hear.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So all the online participants, can you hear? Hello?
Yeah, it's audible.
So all of you can hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear, but sometimes there is a disturbance in your thing, I'm having some disturbances also. Sometimes your picture is going or I'm not having the sound also. So.
Oh, is it the problem with everyone? I cannot understand whether people are.
The same with me also.
Oh. I don't know what to do. No, actually, the thing is that they have some problem with the connection. Actually, they cannot hear they can hear sometime and they cannot hear sometimes. So that is a problem. But I think here
No,
the
no,
streaming is okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We're able to hear from them. No?
Yeah. So, okay. So anyways, we are starting that session now. Yeah, this one. Let me see. Yeah, it's going. Nice.
Camera?
Yeah, I think they can see.
You are-
Camera is on, right?
No. It's a- Yeah,
Understand?
camera. You have to sit
Yeah,
and
yeah.
better. Like, otherwise-
Okay. Okay. So. I can see.
Very good afternoon. I'm grateful to ALI organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my thought. The title of my talk is Laugh Loud to Remain Healthy. As we all know by now that the study of logic of imperatives has been very prevalent during the last 2 decades at least, and it has been practiced both in Indian and Western tradition. In Western tradition, starting from Ernst Mally, we have discussion of logic of imperatives, but not in full form. In Peter B.M. Branner's, we find the full-fledged theory of logic of imperatives, and it has been developed and followed by other thinkers like Parsons and Nate Sharlow, etc., other thinkers. In Indian approach, amongst the different schools of Indian philosophy, it is the Mimamsa school who has given full importance to the imperative sentences, which they call Vidhi, and it has been promisingly used and developed recently by Srinivasan and Parthasarathy in a system with the help of MIRA formalism. And it's a privilege for me that because she has given a talk just before 1 hour, 2 hours. So it helps me a lot to introduce their theory. Now they have used it, as I know, as I have read the paper of 2023 and 2013 and 14 especially by them. They have used it for special education as well as for in the domain of robotics, and they have interpreted imperatives as conditional and unconditional, as well as affirmative and negative. Now, in this talk, I want to make one comment and one suggestion in respect of their system. Now, let there be 2 imperatives, I and M. They have introduced 3 values of imperatives, S, V, and GN. Today, I have seen that they have used only N, but that time it was used, I think, the goal not pursued or the goal not intended. That may be one meaning of the third meaning, actually. So S is for satisfaction, V is for violation, and GN, that is the absence of goal. So they have also introduced the binary connectives like conjunction, disjunction, as well as implication. Regarding conjunction, disjunction, as we all know, that there is the use of and in case of disjunction, there is the exclusive disjunction. It's not a non-exclusive disjunction as we find in classical 2-valued logic. Now in implication, they have interpreted implication. They have given 3 meanings. There are 3 ways of connecting the action with the intention of the speaker. One is the sequence of action. That means the command is given to do some action after the other. So there is a sequence of action and there is a temporal order. Second, there is a reason. That is the ground for performing an action. If I say tau arrow, the reason of tau is the reason of phi, where tau is a ground or reason. And the third one is that where imperative is given for achieving a goal. That is where the phi arrow theta. So the interpretation is do phi in order to do theta. So here, this is such an action where some action is prescribed because it is to the person is to reach some goal. That is the interpretation. Now, let me give an example. Take a paper to write on take a pen to write on paper. Now there are three evaluations. One is satisfaction, that it is an evaluation if the intention is there, intention is present, and the action is performed. Violation is where the intention is present, but the action is not performed. And GN is the evaluation where the intention itself is not present. Now, as they have given three values, let me compare it to the system given by Peter B.M. Branas. He has also used three values: satisfaction, violation, and avoidance in case of conditional prescription. So that is, a prescription is an ordered set of the three values S, V, and A. Now S union V, that is the context, and the absence of the context means the avoidance. This is the way he has explained conditional prescription. But in case of conditional prescription, how they are satisfied? If you adore him, help him. So if adoration is there, help is also there, then satisfied. If adoration is there but help is not there, help is absent, then it is violated. And if there is no adoration, then it is simply avoided. Now this happens in the case of conditional prescription. Now in case of unconditional prescription, however, Branas spoke about only two values, satisfaction and violation. So that is an ordered set of S and V. So the comment is that you see, in a prescription, it is because of the prescriptive part that we allow three values. That is the sharp distinction between the new imperative logic and classical two-valued logic. So it is the prescriptive portion which is responsible for allowing three values. So as in the case of conditional, so also in the case of unconditional also, as because in case of unconditional prescription, it is still a prescription. So it should also allow three values. So in that sense, this new system appears to be better, I think. Now, they have also given certain interpretation rules, that is the rule of conjunction and exclusive disjunction. And they have given also the definition of derivation, that is the deduction, that is an injunction follows from a set of injunction and other propositions or with other injunctive statements. I mean, the premise or premises may include a combination of prescription and description, or it may have only a prescriptive statement. Now, when the Vedic, as because it has taken the inspiration from Mimamsa theory, so we can refer to the different stages, different criteria of Vedic sacrifice. I'm not going to the details, the Shruti Krama, Artha Krama, Patha Krama, and all that. So that is not relevant for our talk. So I'm referring again to the syntax that is also already shown by Vama, but that is that they have referred to a set of imperatives, 1, 2, 3, 4, set of reasons, set of purpose in terms of goals, and also there is a range of connectives also, and there are two kinds of formula and formation rules, deduction rules, as well as the derived rules. I'm not going to the details because she has shown the slides. Now, they have also referred to the semantics in respect of imperatives, where they try to define or interpret implication. There are three I have already referred. One is temporal action, the other is reason, the other is enjoining goals. And this is the operation for conjunction, S and S, and S and V, S and GN. This is the operation. And for exclusive disjunction, this is the operation, S or V, S or S, GN or GN. And now the definition of validity, this is an informal definition of validity, that if the premises I already said, premises may be proposition or prescription. If they are propositions, if the premises are true, if they are prescriptions, if they are satisfied, then the conclusion, if the conclusion is a proposition, it should be true in case of valid argument. And if the proposition is, if the conclusion is a prescription, then it is to be satisfied. So from a set of 5 statements which includes maybe imperative and descriptive, we can conclude one psi, that is imperative statement, then the argument is valid. Now, they have also
given importance to the intention of reaching the goal. That is also they have taken from the Mimamsa theory, and it is not found in Branas's theory. And they have referred to the Vata theory of Bhavna, and also they have provided the proofs for soundness and completeness. So I'm not going to that details again, soundness and completeness. Now, in order to understand what they try to give stress upon, I think they have very specifically defined imperatives in two roles. One, in the role of a premise of an argument, or imperative as independently occurring in any context. And also the importance of giving giving priority to intention of achieving the goal. Now in Mimamsa system, why it is the intention is important? Because in Mimamsa system, the command or the prescription is, when the command is given, it is given both to the person or the addressee, I should say, and also to the action, regarding the person, regarding the action. In both the senses, they have used the term command. And there is a Pravagara theory of view of Apurva. Apurva is the action which is unprecedented from any other source of knowledge, that is called Apurva. That is also mentioned here. Now, when Mimamsa refers to Vidhivakko, a Vidhivakko has two features, therefore. One is that it is action-oriented, that is, it has the specialty is that it has no significance apart from being executed. The second point is that the successful execution of the Vidhivakko has a definite connection with the goal to be achieved. So it is a tie between the intention and belief. It is not highlighted in the Western theory of logic of imperative, but it has been used in Indian theory of logical imperative, and it is fully shown and given importance there. Now, in order to understand my comment on the system, let me introduce some basic epistemological assumptions of Mimamsa. Number one, language is beginningless and its structure corresponds to the structure of the world. Secondly, language, especially the imperative sentence, is given the most important, it is the best effective means, according to them, for provoking a person to perform moral action or ethical action. Then the Vedas, they consider the Vedas as all the other systems also consider the Vedas as atemporal and impersonal, and they have given importance to Vidhi and also importance to Nishedha. One is the rule to provoke a person to do something, and the other is to prohibit a person to do something, both the things. So now, as an indicative sentence is interpreted or understood or evaluated in terms of truth condition or in terms of their application to the world. So also an affirmative or negative injunction, they are to be understood with respect to two psychological factors. There is a purpose, why the action is prescribed, and also there is the effect. Now the effect produced means when the effect is produced in the person who is the addressee. I should refer to the commander and the addressee here, because as you see, the Vedas consider the Vedic statements as impersonal. So there is no speaker. So I should say the commander and the addressee. So the addressee, when the addressee feels inclined, so one is a Shabdi Bhavana, that is something, the urge roused in the mind of the person who is receiving the comment. And secondly, the person is inclined to do something, feels that he or she should perform that thing. So this is the Arthi Bhavana. These two, both are present and both are being taken care of in the new system. Now, the feeling evoked is important. Now, the question is feeling evoked in the person? It is the same thing as the intention of the command. What is in the intention of the command? If not, then the question arises, is feeling a part of the meaning of the sentence? What is the role of the feeling that is evoked? Because they have given much importance to the feeling evoked. The intention is important. According to the Western theory, actually, it is the feeling of the speaker or the command which is given priority. And in Indian theory, it is the understanding of the person who is receiving the command, that feeling is given priority. And in this respect also, they have given priority to the person who is receiving it. Now, there is a distinction between the Prabhakara theory and the Bhatta theory, Prabhakara theory of Mimamsa and Bhatta theory. According to the Prabhakaras, it is the consequence which is important, which is not important. In an action, the Vedic statement, actually the Prabhakaras, they give stress on the Vedic statements which are not the premise or premises of an inference. It is a Bhatta theory where the command is given as constituting a part of the premise or premises. So in the Prabhakara theory, whenever we get the vidhi, that is completely categorical in nature. But in Bhatta theory, we find that in Bhatta theory, it is the hypothetical statement which is important. Now you see, in a hypothetical statement, when a hypothetical statement is called imperative, there are two parts. In the hypothetical statement, if-then statement, there is an antecedent part, there is the consequent part. It is a consequent part where the command is given. In all the senses, the consequent part, the command is given. And when the consequent is a command statement, then also the whole statement is considered to be a command statement. And we can find a similarity with the theory, Western theory of Immanuel Kant, who also distinguishes between hypothetical and categorical imperative. So it is that my comment is that in this new theory, mainly the Bhatta theory has been given priority or importance, or they have worked upon mainly the Bhatta theory of Mimamsa. Now, the second part, that is the suggestion. As for implication, I have referred to three different interpretations. One is a sequence of action. The other is the ground for performing action. And the third one is for achieving a goal. Now, so far as the sequence of action, I say I, arrow, aim. I is an imperative and aim is an imperative. If I say I, arrow, aim, there is no problem with that because aim is to be done after the performance of I. In the second case, the ground for performing an action, there is a reason given and that reason provokes the person to perform the action. That is also, there is no problem with that symbolization. The third one is that performance for achieving a goal. The example is given, do phi in order to do theta. Now, do phi in order to do theta, it is symbolized as phi arrow theta. Now, if let me take the example, laugh loud to remain healthy. So it is here the interpretation is given in this manner: I if G. I means the imperative, laugh loud, and G means the second portion, that is the proposition portion. So I if G. So literally, there is no problem in symbolizing the sentence as I if G. But if you interpret the statement, laugh loud to remain healthy, the full sentence should be, if you want to remain healthy, laugh loud. So it should be G arrow I. So therefore, it should be that phi should be followed by theta and not the other way round. Now, somebody may argue that no, the sentence laugh loud to remain healthy can be interpreted as, if you laugh loud, then you will remain healthy. This is the interpretation. And according to this interpretation, their symbolization is perfect. That phi arrow theta. But in this case, you see both the components of the whole statement, both of them, they are becoming simple proposition or descriptive proposition. They fail to remain imperative because one is you laugh loud, the other is you will remain healthy. So in both the cases, they become indicative or descriptive statement. So I suggest just a suggestion that the truth, falsity, truth, validity, and all the other logical issues should be interpreted in terms of this symbolization that I have just given the suggestion. Now, we have to remember one thing, the last thing, that when Mimamsha is speaking of a Vidhi, it speaks of a force. There is an element of force, and there is a deeper metaphysical issue behind their theory of the Vedic sacrifice. When they interpret Vedic sentences, then they have something in their mind. What is that? That there is an activity underlying the principle of the universe, and that has the unitary force, and that force explains the universe with all its diversity. With that, they are the main spokesman of the philosophy of action, and that is why they have interpreted the Vedic sentences in that manner. So thank you for your patient hearing. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. It was a wonderful presentation. What you said actually was not understood. One thing is, please refer to the paper that we published last year, 2022, in Logical Universal.
Okay.
That is more fine-tuned.
Okay.
And secondly, between Baka and Prabhakara, we refer both, but what I said during my presentation, it is a motivation aspect where we are going to apply it. We are looking only from the computer science perspective. So we did not look at the commentators as it say Prabhakara or Bhaskara or Mother Vishnu. We just said whichever suits our computer science formulation, that's what it attracts all the people. That was the previous. That's one. And the third one, I will take it offline. The problem that is specified, that also we don't know, but we had some kind of the sufficient accepted, but we have some problem with that. That also I'll take it offline after this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I also wanted to say that because it is going with the Mimamsha spirit. But if there is a fine distinction between the two, and so that is a good thing that we have taken, because both of them, they have introduced the Vedic sentences. But Prabhakara gave more importance to the categorical, that's the statement. They have never used it as the premise of a conclusion. And you are using it in the empirical world. So you are taking the ordinary statement, the speaker and the hearer giving direction, giving from the perspective of computer science. It's okay. So it goes better with the Bhakti theory. That's what I wanted to say.
Can I ask a question?
There is a question. Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Just I want to ask you that what about the Apurva? Because the Vidhi is always depending upon some kind of some way or other on Apurva. So what about the Apurva? How would you logicize this thing?
No, there is no question of logicizing it. Actually, it is
not. Something which is not visible in our
unprecedented.
Yes.
Unprecedented from any other source of knowledge, that they have used the term Apurva to signify that which is signify the method how you acquire the knowledge of something which is unprecedented from any other source of knowledge. That is called the the Apurva.
Okay.
Okay, fine, no problem. So it is with the joint word by Jagadipati and
So initially I have to start it. So I have to start it.
Okay, so anyway, I think she has already been introduced. So the view of this person is to be introduced as working in as in college and working in philosophical college.
It's a joint venture. So the area of this in the area of discussion, we have 4 things. First of all, the imperative logic that I have also mentioned a little, but there is a little bit more introduction and a brief history of it. And then we refer to non-cognitivism of Nate Charlow, and then the cognitivism, its defense in respect of the imperative statement, and we'll come to the conclusion. Now, as we find that imperative is like a command, imperative doesn't mean only command. It actually means request, advice, many things. So we have given the example, shut the door. And the symbol is taken the note of exclamation like symbol. They have all used, all the thinkers, they have used it as a symbol of imperative. It is the imperative operator. So the sentence, the features are the following: that they are neither true nor false, and they have satisfaction value. And so because they are neither true nor false, so there is very pertinent question regarding the role of cognitivism in the area of imperative logic. Now, there are two kinds of cognitivism. In case of cognitivism, there are two kinds. One is, yes. There are two kinds of cognitivism. One is reductionism, the other is non-reductionism. Slide set.
Direct PowerPoint করা আছে।
It's not working. No. It's not working.
It's in PowerPoint. I don't know. Select keep if it is working, just click on the slide and it's selected. Anything. You just click on the slide, you select it. Then it will work.
Okay. So I was actually. There are two kinds of cognitivism. One is reductionism, who try to reduce the imperative statement into the normal descriptive statement. So that is reductionism. And those who are in favor of a new logic of imperatives, they never favor reductionism. They will favor only non-reductionism. So in case of non-cognitivism, again, there are different theories. One is a theory of modal non-cognitivism that is offered by Nate Charlow in this paper. Now, in this present paper, we try to show the workability and the relevance of Nate Charlow's theory of modal non-cognitivism. Now, what is the necessity of introducing a new theory of a new logic of imperatives? What is the necessity? In a nutshell, we have found that there are different issues which, in case of classical two-valued logic, also we face. We have to define, we have to explain the role of inconsistency, the role of contradiction, and in between two modal sentences or two prescriptive sentences, there are also we find the case of inconsistency. Two statements. One is shut the door, the other is do not shut the door. That is P and not P, flanked with a particular modal, the prescriptive operator. That is also they are in contradiction with each other, and this inconsistency is to be addressed. So we need a logic. Secondly, there is an inferential relation. And so, for example, the premise is move all the balls, therefore move this ball, or keep all the premises, therefore keep this keep all the promises, therefore keep this promise. So in both the cases, we find that we have the imperative inferences of a single premise, single conclusion, or more than one premise and single conclusion. So we need one different theory of imperatives. So there also we find that negation, conjunction, disjunction, all these implications, all these connectives work very well with the prescriptive statements also. I've given one example, respect your father and your mother. We can also give examples of exclusive disjunction. Of course, in case of imperative, exclusive disjunction. So in this way, we should have a specific theory. Right from Ernst Mali to the recent times, very recent times, we have different thinkers, to name few: Mali, Jorgensen, Hare, and Nicholas Rescher. And we would concentrate upon Peter B.M. Branus especially, and then Nate Charlow. Now, Peter B.M. Branus, he has a full-fledged theory of the logic of imperatives, where we deal with both declarative statements and also imperative statements. Now, there is a distinction between declarative sentences appearing as premise and imperative statements appearing as premise. One refers to the proposition, the other refers to prescription. And there are, Brana says, as I have already mentioned, that Brana has used two values, only satisfaction and violation, for unconditional prescription. So unconditional prescription is an ordered pair of satisfaction and violation. And only in case of conditional prescription, it is the ordered pair of S, V, and A, where the context is S and V, and avoidance is negation of S union V. Now, here all the connectives have been described, and also in respect of the three valuations, satisfaction, violation, and avoidance. In respect of all these connectives, there is an attempt to explain the theory. Now, the example, let me take one example. If you love him, help him. Or another, the first one is a conditional statement. The second one also is a conditional statement. The form is different. As I was saying, that in all the cases, we find that the prescriptive statement comes later. In a conditional statement also, the first portion, the antecedent, is never the prescriptive part. The prescriptive part appears only as a consequent. In the above statement, that is the statement I have given you, if you love him, help him, it is satisfied if loving is there and helping is also there. It is violated if loving is there and helping is not there. And it is avoided if there is no question of loving the person. Now, those who are reductionists, they reduce the imperative sentences into indicative sentence. And those who are non-reductionists, they say that they are not reducible. So they need a separate logic to interpret and give explanation of the symbol of prescription. Now, there is a distinction between cognitivism and non-cognitivism. What is cognitivism? That where when the imperative inference is used, there is a reference to some sort of truth and falsity. In case of non-cognitivism, there is no question of truth and falsity. So it is non-truth functional in nature. Now, Nate Charlot refers to such a system where he discusses about cognitivism, non-cognitivism, and where there is a distinction made between indicative sentence and imperative sentence. One is an indicative sentence where the cognitive instructions are given, and thereby they try to interpret the cognitive issues. On the other hand, there is in case of the imperative statement, the account is given on the natural understanding of they actually refer to a plan. I'll come to it, or Devirupa will explain how the plan will be working. An imperative statement is that which gives a provocation to the person to prepare the mind to plan for an action. That is the way the interpretation is given. So there is a semantic notion of imperative language. So there is a language L. L is the first order language, and L imp is the new language that is suggested. So L, there is a first order language, is a subset of L imp. And also if phi belongs to first order language, then phi belongs to that L imp also. And in the same way, we interpret one implicative sentence also in that manner, that if it rains, take the umbrella. So in this way, here also you find that the prescriptive part is the second portion. And if it rains, take the umbrella means the whole sentence is becoming a prescriptive statement, and it belongs to the new language L imp. So I request now Devirupa to come and explain the other stuff.
So so I'm coming to the main thing as we are running out the time, and the semantic methodology for Ned Sharlow is it works like this, that in a sentence phi, if the entity meets the condition specified by phi, then phi receives the positive verdict relative to E. That means he is giving a general notion of treating sentences according to their nature. If it is an indicative sentence, then it will talk about declarative place conditions and based on possible worlds. And if it is an imperative sentences, it will talk about the sets of sentence descriptors, action descriptors. Now here, what is the uniqueness of Sharlow is that he expresses an imperative sentence as a function, that function which plays as a plan which determines a modal proposition, and the modal proposition is that the plan requires the imperatives present phi. That means before phi, we will introduce a box or diamond, and that will make the imperative sentence a modal imperative sentence. So it will, the property a plan has, if it is decided on phi, that means that the property of the plan will work on phi. And for negation phi, we will say that the property is not working on it. Now this thing, it has been said that this scheme goes for both declarative and imperative, and the general scheme for declarative is like that phi is a sentence where S stands for the set of possible world and W for world, and it can be represented with this recursive characterization that phi holds at S if and only if for all W belongs to S, such that phi holds at set of world. Similarly, the negation works in this way when phi does not hold at the set of world, and he has introduced the conjunction when phi holds at S and psi holds at S, we can make a conjunction of these two sentences. That was the part of a declarative thing. This scheme, when it works on imperatives, imperative says that it talks about the plan of an agent, how the agent will perform the action, and it will be again this exclamation phi, that means which is the exclamation is the imperative operator, that will be decided on phi. And then now we will come to some comments on Sharlow. Before going to this few comments, I want to tell that in the trend of imperative logic, what we have seen that many thinkers, they are not ready to accept imperative logic at all, because they say that imperative sentences are not cognitive as such. So they are non-cognitive, and non-cognitive sentences cannot give us any kind of logic, and we cannot form. But here what we find that Branas, he is talking about cognitive, that some kind of truth value is there, but not as what we find in our classical two-valued logic, truth or falsity. He introduces the new notion of values like satisfaction, violation, and avoidance, as Monideepa ma'am has already said. But here Sharlow is trying to say that yes, it is non-cognitive because it is not giving us any kind of truth value, but not as satisfaction, violation. But we can talk about truth of a plan or plan of action, and he expresses it with the help of modal sentences. And it is true that in Sharlow's theory, what we find that there are no truth values because the imperatives do not contain propositional elements. But he gives stress on cognitive instruction of
indicative sentences. In indicative sentences, the cognitive instruction is like belief or acceptance. And in the case of imperative sentence, the cognitive instruction is to perform an action. Now, in our paper, our aim is to land upon cognitivism by refuting Charlot's position, and Charlot also talks about two kinds of cognitivism. One is explicit performative cognitivism, which again works on both indicative and imperative sentences, and modal cognitivism. Now, to first kind explicit performative cognitivism, it has two kinds, as I have already mentioned. Explicit performative analysis is for indicative sentences, and explicit performative cognitivism for imperative sentences. Let us take an example. A declarative sentence: the cat is on the mat. Here it has two parts. It has a propositional part as well as a force part. The arrow, after arrow, what is there? That determines the force of the sentence, and that makes the sentence either indicative or imperative. Here, as the force is assert, the semantic value of this sentence, the cat is on the mat, is proved by the proposition that the speaker asserts that cat is on the mat. The explicit performative cognitivism, it deals with imperative sentences where the force is command, and there are the value of X and Y. It depends upon the proposition that the speaker commands that the addressee shut the door. Now, modal cognitivism, as I have already mentioned, that imperative sentences are considered as identical to modal propositions. Here it has been, it can be very well seen in the slide, so I'm not mentioning it. Now, first, there are three objections made here. The first is the example, the attack at dawn. Therefore, someone has command something. This is valid according to EPC, because though the premise attack at dawn is an indicative sentence, it is very well reducible to an indicative sentence that you command, someone commands that you attack at dawn, then it will be reduced into reductionism, and there is no problem in validity. But it is invalid in the case of non-cognitivism, because the conclusion of this inference is an indicative sentence, and imperative sentence does not allow any kind of indicative sentence as its conclusion. There is a mild objection in this context again, that A and B, okay, I'll finish within 2-3 minutes only. A and B, these two are not very different, and it can be said that B is an interpretation or only an analysis of A. Now, when he talks about this cognitive instruction, the thing is that it is considered as flexible explanatory pragmatism about truth. Now, it is debatable, which is debatable, because it is not the question of manner or the style attached to truth or falsity of imperative sentences. Imperative sentences is action dimensional. It talks about speech act, and it is a more serious an issue than an issue of calling an ascription as ungrammatical. And here it is said that this cognitive, another objection which we have seen, that cognitive instruction, Charlot says that it is very thin thing. That means it's a very trivial thing. Just what instruction is given, the addressee or the speaker or has to do accordingly. But if there is a conflict between what the information he already has, along with that another sentence 5 comes to him, it is not the task of the agent to just add on the sentences and go on in that way. There may be the case that he has to revise the previous stock of information for his expression. In that case, Charlot is saying that it's a question of epistemology, not of natural language problem. Second is that what Charlot has done, that only he gives the syntax and the semantics of imperative sentences. But if we think of a system of imperative sentences, we cannot be confined to only the interpretation of imperative sentences, because we have to combine imperative sentences with other imperative sentences or declarative sentences, which will help us to form different imperative inferences, which we regularly face in our life. And then, so in this way, we have shown that pure imperative inferences may be formed as well as conditional, with having indicative in its part. We can form mixed imperative argument. But there is a similarity, as there is some similarity between imperative and indicative sentences, which is that the property which is semantically specified by the sentences, and the property is working on the sentence phi. So we can say that Charlot's theory is going towards modal cognitivism, because it is giving some truth value to the imperative sentences, not maybe the proper form of truth values like true or false. We find that he is talking about truth of a planned condition. So in that case, can we say that imperative but is true or false? No, we cannot say it is either true or false. Then it will lead us to reductionism, going back to square one. So we can, as it has a directional perspective or action dimensional, we may consider that they are neither true nor false, but they have some kind of condition which Charlot himself called truth of a planned condition. So we can say that what cognitive issue he is raising for declarative sentences, that can be extended to imperative sentences as well. And secondly, only imperative sentences should not be entertained. We should entertain entertain the way of forming inferences, as well as the questions of validity of imperative sentences, which will make the whole thing as a system of imperative sentences or logic of imperatives. So thank you. And there are some references which we can.
One more researcher to refer us for Chris Fox from 2008.
We didn't see that. We will. I'll take the reference. Okay.
And we have also published a paper that remember in artificial intelligence review that contains our paper will contain the entire survey of the imperatives. So there we have mentioned what is the difference, what are the similarities.
Okay. Thank you.
The next speaker and is a student of Professor Monica Chana. She is Angana Chatterjee.
Thank you. It has a very, very
Good afternoon, everybody. Today I will be speaking on gradability of predicates, dialectism, and an uncertainty principle in logic. Let us start with a very well-known notion, that is the law of non-contradiction, which states that a statement and its negation cannot coexist together. The reason for having this law is the principle of explosion. Now, what is principle of explosion? It's something, it says that from contradiction, anything and everything follows. So law of non-contradiction is employed here in reductio ad absurdum. That means it is an indirect proof which proves the falsity of a statement by showing the logical consequence, the contradiction of logical consequence. Now, this notion of principle of explosion. Now, the question is whether this is acceptable or not. In order to address that, we need to refer to a term which is coined by logician Graham Priest, that is anti-exceptionalism. According to him, logic has no exceptional status in relation to empirical sciences. Logic is normative because it comes from the word norm. It provides norms to check the correctness of reasoning. Now, reasoning is obviously about some object. So logic, according to him, there is no exceptional status. That means logic should be on the same footing with examples found in empirical science. Now let's come to a different notion. I will link it later. Paraconsistent logic and dialechism. We talked about the principle of explosion. Now, paraconsistent logic is that kind of logic which does not accept the principle of explosion, which says that from contradictions, anything and everything cannot follow. There has to have at least one beta, which is not following from alpha and not alpha. So major motivation behind paraconsistency is the reflection of reality. We already mentioned anti-exceptionalism. So logic has no exceptional status. So it has to reflect the reality. Where inconsistent informations are being dealt in sensible way. Now, to be more specific, this is very interesting point to be noted, that inconsistent informations do not mean true information, but it may be. The notion that inconsistencies, informations may be true is called dialechism. So a dialethist would define this way, that some contradictions are true. Now, we can give an instance of true contradiction in empirical science in the context of anti-exceptionalism. That is the double slit experiment in physics. Earlier, it was thought that light is consisted of both wave and particles. But Thomas Young, who performed this experiment, he proved that light can behave both the ways, like particle and like waves. Why this seems to be contradictory? Because waves do not have mass, whereas particles have. Now, let us start with an example of a contradiction in logic. We can say John is a male and John is not a male. Now, this is a very special type of contradiction where there is a conjunction of both premises, both the sentence where predicate is describing the subject. Now, dimensionality of predicates. Cezou and Paul agree. What is predicate? We know that predicate is a term which describes the subject term. Paul agree in his paper Respect for Contradictions mentioned that predicates can be multidimensional. For example, predicate male can have dimensions such as anatomical, hormonal, genetic. An individual John, the example I gave before, an individual John J can be anatomically male, denoted by 1, A of J is 1, or not a male if it is denoted by 0. So similar thing is applicable to hormonal aspect and the genetic aspect also. So there is two values, 1 and 0. Now, gradability of predicate using multidimensionality. A predicate is said to be gradable if we can assign an extent to its meaning. Now, why the term gradable comes here, that I'm explaining later. So gradable, a predicate is said to be gradable if you can assign an extent to its meaning. For example, for an individual m, let's consider the function f of j is equal to a of j plus h of j plus g of j. Now, if at least one of them is 1, then we may say m is male to a certain extent. In fact, if f of j, I mean the sum total of these 3, the function of j is in the interval of 1 and 3, then we can say that it is male to a certain extent. If it is less than 3, then it is also meaningful to say that John is not male to a certain extent. Now, this is more interesting if we go with deeper understanding. Logician Sezou suggests that the various dimensions of multidimensional predicate, which we mentioned earlier, need not be binary. That means it needs not to be either 1 or true. Those can be graded as well. Application of gradability of predicates can lead to meaningful and true contradictions. For example, we can say John is a male to some extent and John is not a male to some extent. This is an hypothesis or my proposal on this paper, an uncertainty principle for logic. In this context, I would like to refer to another example taken from quantum mechanics, that is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Now, Heisenberg uncertainty principle says that it's a fundamental concept in quantum mechanics. It says that it is impossible to measure or calculate the position and the momentum both at the same time. Now, I will draw this conclusion later. So, dimensions of a predicate. Now, we already talked about the multidimensionality of predicates. So, dimensions of a predicate is a matter of discovery that evolves over time. With expansion of human knowledge and observation, extent of a predicate may change. The point is, since the dimensionality and gradability of any predicate is indeterminate, therefore, it cannot completely describe a proper noun such as particular man. Okay. As a number of dimensions of a predicate may grow, with deeper understanding, we may say that the range of extent grows because we are going into the detail and we are trying to measure it more minutely. Since John is somewhere in between the maximum and minimum value of the range, if the range grows, the extent to which it is male and the extent to which it is not male, either one or both, grows. Therefore, the contradictory statement that I mentioned, John is a male and John is not a male, becomes more meaningful. Now, why I talked about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, that will be clear within a minute. Notice that the deeper understanding of a predicate reduces the trueness of John is a male or John is not a male or both. Reducing the trueness of this statement. That is to say, certainty of trueness of the conjuncts reduces as the understanding of the predicates increase. We may compare this phenomena with the uncertainty principle in physics, where increment in precision in measurement of position, like the more we want to measure the position, accurately, the measurement of momentum is getting inaccurate. So certainty of trueness is reducing whenever the extent or gradability of dimensionality of predicates increase. So we may call it an uncertainty principle for logic. So whenever I say John is a male and John is not a male, this can never be absolutely true or absolutely false. Rather, it's uncertain in that way. Acknowledgement, my professor. Thank you.
So, as you mentioned that about that uncertainty in logic, naturally in medical logic, they used to think about values in between 0 and 1. Like you took 1 to 3, so you can actually normalize it by dividing by 3 and then it will come into 0 and 1. So what is the difference between this medical logic and your principle in logic?
My proposal or principle or whatever, actually I intended to say that we cannot exactly measure or we cannot assign the extent that can be infinite with human development, with the involvement, anything. So we cannot actually assign limited or finite values. If that goes to infinity, then we cannot certainly determine the status of our propositions that way.
Is it related to non-monotonic logic in some way?
That I don't know so far. I will have to look into it. Thank you.
So we are already done with this session. I'm thankful to the speakers of this session. Thankful to the speaker of this session. And I'm also thankful to Bhoimati Dey to chair this session nicely. So now I do have few announcements. One is that due to heavy amount of submission of abstracts, we are planning to extend this day for one more day on 27th, but all the talk for that session will be online, and we are going to update it in our website very soon, the whole program. So that is one announcement. And the second one is that we are going to go for the lunch for an hour. So I think that is now 1:35. So we will try to come back by 2:30 so that we can start the next session sharp by 2:35. So yeah, that's it for now. And I will see you all in the next session. Hello, Unnati, are you there? Hello?
বল বল
বলছি তুমি স্লাইড শেয়ার করতে হবে। দাঁড়াও আমি তোমায় co-host বানাই, জাস্ট
এই স্লাইড শেয়ার করার মতো তো আমি এখন নেই সেরকম, আমি তো সেভাবে তৈরি হইনি, তাহলে কি করে স্লাইড শেয়ার করব? বুঝলি?
হ্যাঁ তুমি কি এমনি বলতে
হ্যাঁ আমি এমনি, কারণ আমি সেভাবেই তৈরি হয়েছি, কারণ আমি তো জানি আমি প্রজেকশন করব না।
ওকে, নো প্রবলেম। তাহলে একটা কাজ করো, হচ্ছে তুমি তোমার ভিডিওটা অন করো, কারণ তোমাকে তাহলে সবাই দেখতে পাবে।
হ্যাঁ আমি করে দিচ্ছি, আমি এমনি অন করে দিচ্ছি।
হ্যাঁ তুমি ভিডিও অন করো তাহলে।
কিন্তু বলছি সুজাতা আসবে না?
সুজাতা দি আছে এখানে। ও আগে সুজাতা দির হবে, তারপরে তুমি তোমার, ঠিক আছে?
হ্যাঁ আমি তো সেটাই জানি।
ঠিক আছে, তুমি তাহলে তখন ভিডিও অন করো। ওকে ঠিক আছে, আমি স্টার্ট করছি।
মামা এটা একটুখানি করে দেবে, এই যে এটা আবার অন্যরকম হয়ে গেল। আরে এটা নর্থ থেকে এদিকে চলে গেল, এটা নিচে।
So welcome all. So now I would like to request Professor Shoshimohan Srivastava. You all know him very well by name SMS. So he has written a book in logic and descriptive set theory. So I
Also in model theory.
Yeah, in model theory. Yeah. And all of you know him very well. I don't need to give any introduction, I guess. So yeah, sir, please start.
Okay, so this session has 3 talks. All are very well known to me. And Mani will be online or what?
Yeah, Mani will be online.
Mani will be online. And first speaker is Sujata Ghosh. She is at ISI Chennai. And তুমি আসবে না? And check করে নাও। And her research interests are in the areas of games, strategies and logic, knowledge and belief, social choices, social cognition, reasoning in individuals with ASD. And I have to add something. Immediately after MSc, she was with me for a year. I worked very hard on her, taught her some tuning, taught her forcing and everything. And now this is what she is doing. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Srivastava. Very nice introduction. Anyway, so first of all, thanks Abhishek and Purvika for inviting me to give this talk here on the World Logic Day celebration in India for 2024. So what I will be talking about is on, as the title says, on reasoning in games on graphs. So we are in Chennai and there are many people who actually work in the area of logic, games, automatic theory. And it's a very vast topic and there has been so much of work that has been done in this area over the several decades now. But generally, when we talking about these games on graphs, I would like to first say what exactly we would be talking about. The kind of research that has been going on, we are kind of looking at these games on graphs from a different perspective. So that's how I would like to begin. So what perspective are we looking at this? So this whole line of research kind of started with this position paper that was published in this 4th Asian Workshop on Philosophical Logic, the conference proceedings, post-conference proceedings, and there was this paper by Johan van Bentham and Fenrong Liu on graph games and logic design. So there they discuss various games and
various from simple games, much more complicated games. And on that, they discussed various logics. They introduced various logics to reason about. So let's just give you some examples of what kind of games we are talking about. Starting with very simple game. There is a chat. Something is there. Let me check. Okay. Then. Yeah. So let's start with a very simple game on graph, which we know as travel game. What this game is all about. So suppose there are two players. Let's name them Abelard and Alois. So what they do is they alternate in following links in a given graph. Suppose a player, or let's say Alois wins, if she can always make a state whatever the opponent chooses. Now, to make this discussion more formal, we need to fix certain conditions on these kind of games. We should have a starting player. We should have whoever can move and cannot move, and what is the winning condition. All these things we need to fix. So our winning condition is, as we discussed, that whoever is supposed to move cannot would lose. And we also, there can be infinite runs as well. We are talking about graphs. So we fix that infinite runs are always wins for one of those players, in this case, Alois. For example, if you look at the game on the left, Alois has a winning strategy starting at 1. So what will Alois do? Alois will kind of move from 1 to 2. So you can think of moving a token from one point of one node of the graph to another. So Alois will move a token from 1 to 2. Then Abelard has to move. The only possibility is to go to 3. Then Alois will move, and he would move it to 4, and there is no move for Abelard. So Alois kind of has a winning strategy in this game, starting at 1. Whereas Abelard has a winning strategy if Alois starts at 2 in this game. And if you consider the other game, Alois actually had, because there is a loop there, Alois will actually have a winning strategy once she starts at 2. So the whole point is, so Alois and Abelard, they can continue in the loop. The moment, and we know that any infinite play is a win for Alois. And the moment Abelard moves to 3, Alois will move to 4, and then Abelard will lose and Alois will win. That's the basic idea of this kind of travel games. Now you can think of various variants of travel games, like 2 players starting from 2 different points, and there can be moving independent of each other, and there can be other winning conditions also. Now let's talk about one such variant in a bit more detail. And let's introduce this hide and seek game. Again, this is kind of the essence of the game, is the game that we have played in childhood, but what we are talking about when we are talking about such a game on graph. Again, once again, there are 2 players. Now there is hider and seeker, and they have their turn to move. So the whole point is, if they meet at some point, then seeker is actually finding the hider. So they will, seeker will win, and if hider can avoid the seeker, then hider will win in this graph. So the question here is that does seeker has a strategy to catch hider, or hider has a strategy to avoid the seeker? So for example, if we consider this game, suppose hider moves first. He goes there, and then seeker moves here, slowly move. Then it doesn't make sense for hider to continue in the loop, because it's a very simple game. You can think of many as very complicated game as well. Just to give you an example, the hider won't lie on the loop, so he will go move there. But then the seeker will come there, but she will continue to lie on the loop. Why? Because then hider will go to the top node, and then finally will come to the bottom node, and they will meet, and seeker will win. So that's the idea of this game. Now next talk about another game. So these are all various kinds of games that can be played on graphs. So here is another pretty popular game, which is known as the sabotage game. What is this game all about? Then there is once again two players. The one is the demon. We call one of them to be demon and the other to be traveler. And in each node, what has happened? Demon's moves are cutting links on the graph, whereas travelers' moves are going from one node to another. Okay, and there are these goal regions here. 1 and 6 are the goal regions, and node 7 is the starting point for the travelers. Okay. Suppose the demon starts. Now the basic question is, who has a winning strategy in this game, or all in these games, these different games or graphs. Now suppose, how do we play? Demon starts by removing this link 7, 5. Now traveler can move to 8. Suppose she moves to 8. Then demon removes another link, let's say 8 and 6. Traveler moves to 4. Then demon removes the link to 4. Then traveler moves to 3. Now demon removes the link 3, 1. So now traveler is stuck. She cannot move anywhere. So basically, she is stuck at 3 and she basically loses in this instance of this game. Sorry. Now, it doesn't say that, yes, Obviously.
The traveler has the rule to like it can travel only on axis. Does the demon have any rule on which edges it can?
No, it can cut any link on the graph. You can consider variance. What you are asking, you can consider various various variants of the sabotage game as well. Okay, for this game we don't. Demon can cut any link.
She can never be the winner.
No, there are games where traveler, it depends on the setting, basically. There can be, of course, there can be games. But for this game, who has a winning strategy? If you work it out, you will see that demon has a winning strategy in this game. Okay, so these are just to give you some example of what kind of games we are talking about on graphs. So these are a few examples. Now, how do we do reasoning in these games on graphs? Okay. For the first game, for the travel game, we only need basic model logic. Basic model logic will do to talk about moves. For example, if you have diamond, MS satisfies diamond phi, if there is an edge from S, there exists an edge from S to some other point P, such that at this P, that point P, phi is whole. Similarly for box phi, and you can think about response pattern of players, like all possible moves of the opponent, there exists a move. Then all possible moves of the opponent, there exists a move. And in this way, you can think of winning positions for the player Eloise, which can be talked about in this graph, that for some M, because we have Eloise is starting this game, for example, we have a diamond.
So there is some language also? No, you brought in phi.
I'm talking in basic model logic, the language of basic model logic.
Yeah, so
Phi is any model logic formula.
it's a model logic.
What are the atomic propositions?
So
that is the question.
Yeah.
So winning position, you can think of winning positions.
I'm
E is
talking
winning
about
at
phi.
E.
Where does the phi come from?
Phi is any proposition. Phi basically is in the syntax of modal logic, which basically means that it has propositions, Boolean combinations, and modal formulas.
Model formula I understood. So okay, fine, go ahead. No,
Did I understand your question?
But I think that you are explaining the games. And
Yes.
Suddenly from games, how this formula came.
No, I
Games
am
are the models, right?
just saying that those games are the models to describe, talking about moves of these players. You can use just basic model logic to describe moves of the players.
No, I think the question probably is because can you refer to graph nodes in the logic as atomic proposition? Right? This is the important question because I can say if one implies diamond 2 or where 1 is a graph node, 1, 2, 3, 4. So do you refer to graph nodes in the syntax or not? makes a difference, right? So that's the, so I mean, what would be?
No, in generally, we just say that some facts are true in this world or not.
Okay.
That's
So
all.
that's like saying, the nodes have some color and you can only.
Yeah. We can only talk about that, not the graph nodes themselves. That's if you are asking me, no, we cannot talk about the graph nodes themselves. We are talking about properties of those nodes. Yeah, we are talking about properties of those nodes.
So there is a relation between the graph and formula. Graphs are here.
Graphs are here, formulas are there. Formulas kind of describe properties of those nodes. And if this, you can reach some other node where this property is satisfied and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, similarly for the logic of sabotage games, once again, you can talk about such kind of reasoning as we just discussed, where you have a modal operator that talks about deleting links, and there are these modal operators, the usual modal operator, which talks about moves of the players. Okay. And once again, for winning positions of traveler, you can talk about whatever link for some n. After continuing to that point, whatever links demon removes, there will always a move for the traveler such that the goal region is reached. There are some certain nodes which has the property of being the goal region. The goal region is reached, and that's how we discuss reasoning in such games using these logics. Okay. Yeah. So I just gave you a summary of how we do it. Now, what we do is we would look into the hide and seek game into more details. Again, this proposition might come out in the discussion. We will see. Okay. Now, this logic for hide and seek is something that we did. That we proposed a logic to discuss the hide and seek, and that's why we are going in this talk into more details of that one. So this was a joint work with Dazu Li, who is in the faculty in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Fenrong Liu, who is a faculty in the Tsinghua University, and Yaxing Tu, who was an undergrad student in Tsinghua when we were working on this. Currently, she is a computer science PhD student at Princeton. Okay, so we now propose a logic to describe reasoning in the similar way that we were talking about. We propose a logic to reason about moves of players and properties of the nodes. So we have kind of two players here. Players they may start from different nodes or same nodes, we don't care. And so we have two kinds of propositions, two sorted propositions. Please note that you can also take one proposition for the ease of discussion and for the ease of describing the satisfaction relation. We have taken two kinds of propositions for the one for the hider and one for the seeker. Then there is a propositional constant I here. Then the usual modal Boolean combinations and modal formulas. Okay, and our models are graphs which can be represented by usual crypto models, where we have a non-empty set, a binary relation, and a valuation function, in this case, from the set of hider propositions and the set of seeker propositions to the set of worlds, sets of worlds. Okay. So in this case, what do we do is there is an essential difference between the usual model logic sets, because we are evaluating at pairs of states rather than a single state. Okay. So for these propositions, for the hider proposition and the seeker proposition, we say that suppose the first node is we consider in this pair, the first one for the hider node, positions of hider, and the second one kind of talks about positions of the seeker. So in that sense, MST satisfies the hider propositions if and only if that belongs to the valuation, and the seeker propositions if that belongs to our valuation assignment function. So that's how we define this. Boolean functions are defined as usual. The interesting part is this. When does MST satisfy? That's basically an identity constant. When does MST satisfy that? If and only if S is equal to P. And then we have the diamond H5, which means there is a move of hider such that 5 holes and there is a move of seeker. And similarly, we have diamond S5, which talks about existence of moves of seekers, up to which 5 holes. Any question, Abhishek?
Yeah, just
No problem.
S and P are nodes of the and when you say that it's satisfies P,
It's we have just crypto modules, nothing more than that, and they are nodes. These are nodes in those crypto modules.
and the node is
Valuation. He is a valuation function.
Just one question I have is like your games that you are having, they all terminate at a finite stage. They will terminate, or they can go on. So what kind of games you will be considering? You see the earlier games that
Generally, we are considering finite games.
so they will terminate.
Yeah, but we can
It will end up in the win or lose for one of the players.
one of the players. Generally, we are considering, but we can consider infinite games as well.
The cycles in the graph, so.
Meaning, we are talking about infinite. Yeah, so being finite, if you mean finite number of nodes, meaning for now we are.
No, I meant that whether even if it's finite number of nodes, whether the game will always terminate.
No, but there can be cycles as well. As I said at the beginning, even in the case of travel game, infinite games, we said that one of the players will be winning.
Oh, infinite games.
If it's that infinite paths, let's say we are setting that if there is the play game continues
Now,
infinitely.
you say the one who begins wins the game, the infinite one. Is that what
We set one of the players. We are assigning one of the players to be always winning in those infinite games.
Siddhartha, I don't see that in the hide and seek game. Because in the hide and seek game, I can have a graph where the hider is in one loop forever and the seeker is in another loop forever. And they never meet.
Yeah, which means that hider is able to avoid the seeker, so hider wins.
Hider wins.
Yeah.
That's the definition.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That is why I got.
Hider will win with that because hider is able to avoid the seeker.
But then I don't see how the logic will be able to express that because I will be never reached. I is the only constant that you have got in the logic, which talks about hider and seeker being the same. Because in the logic, you have just got basic modal logic. So I can only describe finite paths, right? I can say box diamond, but I don't see how that will help.
Yeah, that's exactly what I pointed out when I was talking. When there is the winning strategies exactly cannot be expressed in this logic. That's exactly what I said at the beginning.
Winning condition.
Those cannot be expressed because we. Like in this sense also, what will be a winning condition? At some point, whatever the hider moves, there exists a move of seeker. Whatever the hider moves, there exists a move of seeker. This will continue certain finite number of times, after which I would hold. That would be the winning position.
I will never hold. I'm saying, if I have a graph, I mean, it's very easy to construct a graph.
Yeah, then you can have negative, like whatever, there won't be. I won't hold means negation 9 basically. You will get to negation 9.
Yeah, but this is not a term.
I'm saying this cannot be.
Modality, so I can't say that infinitely often something will be, right?
Yes, I'm saying that it cannot be expressed. I'm not saying it can be
So winning
expressed.
condition.
No, it cannot be
So that means
expressed.
that we are only considering finite paths for winning condition.
Yes.
So the infinite paths are out of the picture. Not the
Meaning-
paths.
What I'm saying is that the infinite paths are not expressible by this logic. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Okay.
So is PH and PS, the partitions about nodes, it's like you have a crypto structure, you have a set of nodes, and then you have the binary relation.
Sure.
And then you have the valuation function. I mean, typically in case what you have these atomic positions that give you
Yeah.
So the atomic positions are also like
Yeah.
And then it is saying the valuation function is saying that if a certain state is linked with some P in pH.
Sorry. Yeah.
Then the valuation function is going to assign to it a certain subset of states. What is that? How do you kind of interpret that? What is the meaning of that?
Meaning I don't
If
like.
all the states, all the nodes in this structure, which are labeled with that particular.
Yeah, all the nodes are Kripke, like there are nodes. Then at each node you have a function. This valuation function at each node basically states which of the hydrogen proposition are true in that node and which of the secret propositions are true in that node.
You take a particular kind of proposition and the secret proposition is one that states are true. That's your question. You are asking whether they partition the states.
No, we are not.
Some propositions are higher propositions, some are secret, and they are give valuation for each. So yeah, I want to ask, why do you need to consider?
Yeah, there is generally we do not like there is no big technical need for that.
What would be an example of hydro proposition, local to hydro and local to speaker? That will against that.
Yeah, so
I mean, in a particular hide and seek game, what kind of examples of local proposition?
so you see there like I won't have any kind of like one can hook up such examples something, but often I am not I am not remembering any such proposition. Meaning there can be different kind of observables that we can have for the hider or the seeker. For the two players, there can be different kinds of observables that can happen for the hider or for the seeker. Just think, there can be two players and they have different kinds of observations. Those kind of things can happen.
Formally, it is just a P.
Yeah, formally it's just
A game of partial observation is different from a game of complete observation, right? So that's why if hider can see something that seeker cannot, or seeker can see something that the hider cannot. In terms of class of games, it's somewhat different.
yes.
That's why the-
Yeah, I completely agree with you,
That's why
but I completely agree with what you are saying. But my point is that we are not exactly doing like we are having at a very high level description. We are not for game purposes. If you actually really look into games purposes, we really need to think of what can be the hider propositions, what can be the seeker propositions do. Yeah, all these things we didn't really bother with. Like for the sake of the like we can of course have that S, T satisfying one proposition. That can always be there. Okay. So but the whole point is we just for the sake of basically we were discussing two, like we are evaluating at pairs of points, we just took it that which kind of for the ease of discussion as we can also have that. There is no problem with that as well. What you are like for having pairs of state assigned, like a proposition assigned to pairs of states. That can also be there.
No, I don't think the question is not so much about.
No, I know, but your
valuation of
question
pairs
was
of
on
states.
games,
No,
basically.
valuation is not on pairs of states. If you're only global propositions, you will have valuation simply on propositions to two-part domain, not on pairs at all. Right? Pairs are coming in only for the eye. I mean, if you're only global proposition, it will be simply on states. Yeah, essentially, we introduce a distinction.
No, I understand this question. This question has come up in every talk I have given on this topic. So no, believe me, I am understanding. For now, I'm just saying that we have just taken it as it is. There is as such no need. That's what I'm saying for now. Okay. In some sense, if you have a finite graph where certain kind of things, you can express the winning strategies in this way by using the formulas, like all over all possible binary relations. And in that sense, you can talk about something very simple, winning strategies on very simple graphs. Okay.
So
Now,
for this particular For the simple example that we heard earlier, I will be true in a state
Where,
in a world if hider and seeker are both there.
yes, exactly. Okay, I won't go into the bisimulation relations in details because I like more or less half of my time is kind of gone regarding what we are talking about. But in some sense, please believe me when I say that bisimulation relations of basic model logic really doesn't tally with the bisimulation relation for this logic of hide and seek. Let me not go into more details. What I wanted to stress on this is this question, is LHS decidable? We have that more basic model logic is very much decidable. Okay, now here what we have done is we just use pairs of states and we have introduced an I, and whether the question was, we asked this question, whether this LHS is decidable from the logic point of view. Okay. Now, when a logic, when model logic satisfies decidability, some of the natural conditions, they also follow are the tree model properties and the finite model property. What is a tree model property? It says that whenever a formula is satisfiable in a model, it is satisfiable in a tree model. Looks like tree. Now, one can show that this LHS does not have the tree model property. So this is a formula. I basically says that we start from some state. Diamond HI means basically it tells you that it is reflexive. There is a reflexive relation, and box HI says that's the only one. The only one. So it kind of forces it to be a cycle. It cannot be satisfied in a tree model. So in that sense, this logic doesn't have the tree model property. So something is that is more interesting is this logic also does not have the finite model property, because there is a formula which forces the model to be infinite. If you consider, yeah.
So why should saying I and diamond mean that there's it could be that you are in some other state where also I is satisfied? Or I mean, completely
Meaning I is, when you say I, you are starting at S, S. That would satisfy I. So there is basically a single world you are basically talking about, isn't it?
So I talks about that. So
Yeah.
what is I?
I is S, T satisfies I if and only if S is equal to T.
Oh.
Okay. So, once again, this form, the first one says that there is this Si, which there is this state S, where there is no reflexive relation. That's what it says. The second one says that there is this arrow to 0, which is kind of, which doesn't, from which no world is accessible. And the third formula says that for each such world which is accessible to S, there is a world previous. There is a previous world, kind of. Yes, Jam?
So if I consider I free formula, isn't it the case that formula doesn't mention I at all? Then if it's satisfiable, it's satisfiable with free model.
Exactly.
So both free model property and finite model property will go for I free. So it's really the nominal is
That is creating the problem. Yeah. Okay. So it basically says that this conjunction of these formulas forces the model to be infinite. So it doesn't have finite model property. So we kind of thought, meaning since it doesn't have tree model property, doesn't have finite model property, should
have some nodes in the left side of 0 as well. You see,
no, that's the whole point of using H and S. S is taken care of. But anyway, S is taking care of that. If you look into the model, that 0 won't have this. There is box H, diamond S. So we can talk about different nodes here. because of box H diamond S. For everything, there is another node such that not I holds. Okay, so that is taking care of that, 0 won't have. And for the others, it will go on. Okay. So in fact, this, yes. Should. Yeah.
I'm not discouraging any of you, but I will maintain the time. No, I will maintain the time. I am not discouraging any.
Yeah, so basically we can show that it is undecidable. So you reduce the tiling problem to this, and the corresponding formula is given by a conjunction of all these formulas, which shows that it is undecidable. Okay. Okay.
So undecidable meant what?
The satisfiability problem is undecidable, which means that given a formula where there exists a model which satisfies that formula.
So it's not computable kind of thing. That is what you mean?
Yes.
So you can
Can-
arithmetize things? No.
What do you mean?
Something should be is not replaced.
Because valid, right? Satisfiability is RE, but not recursive is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So satisfiability is RE, but not recursive. But validity cannot be RE.
Cannot be RE as well.
No, there is no arithmetic. She's just saying there is no algorithm to check parameter formula whether there is a model.
But the recursive enumeration of all the parts, okay? Take the recursive enumeration. Then she defines that satisfiability, right? Double R1 4, double X. So there is no recursive thing. Once you recursively enumerate RPA, there is no recursive formula which says whether those things, decidable things, do not form a recursive set.
Okay.
No, but the main thing is that validity cannot be RE. Because once you say satisfiability is RE but not recursive.
Not recursive. That's all.
Validity
Then
is
therefore
also
validity cannot be RE.
cannot be RE as well.
So you can't have a correct. If validity, if both
Meaning-
validity and acceptability is RE, both will be recursive.
No, but
No, satisfiability is RE.
P is RE.
Then it's over finite model. Because it's over finite model, therefore it is RE. And once you say it's not recursive, validity cannot be RE. Therefore it's not acceptable.
Anyway, yeah, let,
If I look at I3 formulas, satisfiability is indeed decided.
yes,
It has more problem.
yes, everything holds. If you do not have I, all these things hold. It is decidable, it is axiomatizable, everything holds there. Exactly, very much embedded in FO. Yeah. It's very much embedded in FO. Okay. So in fact, model checking problem is for LHS is polynomial. In fact, P complete. The lower bound you can just embed basic model logic, and for the upper bound we know that for any finite variable fragment of FOL, model checking is in polynomial time. We use that result to show this. Let me not go into the axiomatization. And so there is a symbolic model checker developed by some student and faculty of ISI as well. So how much I am doing, how much time I have?
You can lecture easily up to 3:30.
Now it's 3 came and
Yeah, you can easily go up to 3:30.
like this is fast actually. So 15 minutes. So you have 20 minutes.
No, I'm going by that one.
That much, okay.
So 15 minutes you definitely,
15 minutes.
easily, huh?
Okay.
Provided jam or Suresh or-
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Okay. Let me anyway go there. I think this will even start even more discussion. So, so we discussed that these are the things that we cannot express. Like, of course, for some n, diamond box, diamond to the power n, we cannot express in the logics that we have now. Okay. So we were wondering what kind of logic can we use to express this? Of course, we can express such things in mu calculus. Such things can be expressed in mu calculus, meaning, for this discussion, let me just focus on the simple stuff, the travel game. Okay, not because for the others that is not even developed. So, but it's an interesting open thing to talk about the fixed points for the sabotage modal logic and where we go there, and all these things are open and people are trying to work and think about it. So let's just focus on the simple case. Now, some kind of iteration is getting involved here, isn't it? So what we were thinking of is whether can we involve some iteration operator to talk about these things. So some kind of iterated substitutions, where in place of P, we substitute some formula phi, and we continue doing that. Okay, whether it's in some sense, it talks about there is this response pattern. It basically talks about P, you like substitute P with box diamond P, and so on and so forth. In some sense, and at certain finite point, you will get there. That is basically the essence what we were thinking of to discuss this for some n diamond box, diamond to the power n, some proposition holds. Okay, so we thought, why don't we explore such kind of substitution operators in modalities? Why don't we explore such kind of substitution operators? We love to do modal logic, so that led rise to the discussion of modal substitution logic. This was originally, I wanted to be a digression and to go back to the discussion of games, but let's see where we can go to. But anyway, I thought this would be also interesting to talk about. So what is MSL? It is nothing but having the basic modal logic, adding this operator in the modality P. You replace P with phi, after which psi holds. So what is the semantics? This is the syntax. What is the semantics? This is satisfied if and only if M restricted to P equals phi, as psi should hold. And what is there? It should be, there's a typo here, it should be phi, not psi. So what is this? There is only difference in the valuation, where valuation differs from the original valuation only for the value of P. And what is the value of P? It is, what is the valuation for P? It is the set of all states where phi holds. Please note that there is a typo here. It should be phi, not psi. Yes. Please.
So can that phi inside, can it refer to P or should it be P here?
No, it can refer to P.
I mean, otherwise I can say phi is not P. Right? There's something in space like that. The valuation of P will be all those states inside the negation.
Yeah. So that, no, why is it a meaning? We can do that. So, but then why is it a problem?
I'm just asking.
No, we can do that. Okay, just to give you an example, if you have the original model where P holds in W1 and W2, if P is assigned
box P is assigned to P, then at the next step, P will hold there and not in the other place. Am I making sense? And you can think of what formula which should be substituted where. In the next step, P should hold everywhere. Okay. Or P or box P. Yeah, P or box P. Okay. So now what we have is a complete axiomatization for this logic, usual basic axioms, the usual modal axioms, then there are the recursion axioms and the usual inference rules. Okay. Please note that it is just giving one single step substitution. So as it is kind of clear from these recursion axioms, you take any formula, which is an MSL formula, you will get back to a modal formula. Okay, basic modal logic formula. A formula without any substitution operator. You take any formula in MSL, you will get back to a formula without any substitution operator. So that basically can be proven that any MSL formula is equivalent to a basic modal logic formula. Okay, so decidability, everything holds. And another interesting, the basic main interesting part is how it relates to the syntactic substitution that we generally talk about. So believe me, the proof is not trivial at all. There are a lot of concepts involved to get to this proof. But we have been able to show that it is nothing but the same as the syntactic substitution. You have a validity. P, diamond P equals psi phi is the same as the formula phi, where P is replaced with the formula psi. Okay. So this is kind of a validity in MSL. Now, but we wanted to talk about iteration of substitutions. Our original motivation was to talk about those winning kind of conditions or winning positions. So what we wanted to talk about was iterations of those positions, of those substitutions. So what we do is we add the iteration operator and we form this modal iterated substitution logic. Okay. I'm not going into the details, but okay, let me just first of all give you the semantics. What is it? It's basically says that it's the usual semantics where the only change is in the valuation once again, and how it is changing. The only point is P where it differs, and the P equals phi valuation restricted to this P equals phi to the power 0, meaning this is an iterated definition, is the same as the original valuation. And for n plus 1, we go over n. And that's how we iterate over these things, this whole thing. That's how we give the semantics of the whole thing. And we were very hopeful that in some sense, that essence of what we were talking here could be captured by these kind of formulas, right? Box, diamond, P star, these kind of formulas, that essence could be captured by such. In fact, you can, if you talk about, take a finite game, if you talk about backward induction, that can be also be captured by these kind of formulas. Okay, but unfortunately, there our excitement ended, because what we have is that this logic is highly undecidable. In fact, it is sigma 1 complete. Okay, and even over finite trees, this logic is also undecidable. If you consider finite trees, this as your model, this logic is highly undecidable. And just for the sake of it, we can show that, like if you consider some variant of MISL, PDL can be embedded there. And regarding mu calculus, we are only talking about finite iterations, and rather in mu calculus, we can actually talk about ordinal approximations as well on top of finite approximations. But so if we restrict to finite approximations on mu calculus, then we can show that it is actually sitting inside. It's strictly embedded in MISL. And another, but kind of trivial thing, you can show that MISL sits inside ML infinity, which basically modal logic with infinite conjunctions and disjunctions. But meaning we have an embedding result, but whether it is a strict embedding, we don't have. Whether that's an open question, whether it's a strict embedding there. And finally, to show that, again, to show that this highly undecidable thing, the sigma 1, the hardness, we got by reducing IMR, iterated model relativization. For those who know, it is nothing but public announcement logic with iterations together with common knowledge. Okay, so that we reduced that logic to this one, which give us actually the sigma 1 hardness of this logic. Okay, so that goes kind of what I wanted to talk about these kind of trying to express winning conditions and winning strategies, and where we went by trying to talk about these things. The third thing I wanted to talk about is incorporating knowledge in these games, but I don't think we have time for that. So kind of let me stop here. Thank you.
Can we go back to the last slide? Yeah. So you have this term sigma 1 complete and a descriptive test. So for me, sigma 1 means something. Now, just forget about your context. Like you define NP complete. What do you mean by sigma 1 complete? What is this notion? Sigma 1 complete.
Basically, what we basically showed is that it's like satisfiability phi is equivalent to a formula, which is a sigma 1 formula, which contains second order existential quantifiers over arithmetic. That's what we showed.
And what does complete mean?
Meaning it's basically, it's sigma 1 hard as well. It is at least, it's kind of the lower bound.
So, I think we have asked enough questions during the talk.
Yes, just one question. You said that for the trees it is understandable, right? What if you put some condition on the nodes for the trees? Let us say I only consider trees which have no degree, let us say B. Even then, will this be true?
Actually, I'm not so sure, because we have been trying to, like, we really wanted to get a decidable fragment. Really, somehow, if we could get it. But I still don't, like, we actually tried various ways of doing it. But even then, if even then, I think it might be undecidable as well. Even then. Yeah, even then. Yeah, even then it is undecidable. Yeah, even then it is undecidable. Okay. Then, thank you. Dinner as well, I guess.
It was very exciting talk.
There's a one question. No, not a question, but clearly there's a number of questions. It was probably the most interesting talk. And since you're not completed talk, you're very much warmly invited to do a second part of the talk.
That's cool, actually.
Sure.
চিনতে পারছেন? হ্যাঁ, ভালো আছেন তো?
হ্যাঁ, ভালো, একদম ভালো। আপনি ভালো আছেন তো? হ্যাঁ।
Okay. So our next speaker is Arundhati Mukherjee, and she will talk for logicality of metaphors. So please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, audience, and I should thank Abhishek and Purpika first, because they are actually making an opportunity, to talk over here and share my thoughts. So the title is logicality of metaphor. So it's a very new kind of thing and I will be in the area of philosophy of logic. So let me start now. Human beings' most basic philosophical beliefs are entangled to our view of reason. Reason has been taken as the defining characteristics of human beings for long. Reason not only includes our ability for logical inference, but also our power or capacity to conduct inquiry, to evaluate, to solve problems, to criticize, to act and react, and to reach an understanding of ourselves, others, and the world. A revolutionary change in our understanding of reason is actually a radical change in our understanding of ourselves. It is very surprising and also shocking to obtain knowledge that we are very different from what our philosophical tradition has told us we are. The shift in our understanding says that reason is not purely literal, but largely metaphorical and imaginative. Again, reason is not dispassionate, but emotionally engaged, and so on. This kind of shift entails a corresponding shift in our understanding of what we are as humans. What we know at present about the mind is totally at odds with the major classical views of what a person is. In this paper, I would like to talk about literal versus metaphorical, giving somewhat a higher place to metaphorical, which was taken for long as a stepchild, but almost in every domain, excepting the rhetorical one. Let me start very briefly with what is literal and what is metaphorical or figurative. A literal description is true to fact, not exaggerated, without inaccuracy, tending to construe words in the strict sense. Literally, therefore, means really, truly, and not metaphorically at all. Whereas metaphorical or figurative language uses similes, metaphors, etc. to describe something often through comparison with something different. Figurative language illustrates a concept or meaning through many potential interpretations or contexts. It paints a picture that we interpret. Let me take an example. Ruth was totally in the dark. It is metaphorical because in the dark describes her confusion. Metaphorical language thus is describing a situation which is not actually happening. But literally language is simple describing what actually is happening. When a word or phrase is described as literal, it means that it is being used in its most concrete or conventional form. When the same word or phrase is described as figurative, it means that it is being used in a very sort of a symbolic way. Hence, it represents something other than its concrete meaning. For example, this headache is killing me. In this sentence, killing is being used in a metaphorical or figurative way. The person is not really going to be dead soon as a result of the headache. They are just trying to illustrate that it is very painful. However, what is a literal in syntax? Literals are constant values assigned to constant variables. Literals represent fixed values that cannot be modified. Literals are a medium of expressing particular values in the program. So literals represent values or are constant. They are the values we write in a conventional form whose value is obvious. The common sense theory of language and truth is greatly involved with this literal and literal only. For the common sense theory, there is only one way the world is. Our language consists of words expressing ideas that literally fit the world. The main role of language is to focus and communicate such basic truths about the world. This common sense theory is usually interpreted as an expert objectivist theory. This literality of the common sense view banished metaphor from the realm of truth to the domain of poetry, fictional discourse, or to the domain of literary analysis. This view thinks that metaphors should not be taken seriously by science, mathematics, and philosophy, which are seen as truth-seeking enterprises. Let us now see how the word truth can be used. We sometimes find the word truth to be used in our daily dialogues. Consider the example, today is Saturday is true. This example really points to the fact that truth, or to be specific, is true is linguistically a predicate. Here, predicate is used straightforwardly and in a correct grammatical way after the subject expression, namely, today is Saturday. Now the question is, what is it for a sentence to be true? Or when is a use of the truth predicate appropriate? The predicate is even is appropriate for the number 6, but not for the number 5. The truth predicate is appropriate for the sentence, the apple is red, but inappropriate for the sentence, the apple is blue. We actually want to have a plausible account of what it is for the use of the truth predicate to be appropriate in certain cases and inappropriate in certain others. There are different answers for this, which are given in various points of time. But I will mention that what Aristotle has formulated, it is said to say of what is that it is, and to say of what is not that it is not, is to say something true. And to say of what is that it is not, and to say of what is not that it is to say something false. And this is attributed to Aristotle, and this is actually the so-called theory of correspondence theory of truth. Actually, understanding the truth, we have to take this into account. Thus, it stands that to say that the apple is red, when the apple is indeed red, is to say something is true. To say that the apple is red, when the apple is indeed not red, is to say something false. From this, we can try to get the necessary and sufficient conditions for the application of the truth predicate on the sentence, the apple is red. When we take the word if to express the sufficient condition and the words only if to express the necessary condition, the following may be taken as a statement of the necessary and sufficient conditions for the application of the truth predicate on this sentence. Now the sentence is, quote and unquote, the apple is red is true if and only if the apple is red. Now the following can be the general pattern of making sense of the Aristotelian understanding of truth. What is that? A sentence S of a language L is true if and only if P. So here, if the sentence, the apple is red is true, then we are ensuring that the sentence corresponds, so to say, with what obtains in the world. This is very important for the correspondence theory of truth. We then see the insight of the so-called correspondence theory of truth. The language that expresses the cognition of the ordinary mundane world is our ordinary language, which we use in our daily verbal behavior. Our mundane world is described by our ordinary literal language. The description of the world becomes possible because in our ordinary performance, both speaker and hearer are aware of the definite relationship between the language and the world the language describes. According to the literalists of Western and Indian tradition, what will they say? Our conceptual system is completely involved with the literal languages, which is taken as the only appropriate instrument for expressing meaning precisely. If there are any meaning and truth claims of a metaphor at all, then that will be granted just as the paraphrases of the literal. That means metaphor has nothing to do on its own. It rather depends on the literal or derived from the literal. Thus, it can be said that normally people are greatly involved with the correspondence theory of truth, which expresses that the truth or falsity of a sentence is determined only by how it relates to the word. Again, according to this correspondence view, true beliefs and true statements correspond to the actual states of affairs. This kind of view of literal has held sway for a long time and has a powerful influences over our daily lives. If we look at the approaches of the analytic philosopher Donald Davidson, we will find that he is not inclined to accept metaphor as a fundamental phenomenon. For many Western philosophers, metaphors break the normal linguistic rules. They are fuzzy, they are only perfect for the poets and all, and not for those who likes to furnish an objective description of the physical reality. Davidson, being a literalist, agrees that meaning is truth conditional and only literal concepts can be bearers of meaning. Since Davidson identifies meaning with truth conditions under which common people would assent to the truth of a sentence, there can only be one kind of meaning, and that is the literal meaning and no other. Obviously, there can be various attitudes of the speakers while dealing with the language or sentences. And perhaps for that, Davidson says that metaphor is relevant to pragmatics and not relevant in the sphere of semantics of a language. For Davidson, while interpreting metaphor, we do not actually sort out meaning or cognitive content. Rather, we try to focus on what the metaphor makes us notice. And what it makes us notice is something which is not propositional in character. That is, actually, it's not true or false. You cannot give a judgment. He argues that since metaphors do not have semantic content, they are not propositional in nature, therefore they cannot be bearers of truth. However, the Naiyayikas, I will be talking about the Indian school of logic. Here the Naiyayikas are the same way, like the Western literalists, put emphasis on the literal or primary denotative power or significative power, which they call Sakti. Sakti is a significative power and is defined by the Naiyayikas as the relation that exists between word or sabda and its meaning or artha. For Naiyayikas, this relation is permanent and conventional. It is primary denotative power, which is called avida, which is actually the literal meaning. Avida is the power to convey the literal meaning of words. However, the Naiyayikas consider denotative function of a word in terms of convention, or they put a strong stress on the literal meaning of the word. Naiyayikas also discussed about the secondary meaning or lakshana, which is called metaphorical usage. But this secondary meaning are to them what is metaphorical usage, although different, yet it is based on primary meaning, which is actually the literal. To them, secondary meaning is a relation to the primary meaning. According to the Naiyayikas, understanding of the meaning of a sentence is possible only via the knowledge of the word's meaning with the help of the knowledge of mutual expectancy, or what they call actually akanksha. Akanksha is the desire to understand the word syntactically related to the other words in the sentence in order to bring out the intended meaning. Thus, secondary meaning rooted in the literal is attached only to the individual words. Naiyayikas almost in the same Western literalist manner regard that the metaphorical usage or the secondary meaning gives the meaning related to what is conveyed by the literal one or the primary meaning. It stands that to the literalist, since concepts must be able to accurately fit the world as it really is in itself, there can be no such thing as metaphorical concepts which can stand in its own right. There can only be metaphorical uses of language. metaphorical uses of language is very important. And those uses can be either indirectly literal, that is, their meaning must be reducible to literal concepts, or else uses can be meaninglessly imaginative in that they do not express literal concepts. However, my point is that it is a fact that we use metaphor in our everyday language, and we understand them as well as we understand the literal ones. It is not admissible to give a prime place wholly to the literal truth paradigm, because both the problem and importance of metaphor now has come to be recognized as central to any adequate account of language and domain. To note, metaphor is not at all an isolated problem of passing interest. A metaphor places things in a new light, provides a novel truth, the truth which actually we have never observed before. One uses metaphor in order to express one's intention to others in a more striking way. One may ask, why do people use metaphor? If Dick is an idiot, then we can say, quote, Dick is an idiot, unquote. But to replace this sentence, we sometimes say, quote, Dick has a hole in the head, unquote, because this expression has more force and it is more striking. The metaphor is not merely in words we use. Rather, it is highly rooted in the very concepts we use. When we face some complicated problem within us, we try to express the situation by saying the problem is thorny. We actually feel and talk about problems in terms of thorns, for we conceive of them as thorns. Since in making metaphorical statements, we react according to the ways we conceive of things, we utter statements like, the problem is thorny. It stands that metaphors are a part of our daily life and our behavior, and consequently, it is a component or an essential part of our language. The basic role of metaphor is to project inference patterns from the source domain to the target domain. Much of our reasoning is therefore metaphorical. Metaphorical thought is not only unique to philosophic thought or unique to rhetoric. It is true of all abstract human thought. It makes especially the abstract scientific theorizing possible. If one gives emphasis on literal truth paradigm, the metaphorical concepts will become inconsistent with correspondence theory of truth, because metaphors do not have any transaction with the literal world. So what is needed here, according to Lakoff and Johnson, is nothing but embodied truth. But what is embodied truth? One takes a sentence as true if what one understands the sentence as expressing accords with what one understands the situation to be. Embodied truth is obviously not absolute objective truth. It accords with how we use the word true, namely relative to understanding. Embodied truth is not purely subjective truth.
You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So embodied truth is not purely subjective truth as well. Embodied truth, it actually keeps it from being purely subjective, because we all have almost the same embodied basic level of spatial relation concepts. There will be an enormous range of shared truths. So now, actually, a fact is to be noted that formal logic is disembodied, literal, non-imagistic, and non-metaphorical. Bodies, brains, and functioning in the world bring reason and conceptual structure into shape. Hence, reason and concepts cannot be transcendent, that is, not independent of the body. However, if we look at, then I have to skip over. So I will skip Panini, which I wanted to say. So let's come to the conclusion. However, this incompatibility in the secondary meaning or metaphor brings a different kind of understanding or deep feeling, and that is clearly indicated by the literary description. The poet Dylan Thomas wrote, "The force that through the green fuse drives the flower, drives my green age." Now, if one likes to understand each word of the above lines literally, then the questions that can be raised are, how can flower or ages be driven? Or how can ages be green? And so on. If we try to respond in this way, then almost all poetries will turn out to be meaningless. Normally, human beings hold truth only to be a relation of correspondence between knowledge and reality and think that this is perhaps the best manner to achieve truth. But we forget that the truth is just a conglomerate of words and emotions forced together, allowing us to communicate with one another. We also sometimes forget that truth changes as soon as our perceptions change. As truth change, we go on inventing truths in all the spheres depending upon our perceptions and cultural assumptions. It is a fact that we constantly build or create new constructs of the truth by creating new metaphors and generating a breach between two different kinds of things or concepts. There is a tension in the metaphorical field occurring between two terms in the utterance, or to say precisely, tension is rather between two opposed interpretations of the utterance. Within this tension, a new signification emerges, that is, metaphor takes its birth. Metaphor's birth is an instantaneous creation. A semantic innovation which has no position is already established in language and which only exists because of the attribution of an unexpected predicate. But this unexpected predicate could manage to make its place in our established conventional language because it is understandable and we are capable of building its logic and meaning as well. Metaphor is not simply based on similarity. Rather, I believe it is constituted by the resolution of a semantic dissonance. However, a metaphor could bring two separate domains into cognitive and emotional relation by using language directly adequate for the one as a lens for seeing the other. Here lies a transfer, seeing one thing in terms of the other and making new connections between two very different things. John is a wolf. The basis of this transfer is the presumed isomorphism between the model and its domain of application. It is this isomorphism that legitimates the analogical transfer of a vocabulary and that makes possible a metaphor to function like a model and reveal new relationships. However, the tensive apprehension that comes up in the metaphoric trajectory brings with it a new vision. Metaphoric situation, in fact, manipulates our world and makes a way for the revelation of a new dimension of reality, which has its own logic and truth. We have seen that literalists say that the metaphorical interpretation presupposes a literal interpretation. But the fact is that this presupposition totally disappears in the process of transformation or when we try to draw the similarity between two very different things and extend the ground of logic or the meaning through the twist on the words. Thank you.
Only one question, please. If there is any. Okay, so if there are no questions, let us thank her once again. Our next speaker is there, I can see on the screen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Mani. So our next speaker is A. Mani, and he's currently in MIU, right? MIU?
Mani, can you hear us? Mani, are you there?
Mani was there.
Yeah, Mani is there.
Anyway, he's in MIU. No?
Mama, she is in
Mama.
Right. Okay. So she's in MIU, ISI Kolkata, and her main research is in love set theory, and title of her talk is Clean Love Randomness versus Others. So, Mani, over to you.
Arundhati, can you please make yourself mute? We can hear you actually.
Okay. Yeah, I was muted. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so this is the title of my talk. It is on clean rough randomness. It's a new kind of randomness which I've invented, and it is really useful also. So the abstract is, okay, I'll skip the abstract because it's already there in the website. Okay, so this is the outline of my talk. This is roughly the outline. I'll speak about randomness in different probability theories, and then I'll move to clean rough randomness. And of course, I'll have to say what rough sets is and all. So I'll take a few slides on that. So when it comes to general rough sets, it is can be seen as a collection of formal approaches to vagueness and uncertainty. And objects are approximated to one or more lower and upper approximations based on their properties. And these objects may be from data or decision tables, or they may be from abstract conceptual sources. For example, we can consider evaluation of open-ended activities in learning also as objects. And approximations may be constructed or may be determined otherwise. So therefore, mathematical ways of defining approximations in rough sets, but you can also use conceptual ones too. Say, for example, if you say that an e-bike X is a good approximation of a desired e-bike W, and because X is as good as the W in the use case. And you can use this kind of approximations too. And granular approximations are approximations representable as terms formed from granules for which a few conditions hold. And this is in an algebraic sense. You can see this overview paper. There's an example of how to deal with approximations in an abstract setting. This is relatively simpler structure. We start with an algebra of this form. There is a base set, and then we have the lower and upper approximation operators, and we have lattice operations. And in the most general case, of course, you won't get lattice operations. But this structure is regarded as a rough convenience lattice. It has various properties, and the approximation operators are assumed to be monotonic with respect to the order. Further, there are additional restrictions. Okay, but I won't be using this in the talk proper. Okay, and we have many concepts of roughly consistent objects in rough set theory. For example, if the lower approximation is the same as the upper approximation, then that object is usually taken as a crisp object. And one can also form sets of objects for which have the same lower approximation and the same upper approximation. That is regarded as a roughly consistent object. And there are other variations of the same concept. Okay, and we can define order structures on these, and we can form semantics of these kind of structures. Okay. So I skip this, and I come to the connection between rough sets and probability. There are various rough inclusion functions and generalizations thereof that are interpreted as subjective conditional probabilities by some authors at least. And this is the definition of rough inclusion of a set B in set A. It is defined this way. This is just the cardinality of A intersection B. And this can be regarded as a conditional probability. But of course, it is not really justified, but because you don't have a sigma algebra or any other structure associated with it. And real valued subjective probabilities of unspecified origin are used in probabilistic rough sets. These are not even specified cleanly. You can use almost any function there. And they can be used to define approximations. And these are all interpreted in a subjective Bayesian sense. And there is also something called three-way decision making that makes use of these methods. And further, we have generalizations of dependence. This work is due to myself. We take dependence, probabilistic dependence, as primitive, and then we form the whole theory. There are axioms related to this, and dependence is of course this. The simplest case, it looks like this, but in the rough context, it's much better to keep the values and keep the probabilities as sets itself, and that helps. And the whole theory was done much earlier in 2016 or so, 15-16 by me. Okay. The motivations for C rough randomness, which is clean rough randomness, are these. It's for formalizing ML methods and processes through rough sets, and also for dealing with things like transfer learning. And it's for dynamic updates of models of concepts, as this kind of thing happens, for example, in education context, where concepts keep on changing. For dealing with such things through rough sets, this concept is quite useful. I'll come to the actual things later. And for example, such functions were required to discover relations that could possibly explain the meaning of an unsupervised computation, such as soft cluster validation. That means you know what clustering is, and but cluster validation is a huge problem. There are no proper measures for that. And through rough sets, one can explain it much better, because especially those which have relations associated. And further, the relatively loose incorporation of Bayesian ideas of bad causation. I'll explain that. In some types of rough sets, does not really help with meaning in the application context, because it becomes quite confusing if you use this kind of Bayesian ideas. Because all it offers is some kind of confirmation, not causation proper. And this deviant probability is what I mentioned earlier. It is the one based on dependence. And the process models for this kind of probability is still not done. And the C rough randomness helps with that also. Okay, I'll say a few words about subjective probability. Subjective probability distribution is about an agent's judgment of the relative likelihood of particular values of variable or strength of belief in the variable's probability distribution. And there are two broad classes. One is those that use the real numbers to represent it, and those that do not use. So the former will be comparable with measure theoretic probability, while the latter won't be. And usually in subjective probability, you don't need any concept of randomness. And there are new theories, however, that have been proposed, but they are still controversial. So that is the general scenario for randomness in the context of subjective probability. And basically, it will proceed somewhat like this. Acts assign an outcome to each state. So we start with a set of states. Then we consider this E as the set of all events. And the sky is a set of outcomes or consequences. And the set of finite outcome acts on S as this A. And it's also assumed that the image of each function is finite. So this is how the theory starts. And the axioms, of course, vary. There are many versions. And of course, there are many empirical studies associated with subjective probability. And it is known that there are many interesting results such as this. One of these is, it is known that humans do not see equally likely as equally random. For example, you may find things like this: coin is biased if it turns out heads 9 times in a row. That seems likely, but it's not really justified according to other kinds of probability. So I'm skipping this qualitative probability space. I won't be using it, but this can be related to rough sets. This is one version actually. Here what is done is there's a preference relation used, and that's it. There are very mild conditions on this collection F. It's just an algebra of sets. So that's it. And okay, I'm skipping this. Then I come to Bayes' theorem and its politics. It's suppose I is a hypothesis, E is the evidence, and these things are called likelihoods. That's the probability of the evidence being true given that given the hypothesis. And we can write this theorem. This is, of course, Bayesianism is certainly not about subjective probability. In fact, this is a simple consequence in all measure theoretic ones. And that is well known. And rational beliefs are probabilities in subjective interpretations. And there we do things like this: E confirms A if simply this is true, and E disconfirms A if this happens. And P and neutrality is interpreted this way. This means that the evidence it is interpreted as E is no evidence for the hypothesis. And conditional probability is again used for selecting, for fitting curves to data, of course. And you get some criteria, which is, of course, controversial. And all this, of course, justifies and it is also known that conditional probabilities lead to all kinds of paradoxes in proper measure theory too. That is the Kolmogorov sense. Therefore, it is definitely better to use something like the English version, which is of course the best as far as I can see among the different proposals. So there it's a direct extension of Kolmogorov's type probability. And all that is done is there's an extra collection B added here. A is of course a sigma algebra, and B is a subset of A that is closed under finite union, includes a possibly countably infinite partition, and the empty set is not assumed to belong to this. And the binary function, this function is intended as a conditional probability. And almost all results of Kolmogorov's probability move to this setting. And it's a proper mathematical generalization. And that is the best part of it. And further, you can simplify this presentation to, you can do this. You can associate a normal measure also, so that we can write all probabilities in this form. So if the measure of B is greater than 0, you can write all conditional probabilities this way. And A conditional probability space is full if and only if this B is actually this particular collection. That means the set of sets which have non-zero and non-infinite measure. And it is known that every CPS can be extended to full CPS. And so we can just denote it this way with the measure instead of the conditional probability. So, and this is the concept of randomness in probability theory. A phenomenon is stochastically random if it has probabilistic regularity in the absence of other types of regularity. Okay, and of course, in measure theoretic probability, a random variable is a measurable function. There are direct measure theoretic generalizations of this to rough, so-called rough and fuzzy spaces. These are due to Bauteng Liu, and however, the concepts of limited value, because they are essentially stochastic, what is done is the valuation space is basically changed in the theory. And this work dates back to 2004 and earlier. And but it hasn't found too much of applications. It's more of a stochastic theory, and the randomness there is again of the same type. And this, you can read about it. So there you have a concept of rough random variable too. And because of this only, I have changed the terminology to clean rough randomness, which is an entirely different thing. Okay. And there are other types of randomness, subjective randomness already mentioned. There are recent proposals, and information theoretic is also known, but it's not relevant to the present discussion because this type, the type I'm introducing, will not fall under information theoretic ones. So this is my version. The phenomenon is random relative to a method of interpretation X if it does have some regularity relative to X and is otherwise apparently random. And of course, we need to impose additional conditions on how the generalization should be. Okay, and following that, I have the definition of clean rough randomness. A phenomenon is clean roughly random if it does have some regularity related to some rough process and is otherwise apparently roughly random. And of course, I have to specify a lot more about consistency, meaningfulness, and reasonableness. Okay. So, and this leads, and this is realized through different types of roughly random functions. So I introduced like almost 4 types, and these always involve these involve different kinds of objects. So the first type is, of course, it starts with a collection of approximations of some type tau, and E is taken as a collection of rough objects defined on the same universe. Then by clean rough random function of type 1 is just a map. I don't impose any more conditions on this, but it's about the way I use it actually. So similarly, there's a type 2 which starts with again approximations, but the set of reals is actually used. Type 2 are very common in the literature, but they are again questionable because reals you typically get by using cardinalities of set. But sets are supposed to be collections of attributes, and valuing attributes that way is not really a good idea. Okay. And this is the third type. So here, F is any other collection of objects defined on the same universe. This is kept really open. This is the third type. And then I go to the fourth type where,
Mani, you have 5 minutes.
okay. Yeah. So, and again, I start with a collection of approximation operators of different types. D is a collection of rough objects defined on the same universe. And then there's a clean rough random function of type H. Okay. So it's taken as a partial map. And this is about the interrelations. And the last type is specifically intended for information systems or tables that change in real time. So this type can definitely handle things like transfer learning and other objects in artificial intelligence. The main concern, of course, in all this is the ontology of approximations. That is how meaning varies over the things. There are various examples. I'm skipping the examples too. Okay. And these are really useful in problems of explainable artificial intelligence. And I've already used this in various algorithms. These are there in the slides. It's also there in related papers. And for example, here what I do is I introduce a concept of large-minded reasoner, which is basically a function which takes, these are actually collections of blocks of a tolerance. And this is, suppose you have a table, suppose 1, 2, up to n corresponds to different columns of a table. These are blocks formed from those columns. And we have a function to the blocks on the whole table itself. So basically what it helps in the related algorithms. One of these is this exhaustive tolerance discovery algorithm. There what is done is we try to find a tolerance which fits the data, which fits the decision making in the data, basically. And without any knowledge about what is there in the, without having any knowledge about the data proper. This happens, for example, in some types of clustering, where one doesn't really understand the data, but one is doing the clustering. And then here, this kind of algorithm can be used to really find the tolerance that fits into the whole clustering. That way we can get the meaning of the cluster. So that is the purpose. And I also speak of interpreted large-minded reasoners. This reasoner, and this is an example of the type H rough random function. Okay. So there are many problems and directions. And the concept of clean rough randomness is already shown to be very applicable for low-cost computing. A number of foundational questions need to be resolved. That is there. And connections of related causality with the minimal assumptions use that needs to be done. And specialization to accommodate generalized overlap and related predicates. These are mirrological predicates, and they are really useful in soft computing, including rough sets. And studies relating to this are really relevant because this will help people to reason with sets rather than bad numeric approximations. And the logic of decision making on the basis of set theoretic measures for cluster validation, of course, requires additional work and will appear in a forthcoming paper of mine. And I have already done quite some work on this topic, but more needs to be done. And application to regulate spurious ML procedures, such as transfer learning. If you know what transfer learning is, you'll know how spurious it is. For example, if you want to classify cats, you'll try to take pictures of dogs and then combine them mathematically. For example, a convex combination may be used to get something ridiculous. This helps probably in wasting more computer time. And an improved theory of rough decision making and relative cognitive aspects definitely appear possible through this clean rough randomness. So that's it. Thank you. And there are plenty of slides for explaining. Questions, please.
Yeah, right. So you mentioned about transfer learning, which is very popular in the deep learning models these days. So
Yeah.
I mean, what I understood of transfer learning is it saves your computation. You don't have to do a lot of computation, and you use somewhere, you train the model for something, and you reuse it somewhere else. But you were saying it's not very, it gives curious things. But I think which I'm not able to understand is how is rough sets coming into the picture, like. And see, and they also use some kind of regularization, if I'm not mistaken, to remove those curious.
Yeah, transfer learning is used in many different ways. For example, when we don't have enough training samples, then it is often used, right?
Yeah, but how does rough sets come into the picture? Because what I understood is in the deep learning models, I didn't see any usage of rough sets.
So deep learning comes later, but first when we don't have enough samples and we have to generate them, then transfer learning is used typically. So we have a small number of samples from which we want to generate more through some method. And that is where transfer learning comes in. That is one of the most important application of that. And speaking of that, there we have, what happens is it ends up wasting too much energy.
Yeah, but how you said about spurious conclusion, no? They do some kind of regularization, no? Am I right? Some kind of regularization is done to remove these spurious.
But often it becomes bad. That is true. That's what is happening. Okay, and there it can possibly be able to regulate. So that is one possible application, which I'm looking into. Okay.
Okay, so let us break for the tea.
Yeah. So thanks all the speakers of this session, and I'm really thankful to SMS for sharing this session in a nice manner. So I think it's high time to have tea. So please come to the tea room, and we will have 15-minute break. So I will try to ask you to come back by 4:30, if you can.
4:30.
No, my clock. Not of this clock. So for this clock, it is 4:35 to 4:40. We'll try to start as soon as possible. So in the end session, we have 2 more talks.
Sumant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, yes. I am, so Jam was supposed to chair, but now I am chairing. So
Okay.
I should make you co-host, right? Are you
Yeah,
agree?
yeah. No, I'm not a co-host.
Him co-host. Just now.
Am I?
But why is that not, that option is not showing at all?
No, because this is the host.
Okay, now I'm.
Okay. So can you share?
Yeah, I'll share my.
I think now we can.
So I shouldn't touch
already
this.
did.
I shouldn't touch this.
Okay, yeah.
I can sit here.
Sure, if you want to, why not?
So should I, is there any way to make this even?
Is he the next speaker?
No, that is the biggest one, I guess.
Okay.
But he can make it full screen, then it will cover everything, I guess.
Sumant, can you, yes, great.
Yes.
Is it full screen now?
It was larger earlier, no?
Control L, I guess, or full screen from the view. Yeah, that is the good one. Yeah.
No, but this is not full screen. So this is actually full
You can
screen.
go to view and make the full screen if you wish.
Fine.
That is fine because we can see him as well. That is a good thing.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll switch off the video then.
No,
don't do that. Don't do that. Suresh, you can actually make the video on. Because then he can see the audience.
I can switch on the video.
Yeah, then he can see the audience.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I asked him to bring this water.
Yeah, they are coming with a bottle like this.
So, good with the when should we start?
Yeah, I'm going to call them and just.
Yeah, someone 2 minutes.
Yeah, please call.
I don't know. He asked me to chair.
So, welcome all for the last session of this whole day. As I already mentioned that we are going to extend this program to 27th, and I hope to get you all online again. And I will just publish the whole program in the website. And yeah, so now our session chair is Professor Suresh from Chennai Institute of Mathematical Science. And please, Suresh, take over the session.
So, welcome everyone for this session. The first talk will be by Sumant Prabhu, who is learning the art and craft of program verification and synthesis at IISc. So he is a PhD student at IISc and a researcher at TCS Research. He works with Deepak D'Souza at IISc and Kumar Madhukar, who is at IIT Delhi, right, Sumant? Not
Yeah, that's a bit old. I had not updated.
He often collaborates with Gregory Fedikovich. He is our master student from CMI. He worked with Professor Mandayam Srivas on his master's thesis. Previous to this, he was working in a software. He was a system developer operating system developer at NetApp for 5 years. Presently, he works on solving systems of constrained Horn classes. Yes, so let's welcome Sumant. Sumant, you have 25 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Suresh, thanks. I just defended my PhD, so this problem is on this is what my PhD thesis was. This is joint work with following wonderful collaborators: Deepak, who was my advisor, PhD advisor, Gregory, Madhukar, Venki, Supratik from different institutes who have contributed in multiple papers. So the agenda of today's talk is first I will introduce the problem, the specification synthesis problem, and then I will introduce how do we encode them as a logical intermediate representation called constraint Horn clauses, and then give an overview of how do we try to solve it. I'll not go in depth on how do we solve it, but the focus is on the problem and how do we encode them as constraint Horn clauses. So just to be on the same page, let me introduce the problem of program verification. So we are given a program and a post condition, which is typically given as a condition of an assert statement. So the problem is to find whether all executions that reach assert statement satisfies the condition that is there in the assert. Right? So to give you a concrete example, let's look at very simple program here. So here we have a variable x that is getting initialized by 19, and then there is an unbounded loop. So we do not know how many times the loop is going to get executed. But at each iteration, the previous value gets decremented. Okay? And finally, when the loop terminates, there is an assert condition that says that x should not be equal to say 42. Okay, so now if you manually reason, this is kind of, you can do simple reasoning here and make sure that this program does all executions does satisfy this assert. So this is said that program is safe or program verifies. So manual reasonings goes something like this. You start with x equal to 19, and no matter how many times you execute this loop, it is always the case that it either remains same or it will just get decremented. Okay, and since it has started from 19, so it will never be equal to 42. Okay, so this manual reasoning can be automated by finding something called adequate inductive invariant. So these are set of states at the loop head, that is at this particular location, which this set of states include the initial set of states x equal to 19 here, and also the that set is inductive with respect to the loop's body. By that I mean, if you start, if you pick some state from the inductive invariant and execute the loop once, then whatever states that you get, right? So that should also be there in the inductive invariant. And also this is disjoint with the set of bad states. So the bad states are negation of the post condition, right? So x equal to 42 for instance here. So if you find such adequate inductive invariant, this gives us proof that the program it is representing is safe. And in symbolic program verification, where the programs are represented by formulas, so in this case, so these inductive invariants are also represented by formula. So in this talk, what we assume is inductive invariant is represented by an uninterpreted relation, some placeholder relation, say invariant, INV, which will be over the set of variables that are under scope. So x, only x is here, so x will be there. And the actual inductive invariant will be some mapping for such relations. Say for instance here x is less than or equal to 19, and one can see that this x is equal to less than or 19 satisfies the constraints that I just said. Okay. So right, so there have been multiple works that try to find inductive invariants for different kind of programs, but there is this one program called this is a set of programs called open programs. So the idea here is you have a program which has function calls, and there is post condition also, but the functions, right, those are undefined. So we know its signature, we know what are its input, output, the type of those variables, but we do not know what is its definition. We do not have the source code or implementation of such functions. Say for instance here, foo is the given open program, it is calling bar. We know bar takes one variable y and it returns one variable x, and foo also has the post condition, but we do not have the implementation of this bar. So this could be the case that because bar is a proprietary code where we do not have the source code, actual source code, or maybe it is not yet developed, the software is getting developed incrementally, or maybe it's too large to do verification also. So this can happen in say compositional verification and so on. So but we do not have the definition of this bar. Now if you can find a relational constraint for such undefined function, which is bar here, over its input and output variables, so such that and then with respect to that relational constraint, if you prove that the program is the input open program is safe, then that such relational constraints are called correct specifications of such undefined functions. Okay, so once you find such specification, these specifications can be further used as contract to develop bar, or it could also be used to maybe verify. You give it to the organization that has bar, and maybe they can verify it, and or else they can just assume it to be contract on bar. Okay, so you can see that you to find this specification, these relational constraints, right? So these relational constraints should make as minimal assumptions on bar as possible to have as many possible implementations for bar as possible. Okay, so not all specifications are equally good. So the specification which makes minimal assumption on these undefined functions, that is what is helpful, or that is what is useful.
Someone, 1 minute. Somebody has a question here.
So,
Yes.
sorry, I might have missed something. So
Yes.
is the specification of bar given? So I don't know what the code is, how it is implemented.
Right. You do not know bars. Bars implementation is not there. Okay, so we do not have bar source code. Bar source code is unavailable. Maybe it's available, but it's proprietary or
Yeah, the
maybe it's
question
just
is,
too damaged.
is it specification available? That is what he's asking.
No, no, specification is not available. We need to find specification. That's the problem.
Ah, okay. So you need to find a specification for bar
Right.
such that
Such that the foo gets verified.
okay.
Right. Okay. Right. We do not have implementation of bar, and of course, we do not have specification of bar also. Okay. Right. In this, in such scenarios, what is typically done in verification is that people come up with, bar developers of bar will come up with something called stubs or some kind of over approximation of these bar, all possible or more than possible behaviors of bar. But writing such, stubs are typically error prone, and also it's a tedious process to do, right? And also error prone, then it will not have the benefit of program verification. So just to restate the problem, so we are given an open program. Open programs have these undefined functions, but at the same time it has a post condition. So post condition is what is supposed behavior or supposed what is expected out of this open program. And the problem is to synthesize quality relational construct. So by quality, what I mean is it has to make as minimal assumptions on these undefined functions as possible. So these are called specification. Along with that, we need to also, once we get these specifications, we also have to prove that with respect to these specification, the program verifies, right? So one way could be, find adequate inductive invariance for them, right? So to synthesize both the specifications as well as specifications for undefined functions and adequate inductive invariance to the open program that is given to us. Okay, so this is the problem. To give a concrete example, right? So the previous example that we were looking at, except that now there is a function call now. We do not have implementation of this f. Okay, so if we just know that f is not going to take any input argument, but it is going to return one integer value. Okay, and which is stored in y. The assert is changed a bit. So assert is now that the value of x should be less than or equal to the value of y. Okay, and the rest of the program is same, so that is x is getting initialized and then x is getting decremented in an unbounded loop. Okay, so can we find some specification for this f such that this assert holds in all executions of this program? One specification. So now, right? So how do we write specification is we also have an kind of some uninterpreted relation, some kind of placeholder relation, which will be over both input and output of the function. So f is here. So f is not taking any input; it is giving only one output. So the relation will be over y, and this will be it maps to an actual specification. Right. So here, for instance, the specification could be y is equal to 42. Okay. So this is kind of similar to the previous program that we saw, where we did that manual reasoning with inductive invariant being that x is less than or equal to 19. But then, y is equal to 42 makes assumption that, f has to return only one value and that value is 42 and all. But f can also return, say, 41 or 40 or 19 or so on, right? So these values it can return. So this is also a kind of correct specification. So, it is y is greater than or equal to 19. That is, f can return any value as long as it is greater than or equal to 19, it is fine. But now this is a maximal or weakest specification for f. That is, f cannot return, say, value 8, for instance. Okay, I mean, f cannot return, say, value 18. Okay, so I cannot extend this beyond this point. Okay, so these are called maximal specifications. Okay, now of course there are many applications where such programs appear. But then, what are the key challenges in finding such specifications? So first is you can come up with any specification, but then you have to also find inductive invariants or function summaries and so on, right? So because there are complex control flow in your program, say for instance loop, recursive functions, and so on. So you need to come up with those as well. Then there are also data structures like arrays, right? So you typically have programs that use these data structures, and reasoning about these data structures, you need richer logic like, say, quantified formulas over arrays and so on. Reasoning about these quantified formulas, right? It's first is reasoning itself is difficult, and also it increases the possible search space for inductive invariant and specification. Then also, we need specification to be useful. It has to make minimal assumptions on those undefined functions. So for minimal assumptions, we need to find maximal specifications. Okay? So we need to come up with specification and also kind of prove that those specifications are the maximal ones that is possible for the given program. And also there are different programming languages. So whatever this you come up with, whatever specification you come up with, or whatever technique you come up with, has to handle all these programming languages. Right. So to address this, right, so we use something called constraint horn clause. So constraint horn clause are logical intermediate representation that has been used in multiple symbolic model checking tools. So there is this position paper that says that constraint horn clauses are kind of suitable representation, suitable logical intermediate representation for program verification, especially for automatic program verification, where you find inductive invariants also. And there are multiple papers or multiple tools that convert different kind of programming languages and programs into constraint horn clause. And also there are theoretical works which proves that different kind of programs can be represented by constraint horn clause. For instance, different programs like say Rust, written in Rust, Java, C, C++, and all. So there are front ends which can convert those languages into constraint horn clauses. So what are constraint horn clause? Okay, so many of you know already horn clauses. So for those of no horn clauses, these are horn clauses along with some constraints, some interpreted formulas along with horn clauses. But for those of you who do not know horn clauses, so constraint horn clause is a set of implications which can have syntax of following form. So in this syntax, so R here represent uninterpreted relations, and X here is set of variables, program variables that are there. Phi here are some interpreted formulas from some logic, from some theory, let's say some L theories there. So I can have say phi 1, phi 2, phi 3. So these are called something constraints. Okay? So there can be three types of implications or clauses possible. So first is something called fact, which will have uninterpreted relation only on the right hand side. And each implication is universally quantified over all set of variables that appear in both the constraints as well as these uninterpreted relations. Okay, so the first one is called fact. So this has uninterpreted relation only on the right hand side. On the left hand side, there is only an interpreted formula. And then second one is inductive constraint horn clause. So you have one or more uninterpreted relations on the left hand side. And on the right hand side, there is only one uninterpreted relation, and some of these uninterpreted relations can be common between left and right hand side. So when on the left hand side, if there is only one uninterpreted relation, that is called linear constraint horn clause. Otherwise, it's called non-linear constraint horn. Of course, there will be constraint also on the left hand side. The third one is query. So there are no uninterpreted relation on the right hand side. It's just false. And also on the left hand side, there can be one or more uninterpreted relation. If there is only one, it's called a linear constraint horn clause. And each one is universally quantified. So going back to the program that we saw, open program that we saw earlier. So that program can be represented, at least the inductive invariant semantics, and also the function can be represented by three constraint horn clauses that we show here. So the first constraint horn clause says that, so we will have now the uninterpreted relations represent the inductive invariant and the function specification. The function specification is over both input and output of the undefined function, and inductive invariant will be over variables that are under scope at that particular loop. Right? So the first implication says that the initial set of states should be there in the inductive invariant. So this is what we saw, one of the constraint. Each of these implication is universally quantified with over all variables that appear, which is implicit here for this presentation purpose. The second one is the inductiveness constraint that we saw for inductive invariant. So this is a loop body. It is just primed so that we can differentiate the current variable and the next variable. Finally, what are the inductive invariants that gives states to X, that along with the specification that we can find for F, this should imply X is less than or equal to 1. So this is a query clause, just that I have moved this particular constraint to the right hand side, but it can be moved to left hand side with negation being here. So it will be just false.
Just one question. So that
Right.
Fy is supposed to mean that Y is the output of this, right?
Yeah, y is output of f, yes. So if f had an input, say x or something,
you put all the inputs as well.
yeah, if it had input, then input will also be there.
Okay.
So I'm converting the function to a relation by considering both input as well as output variables. Okay, so but there is no input here, so there is only output, so there is just y. So if it had say z as input, then it would be f of z comma y. And there will be universally quantified, f of z for all x, y, z. This should work.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So this is this is syntactically semantics of CHC. So can we find some interpretation to this relation that makes each of this implication valid? Okay. So that is called a solution to the CHC. So which in terms of program that would be the inductive invariant and a specification for this function. Okay. For instance, I can have a solution say which the previous solution that we saw, which x is less than or equal to 19 and f maps y equal to 42, right? So this makes each of this implication valid, and this is called a solution to the CHC system, right? So given a set of CHCs over this uninterpreted relation, we say a system of CHC is satisfiable if we can find a mapping that maps each of these uninterpreted relations to some formulas such that it makes you substitute the relation by its mapped formula, then it makes each of implication valid. Okay, so this is called a solution, and the CHC, the set of CHCs, the system of CHC is satisfiable. Right. So we have developed multiple techniques to solve CHCs, but this can work for inductive invariant inference, but it will not work for open programs. So the issue with this is, for instance, I can have invariant as true and f as false. Okay, so such vacuous solutions I can get. So f as false means it doesn't mean any. It is not very useful as a specification. It is a solution to CHC system, but it is not very useful as a specification. It just means make when you enter f, you just do not exit f at all. Okay, so that by that make assertion unreachable. Then vacuously assertion is. Assertion holds. So we do not want such specification. We want non-vacuous specification. For instance, this is a non-vacuous specification. I can get the x is less than or equal to y is 42. But we saw that this is not maximal, right? So we can still add more points to this f. So I can get something like x is less than or equal to 19 and y is greater than or equal, which is non-vacuous as well as maximal solution. Okay, so the specification quality, what we mean is, suppose say given, so if we consider some set of relations Rm, over this we need a Pareto optimal solution. That is, a solution where if you want to strengthen if you want to weaken one of the solution, you have to strengthen another one. Okay, so this is formally captured here. I'll not go into details here. So this is the problem that we have. So can you find, given a constraint on clause system, can you find and also kind of give a proof that it is a maximal solution? So we do this. So we have multiple papers over this which handle different kind of programs. So we started with integer program and any specification, and also the if you know weakest precondition computation. Right? So that is also that can also be represented as open program. So we find the quantified weakest precondition for deterministic array programs, non-deterministic array programs, and so on. So overall, this entire work, right? So this fits into this algorithm framework that we call infer, check, weaken. So the idea is, given take this entire problem as an input CHC system and infer a solution to this input CHC system. I mean, it is just a soft constraint that it has to be maximal, okay, at least for this inference module. But if it is not, you try to get maximal. If it is not maximal, you just give me a solution to this CHC system. Okay? And this solution then is passed to the maximality checker, which will check whether the solution that is written by inference engine is indeed a maximal one or not. If it is not maximal, it will construct, it will do the check. If it is not maximal, it will send a feedback, some kind of feedback, why this solution is not maximal, to a weakening module. So weakening module then kind of guesses a weakened specification, and that weakened specification again can be converted to a new CHC system and then sent to inference module. Okay, and sometimes maximality checker itself poses this maximality checking problem, whether a specification is maximal or not. That itself has a new CHC system and passes it to inference module. And inference module can now, if it finds a solution, then it will determine that the solution, then the previous specification is not maximal. If it fails to find a solution, then it kind of says that it is maximal. Okay, so this is the overall framework that we have. So the infer module works in enumerate and check. So we'll kind of enumerate possible set of solutions to a given CHC system, and then we ask an SMT solver to check whether it is indeed a solution to the CHC system. If it is not, then we try to improve using something called backward and forward propagate. So the idea is use the syntax, syntactic structure of constraint on clause. For instance, this constraint on clause has invariant and F on the left-hand side, unimpeded relation on the left-hand side, and this two together with true should imply X is less than or equal to Y. So this is, can we do some kind of backward propagation? Can we find some new interpretation to invariant and F, which together implies with true this X is less than or equal to Y? So can we do something like that? And something called forward propagation. So we have some interpreted formula. So for this is for fact CHCs. So we have interpreted formula on the left-hand side. Can we use that to get new solution or new candidate solution to this uninterpreted relations? Okay. So I'll just very briefly go through how do we do this backward propagation. So we use yes,
just 5 minutes. So,
okay, yeah, I'll finish. Yeah. So we use something called abductive inference. So the idea of abductive inference is you are given some premise, okay, which is not implying the conclusion. So can you find a new hypothesis that together with premise will imply conclusion? Okay, so for instance, here y is equal to 0 is not implying x is greater than y. Now, say hypothesis h of x, and this is over some set of variables. Now, this together should imply x is greater than y conclusion, and also it should not vacuously imply. Okay, so it should be the case that h of x and y equal to 0 is sad. Okay, so we use so for instance, this h of x is greater than 0. So we propose different kind of to do this abductive inference. So we use some of the existing techniques, and also we have come up with different kind of abductive inference techniques for say quantified array formulas and so on. So the idea is extend this abductive inference. There is an extension for abductive inference for multi-abduction. That is, you have more than one hypothesis. For instance, the last CHC that we saw, right? So that can that has two uninterpreted relations, so that together should imply this. Right? So can you find a solution to this? Okay, so this, of course, this is not enough. So we have to do something called forward propagation. So this is more of this is there in our paper. You can go to our paper to get more details. But then again, like I said, this will not ensure maximality. So we have different kind of techniques to check maximality. One is using SMT encoding itself, then using a linear CHC and non-linear CHC and so on. So weakening is done by guessing and checking. So what we do is we'll look at a particular grammar and use the feedback given by maximality checking to guess as weakened specification, and then again use inference module to check whether that is actually a specification or not. Okay, so in conclusion, so this problem specification synthesis, it's an important problem. There are many applications for this specification synthesis. Of course, verification is there. There are program repair, test case generation. Everywhere we can use, there are this instance of specification synthesis. And we encode this problem as CHCs, and we have this infer check weaken module. This framework is flexible in the sense that you can have different kind of inference module, inference checking, inference algorithm. At the same time, it also gives reliability. That is, it will give us proof of correctness as well as maximality. Okay, so that is also there. If you have any questions or anything, you can always mail me. So this is all I have. Thanks for attention.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Suman. Questions? Yes, there is a question.
Suppose the function which you don't have has some numerical errors going on in that function. Will you first capture that like round offs or truncation, some numerical kind of thing which we don't know priori?
So are you saying instead of integer, if they were float or something?
No,
Yeah.
even if it is integer,
Yeah.
I had a question.
Right.
Originally you said that while loop keeps on going and eventually it will be less than or equal to 42 or whatever you were saying. What if it
Right.
keeps going down and then after the max, whatever min int, it goes back to max int?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So we assume these are in mathematical integers. These are not machine integers. So we assume there is no underflow.
What about round offs, like, round off, not, but that can also break, and your error, it can be wrong errors, the machine, I mean, the.
Yeah, I think you have to anyway verify the
Okay.
that other program also that it meets the specification.
Right, right, right. We do verification. Yes, yes.
But Sumant, I had another question, which is
Yes,
that
yes.
so some of these solutions to this, the F needs to somehow know about the structure of the bar needs to know about the structure of food, right? How that seems to go against your open programs paradigm, no? Because even in that program, your F should return 19 or whatever. How does F is developed by somebody else, no? And that
Yes, F is developed by. I'm just saying for this to verify, F should return y is greater than or equal to 19. That's it.
And then you will go and develop a program.
Then I will give this to developer. If it is not developed, then I will give this developer. Developer has to have this as a contract that whatever you come up with your implementation, that should satisfy that whatever return value it returns should always be greater than or equal to.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the flow, right? So whatever specification that we come up with, that is given to the bar, and they will verify.
Okay, there are no more questions. Then let's thank Sumant again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can stop sharing, right? Okay, so you can. So the next speaker is Saurav Tarafdar. Saurav is an assistant professor and head of the Department of Business Mathematics and Statistics at St. Xavier's College. He was a former visiting researcher at Unicamp, Brazil. His research interests lie in the area of set theory, classical logic, non-classical logics, para-consistent logic, etc., and infinite game theory. Let's welcome Saurav. Yes. So you have your time to
make it full screen.
control.
কাজ করছে না
Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Purvita, for inviting me. It's confirming who is the chair of the session. Thank you, Purvita, for inviting me here. And this is a long day, of course, but I'm sorry that in my presentation here, few slides will contain some technical constructions. So for the audience here, like if you do not think that you are familiar with the constructions, so do not give your concentration on the constructions. So you just stay here, see what are the ultimate results. So after the constructions, I will go for the results. And if you are familiar with the constructions, then it will be a little bit recapitulation that what are the constructions are there. Well, so as I've written, the cardinality in a parallel universe and a question. So Jam already asked me an interesting question before the talk, but anyway, so let me go into the talk. So first, actually, I cannot see the heading. So can we do something here? Like this? No?
I think I have to move this one.
Yeah.
And move the click.
Oh, more it little.
Height floating with interest.
Yeah.
That's it.
After the long session, I forgot what are the titles. If I cannot see it, the sequence I cannot remember. So that's why it's needed. Well, so I'll first talk about the Boolean valued model. So simply that the constructions are like that. You take a complete Boolean algebra in some standard model V of ZFC. Then what you did? Simply the construction goes like, oops. Yes. So let's start with a complete Boolean algebra B, and then what you do with the Boolean algebra B, you make a collection of functions. Okay, simply that the functions are such the domain contains few other functions which are built already in the previous steps, and the images of the functions are elements of the subset of the complete Boolean algebra B you have taken. Okay, then you do what you do, you take all those functions together, name it as VB. Okay, that means at point 3 VB is what? Simply contains those functions whose domains are again few functions and images are the elements of the Boolean algebra started with. Okay, and what happens then? Extend the language of ZFC by adding a constant symbols corresponding to every element of VB, and then what happens? Then we take an assignment function which I have written as the third bracket thing, which does what? From the language, you take any sentence. The sentence is associated with some Boolean value under that assignment function. How it is associated? The construction is written here. So if you are not, as I've said, if you are not familiar, you do not have to go inside, but the way how it is connected, it is written here. So somehow, so the assignment function somehow connects, suppose, as I've said, suppose you have taken two elements U and V from VB, then U belongs to V is a Boolean value. What is that value? Given by that function, third bracket. U equal to V is again a Boolean value. What is that value? Is given by that function. And once the atomic formulas are done, then what we do? We just extend it homomorphically to all the sentences. So what happens, like, suppose you are taking a sentence sigma and tau, and suppose you are taking sigma arrow tau. What is the value of this? It is simply the value of sigma in the Boolean algebra. Then you take the arrow of the Boolean algebra and the value of the tau. So this way we have defined values to, or we have assigned values to all the sentences in the extended language.
In the fourth line on the right hand side, is
yes.
a star or complement? I mean,
star of the Boolean algebra.
So what is the star?
Complement of the Boolean algebra. Yes, yes, exactly. Yes. Well, then what happens? We say that simply a sentence is valid in VB as we are expecting that when, if the value of the sentence under that assignment function is 1. Okay. So some sentence will get value 1, some sentence will get value 0, some sentence will get some values inside. If a sentence is getting value 1, we'll say that in that Boolean value in VB, that sentence is valid. As simple as that. Okay. Then what? Then this is a celebrated result that Cohen first, Solovey, Bopenka, they came up with this after Cohen developed the forcing. The parallel construction that they said, they showed that look, if you start with a complete Boolean algebra, doesn't matter which complete Boolean algebra you are taking, all the axioms of Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, Zermelo-Fraenkel and including the axiom of choice, all of them are getting value 1. So all of them are valid in VB if B is a complete Boolean algebra. So whatever value, whatever Boolean algebra you take. Yes, permission.
Right. So you see that this initial atomic element
yes. Yes.
And then for every such, so you have two kinds of atomic forms, either belongs to or
yes, yes.
So you can assign under any function, under any map, or just assign the value to this as an element of the Boolean algebra. It would still be the case that you will have something that will map to 1.
No, not any function. But what you say, like we have done a recent work on that. We actually changed this function, but to get something else. But this construction, you see that this is a unique construction. Whenever you are taking U belongs to V, U is fixed, V is fixed. Once that is fixed, then what is written in the right hand side, they are also fixed, you see. So this function is uniquely defined. You can change B, but whatever B is, according to that, U belongs to V, that thing, depending on B, it has a unique value. You cannot, like here, the assignment function is fixed. So it is not under any assignment function. You are right that if we are changing the function, then it could be that the same thing could have value something else. And in and under the other assignment function, the value could be something else. No, but this structure of the assignment function is fixed. Once the Boolean algebra is fixed, these things are also fixed at the same time. Okay.
Can you go back to the last slide? Just one thing I missed.
Yes. This one? This one or this
No,
one?
no, definition of it. Right.
Yes.
So that is for, okay, so you just, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. Well, so, yes. All the axioms are getting value 1.
No matter what initial thing you give to the constant.
Yeah. If it is a complete Boolean algebra, all the axioms are getting value 1. Yeah, this proved. This is like well-established, well-known results. Is a like the stamp there. That yes, you take it as it. That means that the ZF axioms all are valid for all complete Boolean algebra, right? That was done in 1964, I think. Yeah. But then what happened? You see that now, if you look at this statement carefully, you can understand that this B is a complete Boolean algebra, right? And we have a very close connection with Boolean algebra and classical logic, correct? Then what happened if we change this Boolean algebra by some other algebra whose logic is not classical and keep the constructions fixed, right? In 1978, actually Grayson came up with that, and what he did is this. He said, look, if we change the complete Boolean algebra by a complete Heyting algebra, simple, like the Boolean algebra, if you take Heyting algebra and do the same thing, then the resulting thing, suppose the Heyting algebra is H, then this thing becomes a model of intuitionistic Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, right? And then our search started from this point. Like, so we tried to find, in my PhD project, we tried to find that how far we can go. Like, is this the only case that is the only Heyting algebra after Boolean algebra which is doing this job?
But I don't know it.
Yes.
What is Heyting algebra? And what is, how do you differ from Boolean algebra?
Interpret the implies, Boolean algebra implies is not A union B. Heyting algebra, you take it to be the maximum thing such that A implies B is the maximum value such that
A and
and,
B? Yes.
C and B is less than equal. C and A is less
Yes.
than equal.
Negation is also
Basically.
complementation is.
And in terms of the complementation, sir, in classical, in Boolean algebra, A double star is equal to A, right? Negation A is A. But here it is A double star is less than equal to A. Okay, in terms of the complementation. Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah, but every Boolean algebra is a Heyting algebra as well. So Heyting algebra is a bigger class containing all the Boolean algebras as well, but containing a little bit more. Achha.
I have one.
Yes.
Okay, so the thing is that like complete Heyting algebra and frame is kind of same as the object. But the thing is that is there exists some idea of geometric Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory or not really? Because frame is associated with geometric logic, whereas the Heyting algebra is kind of linear sum algebra of intuition.
I have no idea in this regard, but we can think about it. Okay, later. So later we can talk about this. I have no idea in this direction.
Because I know like Heyting algebra is a linear
Yeah.
sum algebra of intuition.
Right, right.
And you are working.
That is the point, yes.
with intuitionistic Zermelo-Fraenkel.
That is the point. You see that when we were taking Boolean algebra was connected to the classical logic. That's why it became a model of classical set theory.
Exactly.
Heyting algebra is sound and complete. Like sorry, there is a logic which is a like intuitionistic logic, which is sound and complete with respect to the Heyting algebras.
Yeah,
And
but
that's why
if,
VH becomes the intuitionistic Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory. So the connection is same, right?
Yeah.
Boolean algebra classical is connected to classical logic, and then VB is connected to the classical set theory. Now you are changing B with H, a heading algebra, which is connected to the intuitionistic logic. Then VH is connected to the intuitionistic journal of mathematics.
Like heading algebra and intuitionistic logic, but you are actually taking complete heading algebra, which is kind of bigger, right?
Yes.
And that complete heading algebra as an object is nothing but a frame. So that's why I was thinking.
No, like I did not think about that direction, but later we can talk about that. So I don't know that whether it will be connected to that geometric thing what you are saying.
Yeah.
You need a complete heading algebra even if you want to go to first order even without sector. Complete is forced on you even if you go to first order.
Because yes, what Suresh is saying is correct. Because for the quantifiers, if you want to interpret it, you need the complete thing.
Yeah, no, I was actually considering frame. We don't have this for all thing. Only there.
Oh yes,
in the predicate part. But
yes,
complete
exactly.
algebra, intuitionistic logic, you have that for all.
Yes, exactly.
So
For all and
there
there exists. Yes. That's why the complete thing is needed.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so now the question was that can we come up with some other algebraic properties or other algebras which can do this job as well? Like it can validate the axioms of ZF, maybe including axiom of choice, we don't know. Can we come up with some properties of some algebra? That was my PhD project. And then we could not come up with a proper collection what we wanted till now. Like in some sense we could do now, but exactly what is the question I'm saying, that can we come up with some algebra A so that VA becomes a model of like it makes valid all the axioms of ZF? That is still open. We could not do it. But what we could do in next 1 or 2 slides, I'm telling that what we did this thing. We actually defined an algebra which is a deductive reasonable implication algebra. So that if you take a deductive reasonable implication algebra A, we named it some algebra. We came up with some algebra A such that the same construction actually validate all these axioms of ZF: extensionality, pairing, infinity, union, power set. NFF separation and NFF replacement means that the separation and replacement, we all know that they contain axiom, they are schemas, right? Because there are formulas involved. NFF means we are saying that negation-free formulas. That means all the instances of separation axiom where we are using only the formulas which doesn't contain negation in any of its sub-formula. Also for replacement, all these axioms are valid for some algebra we named as deductive reasonable implication algebra. Okay. The next question, Acha. By the way, if this statement is like clear, then I'm going to just say that what is the algebra? Only for these 4 properties actually make the algebra. Okay. They look very simple. We found it. And then the next question was, if this is the algebra and if it is making all those axioms valid, can we come up with some instance of this algebra which is neither Boolean nor Hating? Then we can say that for that algebra, which is neither Boolean nor Hating, for that all those axioms, ZF axioms, which is not the total collection, but a sub collection, which is a good, reasonable sub collection, is valid. Yes, we could come up with some algebra which is satisfying all these properties and which are neither Boolean nor Hating. Okay, I'm not going to that part, but what I'm saying, yes.
Or it can have many algebras.
Yeah, so it is a good question that this one, like you were saying, the examples of this kind of algebra. No, there are class many algebras. Too many, like, yeah. So I'm not going to that which was the first one we came up with, which actually is a deductive reasonable implication algebra, neither Boolean nor Hating. But what I'm telling you now, I'm giving you again a class of algebras which actually will be a deductive reasonable implication algebra, but I'm taking only this class for some purpose. Okay, the purpose of the talk here today. Yes,
I think the thing that this algebra are they are they classical and
No, 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 no. Yeah.
You wrote the action,
Yeah.
you wrote the action.
Yes.
You wrote the action.
Yes.
Yes. There is a subset of the entire classical language that is being realized here.
Yeah.
There is also a subset of efficiency.
Yes. So like you are talking about the logical actions or the logical actions. That means the classical logic action or the intrinsic logic action like this. No, no. So like what I'm saying here for PS thing, like we have a logical system for the algebra, which it is satisfying as the underlying logic. The set theoretic axioms are sitting over some underlying logic, right? Whenever we are saying the classical ZFC, we are taking all the classical logic axioms. On the top of that, the ZF axioms are sitting, correct? When we are saying IZF, the intuitionistic logical system is there. On the top of that, the set theoretic axioms are there, right? When we are talking about here, suppose this collection of algebras, for this, we have a logical set of axioms. On the top of that, all those set theoretic axioms like extensionality, pairing, what I've said, NFF separation, NFF replacement, they are valid. So that is the point. So the logical action systems are different actually. And that is actually making it something non-classical. Because the logical system is different. For example, okay, so till now what we have done. So till now I don't have much time. So
you have completeness here. I don't see completeness at all. Earlier you had a complete distributed matrix, but now there's no completeness condition.
Here
The
this is a
two loops system in your
actually
loops.
Huh?
Every non-negative thing has a
list element, and the completeness is the top. Yeah. Yes. So because this is actually the collection of all ordinals you take.
Oh.
So every ordinal is, each ordinal is kind of a PS algebra. So you take it, that is like that is bounded
and there and on all would be what
minimum and maximum. Yes. And the implication is different like that. Okay. So if you take an algebra like this collection, that means all ordinals you are taking. This algebras are deductive reasonable implication algebras. You can prove it with this implication. Okay. On the top of that, suppose we are giving the complementation like this. I'm only saying top is going to bottom, bottom is going to top. What the inside is happening, it's open. So it's whatever it is. Right? So depending on what the inside is happening, the algebras are different, right? And for that, the logic of the algebras will also be different. Correct?
In your intuitionistic logic,
yes.
You have this also. A with A star is
yes.
0.
A with A star is 0 in intuitionistic logic is yes.
There, right?
No, I'm not saying they are intuitionistic. They are now going outside intuitionistic. Yes, in intuitionistic it is true. No. Yeah, so I'm now going beyond it now. Yeah. So what happens? You see that, as I've said, depending on the operation star, if you change it, the in between values, the logic will be changed, right? For every algebras here, we have shown that it could be paraconsistent logic, paracomplete logic, neither paraconsistent or paracomplete. So, like, I'm not going to the definitions of all these logics, but they are different logics than Boolean and Hating and all these things, correct? Then, what we could show this thing, that these are actually reasonable implication algebra, and that's why it makes all those axioms valid, right? In the top of that, it makes foundation also valid. So if you remember that thing, there I did not write foundation, right? But this one, actually, this collection makes the foundation valid as well. So we can have some algebra, PS algebra, such that logic is non-classical, neither Boolean nor intuitionistic, something else it might be.
In V8, foundation was true or not? True or not? V8, I hate
Hating one, yes.
This foundation axiom is true or not?
Foundation axiom is true. Yes.
Here, what are you saying?
Here I'm saying that no, if you see that in this case, I did not write foundation, right? Where the deductive reasonable implication algebra, these axioms are valid. I did not write the foundation, correct? Because in general, we could not prove it. I'm not saying that it doesn't hold. I could not prove it actually, whether it holds or not. Okay. But for particular this collection, we get foundation as well.
Yeah, now you smuggled in the ordinance.
Yes, 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 exactly. It might be. Yes, that's the reason. Yes. Yes, actually, in the basic, the ordinals property actually is acting to get yes. Yes, yeah, you're right. Very good. Yeah. So that means till now, so what we have found? We have found that some algebra which is neither Boolean nor intuitionistic. Some non-classical logic it provides, correct? But if you follow the same kind of constructions of Boolean valued models with this algebra, you get some VA which makes a reasonable collection of ZF actions valid. Okay, so till now we got that. Now, so this one, this universe, I have taken as the parallel universe, right? So this is not our classical universe. And then we wanted to see that which kind of cardinal properties hold there. So like whether at least the basic things, are they true or not? And then what we got is this. So first thing is that for any PS algebra valued model, VA validate the the mathematical induction.
Transfinite or
so this one.
No,
see that
natural
numbers, yes. Yes, natural number one. Okay. Yes, natural number one. Then you see that this result that if the ground model V satisfies the action of choice, then any PS algebra model, that thing. So see that whatever logic, the underground logic it is, it also satisfies the action of choice. Then a little bit more. Schroeder-Bernstein theorem is also true that if you take two sets, if you have the injection from one to another and here to here, then they are bijective. Then Cantor's theorem of power set, that is also true. Not only that, GCH holds if in the underlying model GCH holds, then in VA GCH also holds. Not only that, yes. Yes.
These results.
Yes.
So these are, it is not known what axioms are needed. You already have shown that a bunch of axioms are true.
Yes.
These normally are these consequences of that, or do you need more power?
No, but it's not. I'm not, like in this logic, it is not classical logic now here. So what you are asking probably that now you are going to conclude that whether in classical logic also like to prove these things whether we need any logical.
I'm saying is this, I'm really asking, is this a new result on top of what? The moment you've shown that the VA satisfies all those axioms, does it immediately follow, or do you have to do more?
No, not immediately follow. I have to prove separately, and then I do not know that which actions actually acted behind that. Yes, yes. But also, like one thing I just add here.
Which actions of B or I mean ZFC or your the axiom that you wrote for the Boolean
the algebra.
Which one?
Yeah, which axioms of those? Yeah, in general, I wanted to know what axioms are needed to kind of is it enough to have that
NFF yes, yes. Yeah, so actually the point is that
I mean, there's a meta level where there's ZFC or not?
Yes, in the underground, I have taken a model of V. That was in the meta level of ZFC. Yes, yes.
And so, what are you saying? You don't know what axioms there are needed to prove this?
In the submodel, VA.
Yeah,
we are proving.
Submodel VA is already shown that VA is a model of various axioms. I was asking him in general if there is a theorem that says that Cantor's theorem only needs replacement up to this level and separation. Then this would be an immediate consequence, or do you have to do extra?
That is true for classical one. And now what is asking that here what is needed? Yeah. So that I do not know. I probably that is another direction we can think about. But yeah, so till now this we got, and the GCH I said the same thing, and finally, like all the basic cardinal arithmetic, everything holds. Like you see the points here. All the basic cardinal arithmetics actually hold for addition, multiplication, and exponentiation. You see that I've just written the properties. Just we don't have much time. That's why I'm doing it fast. But just believe it that all these properties like the addition, multiplication, and exponential of cardinalities, they all hold for any PS algebra valued model. Doesn't matter whether the algebra, the PS algebra, how much non-classical it is. It doesn't matter. Whatever algebra you take, you can prove it. So it is proved. Okay.
Okay, the third one.
Yes.
What you are saying, both are U. So product of two things is U. V. Okay.
Yes.
No, this is normal.
Yes.
What I have, my question is the following. For example, in classical logic,
yeah.
If lambda is infinite, lambda plus lambda is 11.
Yes. Just a second. For the infinite cardinal numbers addition, just a second.
So for that matter, what is cardinal number here?
Sir,
What is the definition of cardinal
that
number?
I have to define like lot of things. Like in VA, we have to go and then we have to take a partition of the designated value strings, and then from there, I am taking the cardinal
definition of cardinal number.
Is it the normal cardinal is the least
No,
ordinal with the
no.
So what is the definition of cardinal number?
Sir, then I have to define it. Suppose you are taking one element.
Okay, no, you don't do it now. You
But-
talk it later at dinner, right?
No. Just a second. The cardinal number definition is actually that if you are taking a element U, then the cardinal number is the least ordinal which has a bijection with that element. Now this bijection is defined in the submodel. So the bijection is now a function which is a function of functions. So all these things are very much complicated from coming, but the statement is exactly same what the classical set theory used. All the statements are same. That bijection means that like injection and surjection. So we have written the injection as a first order formula totally whatever it is, and then I have proved that look the validity of the blah 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 step by steps everything. So it went like that.
In fact, in the proof of the Schroeder-Nash
Yeah.
theorem, you would have had to do the.
Yes, exactly by that way. Yes.
That's what you're using.
Yes. Now the proofs are like too big, so it's and all these results can be found in this paper. Like I had this paper in the Journal of Symbolic Logic, so in 2022. Yeah. So all these the PS algebra value thing, whatever cardinality I have said, so it can be found in this paper.
How many pages?
30, 47 to 76. So 30 minutes. Yeah. Well, so now the point is the conclusion that the title of the talk was a cardinal number in parallel universe and a question, right? What is that question? So that question is coming. So till now, what we have found? We have found that look, you forget about the constructions. So see the philosophy now that now we know that there are algebras, their logic are not classical, neither classical nor hating, may not be paraconsistent, may not be paracomplete, something else maybe, or maybe they. But the basic mathematical arithmetic, like the cardinal arithmetic, basic cardinal arithmetic are following there, right? In our daily life, whenever we are going to the market, we are doing all the jobs, like the basic mathematics, whatever we refer, that is there, right? It might be that different in some abstraction level. So if I do topology, if I do infinite game theory, I have some ideas in future we'll see that how far it goes. But for the time being, all the basic things, it actually matches, right? With the classical mathematics one. Then these questions are coming that to to be more precise, so the question is, this leads us to a crucial inquiry: which aspect holds greater fundamentality, basic mathematics or classical logic? Like, to see that, what I'm trying to say, that what is more basic now? We are accepting classical logic and we are saying that we are forming the basic mathematics on the top of that. But if we start with basic mathematics, we are seeing that, look, classical logic is not the only one which is giving all these basic cardinal arithmetic things, right? There are something different which are actually giving with the same definition, right? Okay. Alternatively, should we endeavor to comprehend the fundamental mathematics required for survival first and then develop a logic system to support it? Which one? This way or that way? Like the mathematics comes first, then the logic, or the logic comes first, then we develop the mathematics. And expected or unexpected, what I have said, it is written here that there exists some non-classical thing which is actually giving the same classical mathematics things. Okay. Then this is the question which I said, that are we justified in considering classical mathematics as the only foundation of science and technology, other than a few branches like quantum mechanics? In other words, if a non-classical mathematical framework adheres to the fundamental principles of basic mathematics while deviating in abstraction from the classical norm, should we not afford it equal significance as classical mathematics? Thank you. So it's an open question. Which direction?
You have to first check whether in classical setup, maximum choice is equal to several things. Vallard ring, John Clemma, and
so I have checked it, sir.
Whether all those things are
yes. So the point is, in intuitionistic set theory, action of choice is equivalent to Weil ordering principle. But it is not equivalent to John's lemma. Okay. But here, action of choice is equivalent to John's lemma and Weil ordering principle both. Yes, I have checked it. Yes.
And the second thing is your question. Even intuitionistic logic failed. Right?
Yes.
So I am not quite sure whether right now we are ready to accept other logic. But mathematically, that's a very good question.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes.
I want to make one comment on it. So far as I know, the book by Barton Russell and A.M. Whitehead, Principles of Mathematics, they claim that classical logic is a full-fledged system. So it's not classical logic, but beyond the mathematical level, there are some principles of mathematics which are actually based on logic. Logic not in the sense of classical logic, a finished system. There is the logic behind the mathematics ultimately.
Right.
That is what they had that answer.
Yeah. Will I say something, or it was just a comment, right? So later we can discuss. Yeah. Okay.
When you go from classical to technical algebra, you wait for larger classes. Now you're talking about parallel.
Yes.
What about going down? I mean, if I add, further into Boolean algebra, further structure, can I still get Boolean, whatever that larger Boolean, sub algebra models? Like
they definitely will satisfy all ZF actions, right? Because the Boolean properties are there.
What will be the new security action? High potential topological Boolean algebra.
No. Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah.
So those values security models.
Yeah. So all the ZF actions will be there, but there will be something more.
Will it have consequences for some large
Actually, that happens, right? Whenever, if you think about the large continuity axioms, in what they do, they find some Boolean algebra for which BB makes one valid, another Boolean algebra where it makes invalid. That means they are imposing properties on the Boolean algebra, making some axioms which was in normal Boolean algebra, it did not have any value. It is getting a value 1 and some, yes, exactly. So actually, that is the idea of doing forcing.
Can you achieve this structurally by, like I said,
in this way, in this direction, with this algebra.
The recipe is the same.
Yes, exactly.
Now the function.
Actually, we are trying to do that, but that is little harder than like but step by step we have the like. I can tell you that we have a bigger agenda that you see that we don't know even whether there exists a model of classical set theory which cannot be expressed as Boolean valued model. That we still do not know. Right. That means that if what happens if we take the intersection of all Boolean valued models. First of all, if we can prove that, look, there doesn't exist any model which cannot be expressed. That means all model can be expressed by some Boolean valued model. Okay. If that is true, then if we take the intersection of all those things, the common thing might make ZF complete. If we can formalize ZF in that way, like I don't know, like you can understand, like the statement is not correct, but you can understand what I'm trying to say. That you get my point, right? That the intersection, if we can take, that is the actual part. Which are the things, and what you are saying that with sub algebra, like in the sub collection, it will happen, right? That which will actually give the set theory in classical sense, like
So regarding your question about classical mathematics, so if you interpret classical mathematics to be not mathematics based on classical logic, but mathematics that any mathematician would go without going beyond some level B omega.
Right.
Then you don't even need to perhaps care. I mean, so people do anyway answer your question in one way. This is that they give precedence to mathematics. All this logicization, figuring out what is enough, etc., comes later.
Yeah.
Your question is, I think, partially already answered. That people pay attention, I mean, people give primacy to classical mathematics, not interpreted as mathematics built on classical logic, but interpreted as some core of mathematics.
But the point is, the person who knows both mathematics and logic, for them, it is the unique one, classical logic, right? That's my point. That the person who doesn't know about logic, we do not care. The question is not for them as well. Of course, because they did mathematics in their own way, whatever we can see. But the person who knows both, for them what? Like, is the only classical logic or something else? So, like, I very much like to ask this question in my class to the students. That suppose you think about Tarjan, right? That Tarjan is somewhere, like, it's really he exists in some island he grew up without having any connection with the human beings, with the mankind. And somehow he developed his own mathematics by his own, like by seeing the nature, whatever it is. What is the probability that that mathematics will be same as what we are doing today? The conclusions might be same. What I'm saying, that I'm not saying that if you are pushing here, you are getting the same force back. That conclusion might be he will also arrive. But the way he's arriving, that path is the similar path what we are following out of the uncountably many different paths. How we can ensure that thing? So that is my actual question. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm a very non-violent person, so it's for joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, thanks a lot, Sumant and Saurabh, for such a wonderful talk. And thanks to Suresh for chairing the session. And I'm closing it not classically, but non-classically, as he inspired me. So I would like to thank to all the chairs, the invited speakers, and the invited participants, and the online participants and all. And I'm thankful on behalf of ALI to Madras School of Economics and IMSC to supporting us to make it happen in a hybrid mode. So that's it from my side. If you want to share something, the dais is yours, and it's totally non-classical. You can say anything, whatever you want.
On behalf of everyone, I would like to thank for the celebration would not have been thought of. Thank you.
এরপর দেখছি কি করা যায়, দাঁড়ান এটা বন্ধ So by all the online speakers and the participants. So thanks for coming. If you want to share something, you also can just unmute yourself and share your like view and whatever you want. If not, then I'm just going to leave the meeting for today. Okay, thanks for coming. Bye.